Listening to Wyatt's words, the field marshal was a little surprised. Her niece valued her opinion when it was about the military or way beyond, but apart from that, she did not seem to care about the field marshal's opinion. She would just ask her to suck it up and do it for the sake of the southern region. Even though Wyatt used the words obligated to, she still felt the difference between their leadership and appreciated the new leadership she was under a little more. Wyatt, if you don't mind me asking, what do you plan to do with the rest of the recommendations tokens? The field marshal inquired about Wyatt's intention for the remaining devil merchant recommendation quotas, but feeling his intense stare on her, she spoke what she truly wanted to ask. What I mean to ask is, do you have any plans about sharing them with the southern region, the royal family? Really? I thought you heat sins would rather die than become a demon/devil merchant. Wyatt sneered, pointing out the hypocrisy in the field marshal's words. The field marshal awkwardly avoided meeting Wyatt's eyes. Shaking his head, Wyatt answered her anyway, not making things difficult for her. The royal family, no. But Anna, yes. I am sure it will make a good gift for our reunion. Wyatt spoke his mind, feeling he was in a safe space, only to feel Corey's judgmental gaze on him. Before he could say something to defuse her, she went off. You know, I was almost about to give you my blessing to pursue Big Sis. But I was right to wait and see you show your true colors. Ani was right. All men are dogs. Recalling Corey's aunt with giant knockers, Wyatt understood why she would have such a low opinion of men. Any woman would when they could not have a decent conversation with men without them staring at her chest instead of looking into her eyes. He recalled how hard it was for him to focus on their conversation when her ginormous breasts giggled with her every breath. Can you quietly continue to wait over there in that dark corner? Wyatt said, shooing Corey, knowing that trying to talk reason with this one would only make matters worse for him. It's good to see you are no longer trying to hide the fact that you are a two-timing jackass. It makes my work a lot easier, Corey commented grudgingly. She was enraged by Wyatt. She wondered how dare he make plans for his reunion with another woman when her mother was slaving for him tirelessly day and night. She felt Wyatt should be spending his days thanking Susan for being in his life. Instead, this jackass was picking gifts for other women. She had half a mind to tattle about him and his plans to her mother, but did not, knowing she would only bring pain to her mother. What part of quietly don't you understand? Wyatt glared back at Corey, causing the latter to rage further, thinking, how dare he rebel when he was in the wrong? You are lucky I do not want to create a scene out of a concern for Big Sis. Otherwise I would start by gawking your eyes out. Corey spoke cruel words, making her anger clear to Wyatt, but those words unset Dre, who left the comfort of Wyatt's hair and touched Corey's checks as she pleaded, please, don't fight. Both Wyatt and Corey were her friends. She did not want to see them fight, let alone her having to pick a side. Though her choice would be obvious. Look what you did. You made Dre upset. Corey blamed, gently holding Dre in her palms only to hear Wyatt snap. Get lost, idiot. Why you? Corey was about to go ballistic on Wyatt's ass, but seeing concerned Dre in her hands, she swallowed her words and left in a fit of rage without saying anything. She decided to recreate with Dre to calm herself. I guess she is the only one to bring out the child in you, the field marshal commented, without judging Corey harshly. That's one way to see it. Wyatt did not agree with the field marshal, who was letting Corey off easy, especially considering that she was routing for Wyatt and Anna when Corey, without her knowing, was routing for Wyatt and Susan. Corey was a harmless idiot. She meant well. Enough about that loan. How about you make things easy for me by signing the contract and using the recommendation token? Wyatt brought up what the field marshal was avoiding. Why? Not in a mood for one of your mind games. The field marshal wanted him to give her a reason good enough to go through with it, just like how he gave her a good reason to leave her niece's side and follow him. When you know you have to do it, why put up the vain struggle? Wyatt said, knowing that field marshal already had contemplated all the reasons he could bring up for her to become a devil merchant for her to have this conversation with him. Therefore, he did not bother to bring them up, instead asked her what truly stopping her from going through this. Wyatt, I shaped my entire life following the teachings and sacrifice of our ancestors. The field marshal pointed out the obvious, that she felt like she would be abandoning all her principles if she were to agree to this. You know what your problem is? Not just yours, but those before you. Your mindset is too narrow. You guys are so set on your definition of what's yours and your ways that you guys have grown stagnant. Why do you limit the definition of what's yours just to card world? Why not try to expand it to all of the myriad realms? You know what's stopping you from claiming the myriad realms as yours is not your lack of strength, but your mindset. Why do you limit the definition of your ways to just the history of card world? Why not try and learn from the history of all of the myriad realms? Once again, it is your mindset that's stopping you from doing so. Do you know who is not letting their mindset limit them? The dark races? That is why they do not hesitate to blatantly act as if all of the entire myriad realms belong to them. To a certain point it is. Listening to Wyatt's words, the field marshal tried hard not to roll her eyes, feeling that it was easy to talk big ideals. Claim the myriad realms as mine, he says, as if it is a tree or a rock in my backyard. Seeing this, Wyatt shook his head and said, "You guys too comfortable fighting among yourself in the confines of the borders you created, fighting for what little you have, fighting to maintain the little power you have. You are afraid to leave this comfort zone and band together whenever it gets threatened." Wyatt thought the founders, the royal families, the nobles, and the world leaders of the card world were all like the jocks and cheerleaders of a high school. They were the center of attention in their high school, suppressing and bullying anyone who dared to or remotely appeared to threaten them or their status in their high school. But when it's time for high school competitions, when they have to leave their comfort zone and compete with other high schools, they finally realized the world wasn't limited to just their high school, yet they stubbornly try to cling to it as they know they are nothing outside of it. He could be blunt about this to the field marshal, but then all he would be doing was hurting her feeling and nothing more. Now she was his. Hurting her would be the same as hurting himself. So, he planned to make her realize this, such that she could accept it and correct it. Wyatt, I don't know if you are keeping up with current world news, but we are not afraid of leaving our comfort zone. The top 10 universities, after collecting funds from youth for centuries to research interdimensional travel, are finally showing signs of developing a way to care methods for interdimensional travel. It is not that our mindset is narrow, but we are doing things at our pace. The field marshal defended her so-called principles. I gave you a way to learn how the best minds in the myriad realms achieved interdimensional travel, but instead of using it, here you are bragging about the top 10 universities taking centuries to finally show signs of developing a method for interdimensional travel. This is not doing things at one's pace, but foolishness, and you deny having narrow mindsets. Wyatt tried hard not to be too harsh with words to the field marshal, knowing old people were too stubborn and set in their ways. It was already a win if they showed willingness to change. Yes, you gave me away, Wyatt, but at what cost? I have to become part of the very people that my ancestors fought, that murdered them, and that are trying to invade our world. The field marshal argued that the cost of this knowledge and power was too much for her. Yes, you gave me away, Wyatt, but at what cost? I have to become part of the very people that my ancestors fought, that murdered them, and that are trying to invade our world. The field marshal argued that the cost of this knowledge and power was too much for her. Are you listening to yourself? Did you forget that we are not at war with the entire dark realm or the dark races? Because if that were the case, then the card world would have long been destroyed. Trust me when I tell you that just one of the top 1,000 strong from the dark realm would be enough to destroy the card world. Field marshal, don't let your thirst for vengeance blind you. Know your enemy. That is the basis for winning any war. Those responsible for the first demon invasion in the card world have already been wiped out by your ancestors. That dark faction had a very miserable fate in the dark realm after losing their fight in the card world. Your ancestors were victorious. There is no revenge or vengeance left there for you to foster. If you believe there is, then there is no other bigger fool than you in this world. Those who plan to invade the card world for the second time are just another insignificant dark faction in the dark realm, but not all the dark races from the entire dark realm. Don't let your prejudice get the better of you and cloud your sense of judgment. Trust me, you don't want to live in a world where the entire dark realm is your enemy. Fortunately for you, the dark races are very open-minded when they stand to make a profit. This is why most of them do not mind sharing their strongest weapon, Devil Merchant Code, with those who are not native to the dark realm. By thinking that the dark races are your enemies, you are doing nobody any favors and only making matters worse for yourself and those that follow you. Despite all, if you still feel that you would be betraying your ancestors by becoming a devil merchant, then I will no longer force you. Wyatt was serious, Becoming a devil merchant was a privilege coveted by many. If the field marshal did not appreciate it, he would no longer try and persuade her to be one. Seeing the field marshal was in a deep contemplation after listening to his words, Wyatt decided to leave her alone, saying, "If you make up your mind, you know where to find Deirdre. She will help you with the contract or help you leave the seed world." The field marshal nodded, having decided to become a devil merchant. But she didn't immediately act on it. Wyatt's words did help her get things into perspective, but she needed to make sure that she would not come to regret it at a later date. It wasn't news to her that the one dark faction from the Dark Realm was responsible for the first demon invasion. Their ancestors learned it when they planned to bring the fight to the Dark Realm. Some of the smart ones already knew that for them to live in peace, they would have to make a few strong allies within the Dark Realm, which would not be easy as they would have to somehow manage to gain their respect, otherwise those allies would only come back to bite them. She wondered if becoming the devil merchant was a shot at that, making her decision easier for her. Leaving the field marshal who was lost in thought alone, Wyatt prepared to enter the dungeon seal, the holy place, to comprehend blood rules on the card world, but paused seeing that Susan was alone for a change. She wasn't surrounded by Corey or Park. Corey was busy playing with Deirdre. Park was seriously preparing the pitch to recruit the field marshal's help to help her procure the Spectre grass blades from the outskirts of the way beyond under Southern Region's watch. Leaving Susan alone to maintain the preparations they had made to welcome the newborn forest spirit. With the birth of the forest spirit delayed, she had to make sure these preparations did not go to waste and lasted till the forest spirit was finally ready to be born. Making sure nobody noticed him, Wyatt made use of his authority over the seed world's void to quietly sneak next to Susan. "Hey, you." Surprising her, "Wyatt, how long have you been there?" "I just got here," Wyatt whispered. Susan took a step back like a spooked deer, feeling Wyatt was too close, but then seeing they were all alone in Deirdre's floating forest island, she paused and bit on her lower lips, feeling shy. "We are finally alone," Wyatt said under his breath, even though the island was empty and big enough. Surrounded by the woods, flora, and fauna, their secret rendezvous was safe unless someone specifically peeked at them. Susan shyly nodded. Her ears and cheeks were already red, recalling the last time they were alone. She wondered, as the older one, should she be taking the initiative again? But Wyatt taking the lead wasn't bad either. He took a step forward, moving closer to her, then extended his right hand, reaching for her cheeks. Feeling his warm hands on her cheek, Susan closed her eyes in anticipation. He gently caressed her cheek, slowly moving it along her jawline, reaching for her small chin. Raising her head by her chin, gazing at her trembling eyelids, he extended his thumb to play with her rosy lips as he asked, "What's on your mind?" Susan's anticipation had reached its peak. Her chest heaved up and down, letting out hot breaths on Wyatt's hand. Unable to hold back, she blurted in a slurry voice, "Kiss me." Listening to her demand it, Wyatt no longer played with her and leaned forward to lock her lips with his. Just when they were getting started, they heard a familiar voice. "Geez, at least have the decency to isolate the space. Don't tell me. You guys are one of those couples that like the thrill of being caught." Susan instantly broke the lip lock and hurriedly tried to separate by stepping back, but Wyatt did not let her. He immediately warped his left arm around her waist and pulled her chin to continue to kiss her. At first, she was too shocked by Wyatt's action to struggle, but after a few seconds, gaining her senses and overcoming the pleasure, despite Wyatt's tongue wrestling her, she managed to mutter, "Wyatt." Listening to her say the word, Wyatt stopped kissing her, but did not let go of her waist regardless of how she struggled, as he coldly stared at the interloper. "What is it, Park?" Looking at Wyatt's eyes that warned her that she'd better have a good reason, she could not help but mimic swallowing her saliva in fright in her fiery, humanoid body devoid of saliva before saying, "I came to check up on her if she was done, and we could start on the pitch together." "I am done here. Let us get started now." Susan finally got rid of Wyatt's arm around her waist and moved to Park's side while fixing her clothes that had gotten messy during the struggle. Wyatt quietly watched her, reminiscing her soft lips. "You guys, this is none of my business. Corey might kill me if she learns I suggested this to you guys, but why don't you guys go on a proper date instead of trying to sneak around in between work like this?" Park pointed out what they were doing was wrong. They were sneaking around as if they were doing something wrong, when if they really liked each other, they should be going out on a proper date like any regular people would. That way they would not have to worry about being interrupted or caught in an awkward position. That is a great idea, Wyatt exclaimed, forgiving Park for her interruption earlier. However, he did not expect Susan to say, "Forget it. Park, let us go prepare for the presentation." Susan left in a hurry after saying those words. Park had no choice but to follow behind her while shaking her head at Wyatt, as if saying, "Don't blame me. I tried to help." Wyatt stood there, feeling whole world was crushing down on him, not knowing what to make of Susan's words. He wondered if she did not want to discuss their relationship in front of Park or if it's something he did. Was he too forceful just now? Did he make her uncomfortable? He was usually confident around women, but in front of the woman that mattered to him, he could not display a similar confidence. It was like his IQ and EQ were suppressed by half when it came to her. Currently, he was just another man trying to figure out the woman he liked. What happened just now wasn't a big deal, but he could not help but feel that way. Fortunately, he wasn't some teenager with little experience who in a moment of confusion would turn a small matter into a big deal. At the least, he was experienced enough not to let it affect his work. Therefore, Wyatt left the seed world deciding to throw himself in to rule comprehension and wait for the time when Susan was ready to talk to him about it. That was the best thing he could do about it as of now. Seeing how she hurried away from him, she clearly wasn't prepared to talk to him about it yet. So, going behind her would not help him. "Susan, wait up." Park easily followed behind Susan, yet she pretended to strike up the difficult conversation with something remotely related. Susan, having a share of authority over the void in the seed world, could move around ignoring the laws of gravity and physics that her current realm couldn't allow her to break both in the seed world and the card world. As such, she would easily walk in the void and move from one floating island to other. Reaching their designated workplace, Susan said, "Let us get started. So, how far have completed the pitch?" "I completed a mock-up. You go through it. And if you are okay with it, we can present it to the field marshal," Park said as she used the Demon Merchant Codex to share the mock-up of their proposal to Susan for her opinion. Going through the proposal Park prepared, Susan frowned and pointed out, "There is nothing in here but the price you are willing to buy the Spectre Grass Blades for. You do realize that despite her rejection, soon she too will become a devil merchant, right? How can you be so sure? Even if she did agree, she would be signing the same contract as us. So, like us, she too can only use the Devil Merchant Code to trade for Wyatt for a descent commission." Park said so, but she was betting on the fact that Field Marshal as an old-timer was set in her ways and was very stubborn. Therefore, she believed the latter might not agree to become a devil merchant despite its obvious attraction to any being in the myriad realms. "Well, trust me, Wyatt always gets what he wants," Susan asserted confidently. Working with Wyatt the longest, she could say with certainty that if he wanted something, he would always find a way to get it. Apparently, a date with you is not one of them. Park could not help but comment when Susan made it so easy for her. She had to take the shot, as she was curious why Susan shot down the idea of a proper date with Wyatt without even discussing it with him. The poor guy was so devastated after getting rejected by her that she even felt sorry for him. What is that supposed to mean? Susan glared at Park. Obviously, this glare was to discourage Park from talking about her shooting down the idea of a proper date with Wyatt. However, looking at Park's bright and wide eyes sparkling with a gleam of inquisitiveness, she had a foreboding that it wasn't going to happen. "You tell me, I thought you liked him. That was why I went out of my way to advise him to stop sneaking around and take you on a proper date. Honestly, I thought you would love that." Park finally spoke her mind as her eyes darted around monitoring every little change in Susan's expression, trying to read her knowing it would be hard to get the truth out of her mouth. She was right to think so, because Susan kept to herself, especially her troubles, unless someone pried it out of her. "I am not ready to start dating yet." Susan brushed off Park's question by saying the first random thing that came to her mind. Just as she was about to bring up the proposal to Field Marshal to change the topic, Park beat her to the punch. "Don't give me that bullshit. I heard you ask him to kiss you. If I had not interrupted you guys, you would have let him turn you into a true woman today. Not ready to start dating my ass." Park revealed that she had been peeking at them longer than Susan would approve of, causing the latter's cheeks, ears, and neck to turn red out of shame and embarrassment. "Shut up. I do not want to talk about it anymore." Susan raised her voice, surprising Park as this was the first time the former had used such a tone with her. Geez, fine. You do not have to talk to me about it. But you need to talk to him about it. Poor guy was devastated when you rejected the idea of a date with him without even giving it a thought. You owe him an explanation. Park said what needed to be said before backing off. According to her, Wyatt might be mature for his age, but he was still a teenager at heart. After all, when it came to love, experience was the best teacher. Thank you. Now let us get back to work. Susan felt a little guilt toward Park, knowing the latter was only looking out for her, but if she wasn't harsh with her words, she would not stop bringing up the matter. She felt a lot more guilty toward Wyatt and totally agreed with Park's words, but she could not talk to him until she, herself, was ready to face what was bothering her. As Park pointed out, she was ready to take her relationship with Wyatt through all the stops and see it to the end, but there was this one tiny little thing she could not get over. As Wyatt's exclusive manager, Susan concerned herself with not just managing his needs and finances, but also his public image. Though in that department, she did not have much to do, as thanks to his achievement, he was a hero in the eyes of the general masses. Yes, there were some haters out there, but his fanbase took care of them for him. She really did not have any trouble on this front, but it was where all her concerns started when she came across posts such as Southern Hope's love interest. List of best gal for Southern Hope. Southern Emperor and Southern Hope. Nobody can be a better fit for Southern Hope than our Southern Emperor. Will Southern Hope be another victim of political marriage? Should Southern Hope agree to a political marriage for the political stability of the Southern region? Will Southern Hope be open to a harem? Southern Hope fantasy harem list. Susan was sick and tired of these posts. All of them shipped Wyatt with Anna or someone else with a higher status. All of these girls that were shipped with Wyatt seemed perfect and had it all: beauty, wealth, fame, status, power, talent, etc. Even she could not help but agree that either one of those would make a great pair with Wyatt. However, she, who had already decided to fight with the Southern Emperor for her love, did not let these posts bother her, or so she thought, until Park proposed it was about time she went on a real date with Wyatt. For reasons unknown to her, she suddenly felt frightened at that thought, and even ashamed. So much so that without her realizing it, she instantly rejected the notion of going out on a date with Wyatt out loud. Going out with Wyatt would mean that people would know her relationship with Wyatt was not normal compared to now, when she was the lucky girl who met and befriended Wyatt before his talent and greatness were yet to reveal themselves. Knowing that people expected Wyatt to be with someone equally talented and powerful, Susan suddenly began to feel undeserving of Wyatt. Honestly, she already felt that way, and people's words had only intensified that feeling of hers. It was already overwhelming for her to think of dating someone younger than her, and a talented card apprentice on top of that. Back then, she already felt that as a sales executive at the Guild Association Mall, she did not measure up to Wyatt's status. Now that Wyatt was the Southern Hope, the genius the world needed, she felt that way even more so. Especially with the people around the world trying to match Wyatt with beautiful and powerful women from all over the 5 regions, giving great reasons as to why they should be together. With everything she read on the Grimoire Network about what people thought about who should or how should Wyatt's life partner be, Susan's small doubts grew into a deep-seated insecurity, making it difficult for her to enter a public romantic relationship with Wyatt. Her insecurities did not stop there. She wondered if she would be enough to satisfy Wyatt, or if she would be able to accompany him to the end. After all, considering her talent, it would be hard for her to break through her mortal status, let alone keep up with Wyatt. As a late bloomer card apprentice, Susan had lived a life where she learned that it was not suitable for mortals and card apprentices to get married, as they both had varying life expectancies. Meaning that since a card apprentice had a longer lifespan, a mortal partner would grow older and leave them sooner than a card apprentice partner. With Wyatt's talent, he was destined to achieve the peak of the card world and have many enemies. Knowing this, Susan felt that with her talent, she would not only be upable to accompany Wyatt for his entire lifespan, but she might even become a burden for him. Lately, these thoughts have been keeping Susan up at night. Therefore, she never actively sought out Wyatt after their little get-together. Yet, when Wyatt approached her, she would not help but lust after him. Just a slight touch from him was enough to make her lose herself and submit to him. She did not mind being with Wyatt, just like this, 2 of them alone in a world of their own, filled with passion and lust, but going out with him in public was a big no for her. At least not until she had sorted her thoughts out. If Park knew what was actually bothering Susan, she would definitely advise her to talk to Wyatt about her concerns and doubts. But the former did not know, and the latter hid her feelings, believing that these were things she had to deal with by herself. They were her problems, and she would not make them Wyatt's problems, as he already had a lot on his plate. However, what she did not know was that by not giving Wyatt a proper explanation or not letting him on her worries, she was actually making it worse for him. Fortunately, Wyatt wasn't just a teenager as his age might suggest. He had enough experience with love and heartbreak. Therefore, he did not spiral out because of her suddenly distancing from him without giving him a proper reason. Thankfully for her, he was mature enough to give her space, waiting for the time when she was prepared to talk to him about it. While Susan was trying to sort her thoughts and feelings, Wyatt, as he had decided, prepared to leave the seed world in a hurry, but recalled that he had yet to inform Dre that he would be heading out since he no longer needed to be here, as the forest spirit refused to be born on time until it got the seed world. Dre, I am heading out. So, don't freak out if you are unable to feel my presence in the seed world's void. Wyatt did not go to find Dre, instead mentally informed her, not wanting to let his mood affect Dredra's mood. Pixies display strong empathy, especially toward those they consider as friends. They found joy in their friend's happiness and sorrow in their friend's sadness. So, Wyatt did not want Dre to see him in his current state. Wyatt, you are leaving already? Dre replied, not liking the thought of Wyatt leaving. However, she knew Wyatt has been putting his work off for long because of her and the child. Don't worry, I will return soon. Contact me if the forest spirit is making things difficult for you. Wyatt had indirectly assigned Dre to stall the forest spirit, but he knew it would not be an easy task, knowing the Celestials were unruly and demand. Don't worry me, Wyatt. The unborn forest spirit is a good child, Dre defended the child. If you say so. See you later. Wyatt hurriedly left the seed world, not wanting to continue that conversation with Dre again. Arriving in the dungeon seal, Wyatt moved to find a good spot to start his comprehension of blood rule and select his third blood rule meaning. Setting in the lotus position, closing his eyes, Wyatt began to mimic the soul pathway vibrations of Bloodette's body when she communicated with her guardian to call forth on the card world's blood rule stream. Soon his physical body entered a trance, and his spiritual body found itself in a mysterious red world. Looking around at his new surroundings where he was dragged, its red shade color reminded him of the blood rule source he had recently been to. You improved a lot since I last saw you. I did not expect you to be qualified to enter my domain. When Wyatt tried to understand what he was doing here, he heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. Finding the source of the voice, Wyatt was shocked seeing the solitude of a humanoid made out of blood rule. It resembled an older and mature Bloodette. Now he knew why the voice felt familiar to him. It was Bloodette's voice, but without her innocence, and was a lot more mature and authoritative. Before, the older Bloodette could introduce herself, Wyatt guessed. Blood rule stream spirit? Yes, it is I. I knew taking this form would make you more comfortable around me. The blood rule stream spirit answered. Whoa, this is your domain. It looks just like the blood rule source except for the size, Wyatt exclaimed, looking around the blood rule stream's domain. Similar to the blood rule source, it portrayed a world made out of blood, making Wyatt wonder if the card world's blood rule was among one of its dominant rules. It should be, after all. My domain is derived from the blood rule source. As for the size, I am just a stream compared to the ocean that the blood rule source is. There is no way my domain could compare to the source, let alone be bigger than it, the spirit replied. Wyatt was a little overwhelmed that he was having a decent casual conversation with the card world's blood rule stream spirit. It was unbelievable. However, he did not let it show on his face, and continued, I need your help. I guessed as much. You know my price. The spirit wasn't surprised. It thought Wyatt would have no other reason to be here. About that, can I get a loan? Wyatt asked, as he did not have any blood rule salve cores on him. He did plan to visit the blood rule source to scavenge the cores, but Wyatt, thanks to his new ability, One with the Source, was able to peek into the blood rule source, which allowed him to use his pseudo-calamity soul core as a location tracker to specifically peek into that location. Wyatt did not dare to peek at the ruler-class being's war, but from the tremors in the surroundings, he guessed the battle was far from conclusion. Honestly, Wyatt was surprised that the battle lasted this long and neither side showed signs of decline or exhaustion. He could understand that the celestial blood rule source did not show any decline, with the inexhaustible blood rule source constantly powering it, but he did not understand how the deviant devil was able to keep up with its opponent without falling back. After all, the Owlape did not have an inexhaustible power source to replenish his power like his enemy did. Wyatt believed this must be because of the Owlape's awakened state, which allowed it to adapt to the battlefield combined with its mutated muscles. Therefore, Wyatt was impressed and scared at the same time by the prowess displayed by the deviant devil. He did not dare to peek at their fight as he was worried about the Owlape feeling his gaze and tracking him to the card world. Now that would prove disastrous, considering that it was angry at itself for letting its confidence let the elder anesthesia dragon get away and should be bent on tracing the dragon back again. Considering that its filth was no longer covering the dragon, the devil might be more desperate than ever to find the dragon. Wyatt did not want to take unnecessary risks and get tangled by the deviant devil whose power levels made him feel maybe even the arrays created by Devil Merchant Code would not be enough to suppress the Owlape and confine him like he did with his other overpowered enemies. Attempting something like that on it would be foolish on Wyatt's part. The only reason he succeeded in the Elder Anesthesia Dragon's case was because the latter trusted him when all else failed for it. Wyatt did not believe the Owlape would be in a mood to talk once it saw him, or maybe he would be, to learn the whereabouts of its favorite dragon. The more he thought about it, the more Wyatt felt that he might have a convincing leverage over the deviant devil he believed. He never thought about approaching the devil for the fear of its power, but considering that he was not in control of the only thing it wanted in the entirety of myriad realms, Wyatt wondered if he could be a little ambitious. The power the Owlape displayed made Wyatt consider twice before entertaining such thoughts. However, knowing the deviant devil's obsession with the Elder Anesthesia Dragon, he could not help but think of the Owlape as an overpowering junkie. Not that he was underestimating the ruler-class devil, but betting on its habits. He believed that he should be able to control the junkie fine as long as he had the supply, but he wondered if he could treat the Owlape the same as the regular junkie. After all, even a regular junkie would prefer a free supply, let alone one of the most powerful ruler-class being in the myriad realm. Wyatt felt that trying to control the deviant devil using the Elder Anesthesia Dragon was worth considering, but he hesitated because once he was caught it was game over, not just for him, but everything he cared about. Considering how sadistic the Owlape was, this was indeed a possibility. Therefore, attempting something like this would need more than just preparation and thoroughness, but opportunity and luck. Two among the many things that were considered beyond one's control. Alone? No. The Blood Rule Stream Spirit rejected Wyatt's request after a brief contemplation. Why? Have you ever made a loss on any deals with me? You know I am good for it, Wyatt said, trying to sell his name for a loan. No, it is not that. There is an order to things, and every time I break the order like everyone else, even I have to pay the price. In Bloodette's case, the price was worth it for me, but now it is not, the spirit said flatly, refusing to reconsider on Wyatt's behalf. What if I said I could give you Blood Rule slave cores? Wyatt said, understanding that spirit's words, as it is just business, don't take it personally. Cores, as in plural? The Celestial's Blood Rule spirit asked Wyatt in surprise. It did not expect him to be in possession of more than one Blood Rule slave cores, as having one was already an amazing feat. Yes. Now, do you think it is worth it for you to break the order of things? Wyatt asked, seeing the spirit drool, listening to the World Blood Rule slave cores. He wondered what mystery the Source slave cores held for the Celestial Rule spirits to value them so much. It would have to wait, as gave the only Source slave core he had on him to the Blood Rule stream for its help. Now that he was one with Source, he believed he qualified to use the Source slave cores like the Celestial Rule spirit. Why do you want a loan if you have the cores? The spirit asked Wyatt in confusion. It had misunderstood him, while he did try to make it sound like it to gain its interest. No, I don't have them now. Pretty soon, I will come to possess them, Wyatt revealed, instantly losing interest in the Blood Rule stream spirit. What do you mean by that? I know a place in the Blood Rule source where I can mine lots of Source slave cores, Wyatt dramatically informed, trying to pique the interest of the spirit. Let me guess you need my help to enter the Blood Rule source and mine the cores. Fine, but I want half of the cores, The blood rule stream spirit guessed on Wyatt's words and agreed to help him enter the blood rule source for half of the blood rule cores he mined. Even though it had misunderstood his intentions, listening to the spirit demand half of the cores as transportation fee the corner of Wyatt's left eye twitched vigorously. He did not show his emotions and controlled them, clearing the misunderstanding. No, I don't need your help entering the blood rule source. I can do it myself. I need your help trying to select a blood rule meaning and comprehend blood rule directly from the source. The blood rule stream spirit looked at Wyatt in puzzlement, pondering if his words were the legendary sarcasm that humans loved according to Bloodette. Then, she could not help but ask, "You are kidding, right? How can a mortal feel the blood rule source let alone enter it, and try to comprehend blood rule from it? That would make the tertiary purpose of my existence moot. Not that I care for it anyway. No, I am serious. Not only can I feel the blood rule source, borrow rule power from it, but also enter it if I wanted to, let alone peek into its mysteries and learn from it." Wyatt asserted, not surprised that the spirit did not believe him. "Considering you were able to enter my domain, it is likely that you feel the source and can borrow the rule power from it, but trying to enter it or explore its mysteries would be like inviting your own demise. Mortal, you lack the power to attempt something like that. Even those that did have the power ultimately failed. So, I am warning you, even if you can, never try to peek and explore the mysteries of the source, let alone try and enter it." The blood rule stream spirit grimly warned Wyatt. Wyatt, who had peeked into the mysteries of the source multiple times trying to figure out its mysteries and learn from them, though he ultimately failed, could not help but wonder what the big deal was. But seeing how even a being known for its impartiality and indifference was going out of its way to warn him about the dangers of peeking into the source's mysteries, he could not help but take them seriously. "I have tried to peek at the mysteries of the source. It felt familiar, as if it was written in my native language. However, whenever I tried to read it, I found myself unable to recall how to read. It's like at that moment I forgot how to read." Wyatt narrated his experience trying to explore the mysteries of the source to the spirit, even though it did not ask for it, trying to figure out why he experienced such a thing at the doorsteps to the secret to everything. "You are lying." The spirit immediately labeled Wyatt as a liar, knowing that no mortal would be able to survive the encounter with the source, as its mysteries were too profound even for the likes of the Celestials, let alone the mortals that play with dirt. According to its experience, if Wyatt truly had been in the presence of the source's mystery, he should not be alive right now. But if he somehow miraculously survived, then he should not be a mere mortal anymore, which was contrary to what it was witnessing. Seeing the spirit flip out listening to his experience at the source, Wyatt was surprised but understood that the seriousness of the matter he casually discussed was higher than he perceived. A mere mortal coming into contact with the source and living to tell the tale seemed like made-up folklore and fables. It's not that he did not know any information regarding the source was important and not to be casually revealed or discussed, but he was in the presence of the blood rule stream spirit. It did not have a human heart, and he needed answers, so took the risk. The gamble paid off. The spirit's reaction to his narration alone told him many things. It was up to him to catch and interpret them. So he did. He recalled its words to him. "Considering you were able to enter my domain, it is likely that you feel the source and can borrow the rule power from it, but trying to enter it or explore its mysteries would be like inviting your demise." From these words, it can be concurred that being able to sense the source and summon power from it wasn't too outlandish for the spirit. Considering the blood rule slave swarm he saw at the blood rule domain, Wyatt too felt the same way, as it meant there were just too many beings that have not only been able to sense the source, borrow power from it, but enter it in hopes of exploring its mysteries. Beings with the ability to sense sources in the card world might be new, but in the entire myriad realm, it wasn't. However, this did dampen his enthusiasm about his passive skill, one with the source. Though it might not be a big deal for the celestial rule spirit, it was for him. As he could confidentially say, he was the only card apprentice alive who could sense the source and summon its power. "Mortal, you lack the power to attempt something like that. Even those that did have the power ultimately failed." These words confused Wyatt, because he believed having the passive skill, one with the world, made up for the power that lacked to connect to the source. But the next set of the spirit's words made him wonder if he was wrong. "So, I am warning you. Even if you can, Never try to peek and explore the mysteries of the source, let alone try and enter it. These words remind Wyatt of the swarm of Blood Rule slaves. Though they were mindless slaves of Blood Rule source, now, once they were beings that were closest to the zenith. The power they held would garner them respect anywhere in the myriad realms, yet they all succumbed to the mysteries of the Blood Rule source. Wyatt suddenly realized the Celestial Rule Spirit never actually questioned his qualification to connect with the source. What she questioned was his power to do so. He felt that by power it had meant authority. Power is authority. This opened a possibility Wyatt never considered. Maybe having the qualification to connect with the source was not the same as having authority over the source. It clearly said that even if Wyatt can, he should not be peeking into the mysteries of the source, as he did not have the power for it. She couldn't have been clearer that having access to the source did not mean the same as having authority over the source. This was when it hit Wyatt that just because he had the qualifications to access the source did not mean the same as having the authority, i.e. power, to explore the mysteries of the source. It was like the janitor and the CEO having access to the MNC headquarters. However, only one of them truly held any authority to make changes in the MNC headquarters. Wyatt was currently like the janitor. He had access to the source, but he had no authority over there because of his lack of power. Allowing the qualification to access the source, he needed to have the power to have some authority over the source. Otherwise, blindly trying to explore the mysteries of the source would land in a similar fate as the source slaves who overestimated themselves and the source and lost to it. Wyatt now felt a sense of dread recalling his stupid actions to try and comprehend the mysteries of the source multiple times. However, he could not help but wonder why was he still able to maintain his sanity. Thinking of this, Wyatt no longer found the Blood Rule Stream Spirit's reaction surprising anymore. Now that he knew that having the qualification to access a source was not the same as having authority over it, he found himself asking himself, why was he fine after peeking at mysteries of the source multiple times? He recalled having used his newly upgraded soul pupils, now known as primordial soul pupils, to peek at the mysteries of the source and explore it. This was when Wyatt realized that maybe the soul pupils that gave him access to secrets to everything might not have failed him when he used to peek at the mysteries of the source and explore it, but ultimately failed to do so. He now believed that he being able to walk away from the source with his sanity intact was thanks to his soul pupils, meaning it had done its job perfectly, protecting his sanity from the profoundness of the source. No wonder he felt that the mysteries of the source were in his native language, yet when it was time, he could not recall how to read him. This happened because it was his power that was lacking, not the ability of the primordial soul pupils, which like always tried to access the secrets of anything he saw with no cost. Learning that the only reason he was sane right now after daring to peek at and explore the mysteries of the source, Wyatt thanked his luck for having to attempt something so ignorant and stupid with his naked eyes, but soul pupils. It was to be noted that it was his primordial soul pupils' profoundness that allowed him to glance at the source's mysteries. However, it was he who ignorantly continued to try and understand the mysteries of the source, not understanding the repercussions of attempting something. Now that Wyatt knew that having the qualification and having the power wasn't the same, he would no longer be stupid to repeat the same mistake. However, he could not help but look forward to the day he held the power to explore the mysteries of the source. Unlike the cautionary tale of the source slaves, he had the soul pupils to protect him. That was to say, his primordial soul pupils guaranteed him to explore the mysteries of the source as long as he had the appropriate power. This was more than enough for Wyatt to regain his enthusiasm, which had dampened learning the stupid thing he did. He felt like he had to thank the Blood Rule Stream Spirit for helping him realize this. Otherwise, nobody knows what disaster Wyatt would have summoned on himself, stubbornly trying to explore the mysteries of the source without the power to back his ill-informed venture. Therefore, Wyatt was happy that he took the risk by narrating his experience at the source. If not for it, it might have been too late before Wyatt realized the simple truth that him having the qualification to access the source was not the same as him having the power to have authority over it. Thanking his lucky stars, Wyatt suddenly found him contemplating the origin of the soul pupils. The abilities and powers displayed by it were already incredible, but now it had upgraded to primordial soul pupils. It protected him from the profoundness of the source itself, which was unheard of. Otherwise, the ruler class beings would have tried it, and not succumb to become source slaves like moths to the flames. Well, the soul pupils were no longer a false relic, but a passive skill of his origin card, not to mention they had modified into primordial soul pupils. Wyatt wondered if they would have been considered true relic if they had not been devoured by his Calamity Soul Gem before it became Primordial Calamity Soul Gem. The profoundness of the new primordial soul pupils, when they gave him access to secrets of everything, made Wyatt believe that might be the case. After all, the information he could collect using the upgraded version was much more detailed and effortless. Regardless of how Wyatt saw it, the soul pupils were one of a kind in the card world. No, in the entire card world. So he could not help but grow curious about its origin and history. He wondered how it ended up in a small dungeon in the tiny city of an unknown realm. He pondered if were there others out there that knew of it or were searching for it. This was a scary thought, which can easily be true. Wyatt believed it was impossible such a powerful item had not left a mark on the history of the Myriad Realm. Shaking his head, Wyatt decided to move on, not wanting to overload his head with unnecessary worries. At the same time, Wyatt's new understanding of the passive effect, one with the world, had him realize that his idea to comprehend his third blood rule, meaning directly from the blood rule source, might have been a fool's dream, even if he planned to recruit the blood rule stream spirit's help. Thinking of this, Wyatt did not bother to explain himself to the celestial rule spirit and changed his request. I am sorry, what I want your help with is to choose a suitable third blood rule, meaning to further my comprehension into the blood rule, and then some. The blood rule stream frowned and looked at Wyatt. It had misinterpreted Wyatt's recantation as him trying to lie to it, and fail because of its sharpness. After a long, hard stare, it nodded and said, "That's simple. You do not need to lie to me for that. But I guess that's human for you. As long as you offer me enough blood-type ingredients that are not found in this realm, I will help you select blood rule meaning appropriately." This is not new. Many card apprentices have figured this out and have traded with other rule spirits. Usually, they conduct rituals to beg for help, but you are the first to enter the domain and demand help. This is why I am giving you preferential treatment. Don't try to take advantage of it. Seeing the celestial rule spirit solidify its impression of him as a liar, Wyatt shook his head in dismay, not daring to tell it that nothing he told was a lie and had been true to it so far as he rather it consider him as a liar than try and figure out how he managed to peek at the mysteries of the source and managed to keep his sanity. Now that the risk paid out, Wyatt felt it was a little quite a gamble. What if the spirit had believed him and not concluded he was lying? Then he was in for a lot more trouble than the current him could handle. His new upgrades might allow him to have more power from more curses, but he wasn't the strongest in the card world, let alone strong enough to fight the card world's will. Regardless of how the celestial rule spirit acted in the end, it was just a part of the celestial. He needed to be careful around it. Maybe he should ask Bladette to do the same, especially in the case of Dre and her floating forest. After all, she liked to chat with her guardian, though not so frequently ever since she could travel around by hitching a ride in Courtney's innate blood rune. Hearing the spirit say that it wasn't new for the card apprentice to try and conduct rituals to gain the celestial rule spirit's help with their rule comprehension, Wyatt felt he might have underestimated the card apprentice community. In the long history of the card apprentices, it wasn't surprising that a few managed to succeed in something as this. Though it was a surprise that this wasn't as widespread considering its benefits, maybe because the celestial rule spirits were too demanding about what they wanted as a sacrifice. The blood rule stream spirit demanded blood rule type ingredients that were not from the card world. Wyatt had the help of Devil Merchant Code, so he did not feel this demand was too challenging. However, it was challenging for the regular card apprentice who hadn't left the card world. So, it was surprising that some still managed to fork out the ingredients to satisfy the spirits. It may be because they used devil ingredients or ingredients from the reversal dungeon or ingredients from trading with a demon/devil. Shaking his head, Wyatt agreed to the blood rule stream spirit's demands. All right, I can do that. He was thrilled to learn that any blood-type ingredients from any other world would be able to satisfy the spirit, and here he was planning to trade a blood rule slave course. He felt that the spirit was easier to satisfy than he thought. Listening to Wyatt agree to its demands in return for its help, the spirit's eyes shone brightly, as each new ingredient was a gateway for it into what its competitors were up to and keep up with the changing times. That's right, the celestial rule spirit of a different realm were competitors of each other, since their work determined the fate of their celestial. Apart from their primary priority to deepen their celestial's comprehension into their rule, their secondary priority was to act as creators on behalf of their celestial. The resources and the material things one could see in the physical plane were actually their creation, their understanding of the rule, and its interaction with another rule. Since these celestial rule spirits were in their own realms catering to the needs of their worlds, how does it make them rivals? If the celestial rule spirits were able to introduce better resources in the physical plane, then the natives of their realm would be stronger than the natives of the other realm. In case of an unexpected realm war, the realm with stronger natives would have a better chance of survival. This was why the celestial rule spirit could not help but look forward to what blood rule type ingredients Wyatt would get for its help. If it were to get something unique and valuable, it would be one step ahead of most of its competition once it understood these ingredients and recreated them in the realm's physical plane. Good. The better the ingredients you offer, the more generous I will be, the blood rule stream spirit said to motivate Wyatt about their new arrangement, and he was. With the devil merchant code at his disposal, Wyatt wasn't afraid of disappointing the celestial rule spirit. Therefore, he confidently declared before leaving the celestial rule spirit domain, "You can look forward to the ingredients I bring you. You are in for a treat." Opening his eyes in the dungeon seal, Wyatt summoned his grimoire and opened to the Demon Merchant Codex page. Then, immediately accessed the Interrealm network to procure a few unique blood rule type ingredients that were unique to their native realms. He knew better than to reveal his ace at the start, but there were just too many unique blood rule type ingredients fitting the celestial rule spirit's requirement in the Interrealm network. After all, here demon/devil merchants from all around the myriad realms were gathered. Therefore, Wyatt did not have to be stingy with the unique blood rule type ingredients he gathered for the celestial rule spirit, though he did not go for the expensive and rare ingredients right off the bat. After all, this was their first date, and Wyatt was still trying to figure out how loose the celestial rule spirit was. If it were to put out for cheap stuff, then he would hit the jackpot, but if it were too demanding and high maintenance, then he would have no choice but to put a hole in his wallet to satisfy it. Wyatt felt the blood rule stream spirit might be thinking the same. It too would be judging Wyatt on the ingredients he gathered for its help. It might come off as innocent and honest at first, but it was intuitive and knew what it wanted, making it very hard to fool it. Therefore, he couldn't be too shabby and cheap with the ingredients he procured for it. So, he decided to keep a balance between the quality and quantity of ingredients he gathered for the blood rule stream spirit's help. Hence, he scoured through the Interrealm network marketplace, procuring a range of unique blood rule type ingredients that weren't cheap or without any uses. As such, these ingredients had decent demand in the market. Wyatt believed this range of unique blood rule type ingredients should be enough to satisfy the blood rule stream spirit. Procuring the ingredients, he arranged them before him on the floor of the dungeon seal, knowing that the blood rule stream spirit was watching. It was an exam to test the spirit's overall enthusiasm toward the array of unique blood rule type ingredients he had gathered for it. Fortunately for him, the spirit actively participated in his test by summoning him to its domain, showing that it was interested in the array of unique blood rule type ingredients he had procured for it. However, had the spirit not reacted, Wyatt planned on adding one or two expensive ingredients to his selection. After all, the happier the spirit, the more it would be willing to help him. Well, what do we have here? The blood rule stream spirit did not bother with small talk and directly began to go through the array of unique blood rule type ingredients that can only be found in their native realms. Waste, 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 all of them are waste, the blood rule stream spirit yelled, pointing at the ingredients Wyatt gathered. Listening to the celestial rule spirit's verdict, Wyatt was shocked. He could not believe his ears and stared at the spirit dumbfoundedly, not understanding the criteria it used to judge the ingredients he procured for it. The spirit's verdict did not make sense to Wyatt after all. All the blood rule type ingredients he procured were not found on the card world and had their own use, even though their uses weren't that prominent. They were needed, keeping their demand in the market average. Meaning the blood rule stream would not suffer by taking time and energy to introduce these ingredients into the card world. So, Wyatt could not think of a reason for the blood rule stream spirit to give such a harsh verdict. On second thought, Wyatt wondered if the spirit was playing hard to please. But then looking at the spirit's genuinely disappointed look as it stared at the array of unique blood rule type ingredients he gathered. First, he gave it the liar impression and now the unreliable impression. Wyatt felt that the leash the blood rule stream spirit had given him shortened with this. Now he blamed his big mouth for getting the spirit's hopes up. What happened? He needed to know what went wrong. May I know where I went wrong? Wyatt asked the spirit, demanding an explanation for its harsh verdict on his selection of the unique blood rule type ingredients. You did well selecting the ingredients, but I cannot use any one of them. The celestial rule spirit revealed and sighed looking at the ingredients and continued. If I'm not guessing wrong, these ingredients are unique to their native realms and cannot be found on other realm, and that is why you chose them to present to me. Seeing that the blood rule stream spirit did not blame him, Wyatt was relieved. However, listening to it point out the uniqueness of these ingredients he selected, he vaguely guessed where the problem lay as he answered the spirit. Yes, they can only be found in their native realms. These ingredients are unique to their native not by choice, because of how they were created. Just to introduce anyone one of these ingredients in our realm, I would have to vastly influence the current laws of nature in our realm. Not considering if I have the authority to fight with other rules and influence the nature of our realm to change its laws to grow these ingredients. The uses of these ingredients do not make it worth me going through the trouble of introducing them in our world. I am sorry, but I cannot use these ingredients. You will have to bring something more practical that I can use, the spirit informed Wyatt. Listening to the celestial rule spirit, Wyatt understood he had undermined the seriousness and complications of introducing a new entity or ingredient into the world. From the way the celestial rule spirit put it, Wyatt felt like it was like a legislator trying to pass a new law in the assembly. It not only had to deal with other rules, but also adjust the world's already existing laws of nature to make room for the new ingredients it was planning to introduce into the world. Understanding that not just any unique blood rule type ingredient would do, Wyatt planned to head out of the domain and procure another set of ingredients. This time he could be more thorough with his task now that he had certain parameters to check when gathering the ingredients for the celestial blood rule spirit. I will be right back, Wyatt said, preparing to leave, but was stopped by the spirit. One moment. Can I keep these ingredients? Even though I don't plan to introduce them in our world, it would hurt for me to learn about them. Sure, go ahead. Wyatt agreed without any hesitation because the blood rule stream spirit had helped him on occasions, even though it was to ensure he would be able to keep his end of the bargain with it. However, Wyatt did not mind using this opportunity to repay old debts to the spirit. Since they could be considered partners in crime, now this amount of give and take was nothing. All right. The celestial blood rule spirit gleamed in excitement. It seems even the so-called higher entities could not escape the pleasure of getting free stuff. Wyatt did not bother to remind the spirit a thank you would be nice, since he considered this as getting even with it. Opening his eyes in the dungeon seal, Wyatt saw that the neatly arranged array of blood rule type ingredients unique to their native realms had vanished. Knowing the spirit had taken them, he did not pay heed to it, and once again summoning the Demon Merchant Codex, he entered the Interrealm network in search of blood rule type ingredients. This time he did not go for uniqueness, but the opposite, believing the less unique the ingredient was to their native, the less demanding the requirements were for the spirit to adapt that ingredient in their world. He also made sure that the uses of these ingredients were enticing enough for the celestial blood rule spirit. While procuring the ingredients fitting these criteria, Wyatt pondered why the blood rule stream spirit was willing to spare its mind to something like this instead of trying to increase its comprehension of the blood rule and try to become one of the dominant rules in the card world. That was when it hit him, maybe increasing its presence in the physical plane would also help it climb the ranks of dominate rules. Just taking the fact that water, wind, land, and fire had the most presence in the world and were also the most dominant rules in the world added merit to Wyatt's speculation. Now Wyatt was a little more sure why the celestial blood rule spirit cared so much about Bloodette and helping her regain freedom and her strength. It must be because Bloodette's freedom and strength might have to do something with blood rule's presence in the card world. If this were true, then the supreme beings of the card world had a stronger significance to its ecosystem than what the card apprentices believed. If they knew the presence of the supreme beings and their strength signified the dominance of the rule they represented, the card apprentice would not arbitrarily kill them. If the card apprentices knew killing the supreme being would hurt the rule stream they represented, then they might even try to help them, just like how the governments around the earth spent trillions every year to save its environment. This understanding might also pave a path for the supreme beings and card apprentice to ally, truly ally, not like the alliance of convinced they held right now, which no one knew when it would reach its expiry date. After all, the card apprentices were pushing the supreming beings by harassing them year-round by trespassing in their territory and stealing their harvest. Though the five-region alliance had agreed to the supreme beings killing all the trespassers in their territory trying to steal from them, it also did not hesitate to openly shelter those that managed to escape the pursuit of the supreme beings. So, nobody knew when things would boil to the point of no return. However, the act of the supreme beings and the card apprentices reaching a true alliance felt like a dream because the supreme beings were too honest and straightforward in their ways while the card apprentices were too human. The card apprentice would always try to take advantage of the supreme beings and conspire against them. The latter will realize the conspiracy too late, be aggrieved, and seek retribution the only way they know how, giving the card apprentice justification to subdue or kill them. This was a pity because if treated with respect and honesty, the supreme beings could become great allies of the card apprentice, not just in the card world, but the myriad realms, as only the card world had supreme beings when the rest of the myriad realms did not have records of such beings. This was why Wyatt previously wondered if the supreme beings were the true natives of the card world and not the card apprentices. Courtney was the prime example of how generously the supreme beings were when treated with basic respect and honesty. They were very generous to their friends. Also, Bloodette was the prime example that with patience and proper guidance, even the supreme beings could be taught the ways of the society. They were capable of adapting since they were basically immortal within the card world like the devils were when killed outside the dark realm. Concluding that the card apprentice society knew too little of their world and had too much to learn it, Wyatt no longer dwelled on the fact that together supreme beings and card apprentices could make this world a better place to live in and focused on the matter at hand, collecting blood rule type ingredients for the celestial blood rule spirit. Once again, Wyatt laid an array of blood rule type ingredients in front of him before heading into the blood rule stream domain. This time the amount of ingredients he had gathered was less as the quality of these ingredients was high. They were not only popular in many realms, but they're very handy as their uses were too prominent, hence they held high demand and price in the market. They were all very close to being categorized as rare ingredients if not for them being available in too many realms. Hence, these ingredients satisfied both the criteria that Wyatt had set for himself to collect the ingredients for the spirit perfectly, i.e., they should be available in many realms except the card world, proving they had simple requirements to be introduced in the card world, and have promising uses, giving the celestial blood rule spirit enough reason to splurge its energy and time by betting on them. Opening his eyes in the blood rule stream domain, Wyatt was welcomed by an enthusiastic celestial blood rule spirit. "Welcome. This time you did great choosing the ingredients." The spirit then went through the ingredients one by one, and the gleam in its eyes could only grow brighter as it finally said, "Tell me, how can I help you?" "Help me choose a good blood rule meaning so I can further my comprehension of the blood rule," Wyatt demanded eagerly. He could not wait to choose powerful rule meaning as his third blood rule meaning and raise his prowess significantly. "By good blood rule meaning, I suppose you mean I help you choose the strongest blood rule meaning. Typical of you mortals. Well, there is no such thing. It depends on one's perspective. Besides, I cannot point you to the blood rule meaning you should be comprehending. The choice has to be yours. That's the law. At best, I can help you determine the name of the blood rule meaning before you begin comprehending it, and no choice but to stick with it. This way you can make a more informed choice. This doesn't mean I will accompany you at the bifurcation point and reveal the name of every rule meaning until you decide on one. Since you brought me 5 ingredients, I will give you 5 opportunities. If you want more, bring me more ingredients. Therefore, I advise you to use your opportunities wisely." The blood rule stream spirit informed Wyatt, explaining how this was going to work. Listening to the explanation of the spirit, Wyatt felt like he was paying to reduce the odds of his gamble. If not for his own shortcut to choosing the rule, meaning that's suitable for him, this would have been a steep shortcut even for him. So he could not help but take a look at the blood rule stream spirit, feeling its services weren't cheap at all. Feeling Wyatt's gaze, the blood rule stream spirit wasn't shy at all. Instead, it enthusiastically asked him, "Should we get started?" It did not have anything to be shy about, as it was doing honest business here. If Wyatt did not like the way it conducted its business, he was free to leave any time, though it did not entertain refunds. The shortcut to choosing a rule meaning that suited them best that Wyatt spoke was to listen to their abilities and choose among the rule meanings these abilities of theirs resonated the most with. Not many were capable of this, but not among the many or the few, but the rare ones. His abilities made it possible for him to sense the resonance of his abilities with the rule meaning at the bifurcation point. Though he was hoping the blood rule stream spirit would give him some insight on the blood rule meanings that were more handy in combat or day-to-day life than other blood rule meanings, seeing her disband to dividing the rule meanings based on such categorizations, he understood the mortals and higher entities pursued different things. Hoping the celestial rule spirit to help him by thinking from a card apprentice's perspective and needs was foolish on his part. It was like asking a fisherman to give tips on farming. Therefore, he was satisfied with it telling him the name of the blood rule meanings before he began comprehending any one of them. This was good enough for him. Okay, let us head to the blood rule bifurcation point. Wyatt nodded at the enthusiastic celestial blood rule spirit, which, getting his nod, snapped its finger and brought them both to the blood rule bifurcation point. "We are here, so point to the rule meaning you want to choose, and I will tell you the name of that rule meaning before you can begin comprehension of it," the blood rule stream spirit said, pointing at the blood rule streams colored in millions of shades of red. Arriving at the blood rule bifurcation point, the first thing Wyatt noticed was himself. The first time he was here, he nothing more than a figment of thought, but now he had a complete and defined body. This gave him a feeling of achievement and a strong sense of being in control of one's fate. Enjoying his progress for a second, Wyatt then focused on his abilities, and their resonance with their respective blood rules meaning was clearer and more audible to him than the previous 2 times he tried the same. So he wondered if this was because of his new upgrades as one with the source. Standing at the bifurcation point, Wyatt felt the profound connection between his abilities and the various blood rule meanings. His abilities were crying to him in joy, similar to a thirsty man in the desert who found an oasis. They were trying their very best to tell him which blood rule meaning would help him further enhance or develop them. If Wyatt had the luxury, he would listen to each one of them and comprehend all of the blood rule meanings they pointed at. However, he did not. As of now, he could only comprehend one more blood rule meaning. So he had to be wise about it and get his priorities straight. His primary focus was to use the 3rd blood rule meaning as one of the conditions for him getting one step closer to unlocking the primordial calamity, Soul Gem's 4th form, such that he could finally break through to card grandmaster level and solidify his upgrades with World Will's baptism. Therefore, Wyatt tuned out the resonance of all the other abilities and focused on his primordial calamity, Soul Gem's transformation skill. It resonated with 2 different blood rule meanings. He wasn't surprised by this because a few of his abilities resonated with a bunch of blood rule meanings. Actually, he could find many more blood rule meanings that were fit for his abilities at the blood rule source. However, he wasn't strong enough to choose from that stream of meanings and was limited to the stream of meanings the card world's blood rule stream spirit had comprehended from the blood rule source so far. Wyatt did not let this get him down. He was just happy that the meanings pointed out by his primordial calamity, Soul Gem's transformation skill, were less than the chances given to him by the blood rule stream spirit. Now if it exceeded, then he would have been in a bind, stuck choosing between the known and the unknown. Well, he could always get more chances in exchange for more blood rule ingredients. Without any delay, Wyatt signaled the board blood rule stream spirit and pointed at the 2 blood rule meanings resonating with his primordial calamity, Soul Gem's transformation skill. These 2. What are these blood rule meanings called? Interesting choice. This one is called Blood Colossal, and the other one is called the Blood Plague. The blood rule stream spirit answered, a little intrigued by Wyatt's choice, as she had a feeling that he did not choose these 2 blood rule meaning from sheer coincidence, but she did not let her curiosity get the better of her and pry into Wyatt's reason for his choices. Blood Colossal and Blood Plague. Wyatt uttered the names of the two blood rule meanings in confusion. He could understand his primordial calamity, soul gem's transformation skill resonating with the blood colossal blood rule, meaning considering that with every transformation it allowed him to grow gargantuan, but he could not figure out why it also resonated with the blood plague blood rule meaning. Then, he wondered, is it because of the plague egg I fed to the primordial calamity soul gem as an evolutionary ingredient? That's it. It has to be it, Wyatt exclaimed to himself as he accessed his grimoire's origin card info and checked on the conditions to unlock the fourth transformation of his primordial calamity soul gem. Conditions to unlock the fourth transformation: 100,000 median tier soul grades, satisfied. Plague egg, evolution ingredient, SSS rank dungeon core, satisfied. World will fragment primordial energy, satisfied. Explore by self. After feeding Blefagor's plague egg to his mutated ego gem, Wyatt was able to check two conditions of the list to unlock its fourth transformation. The plague egg itself counted as an evolutionary ingredient, while the world will fragment Blefagor used to enhance the potency of the plague egg itself counted as another condition, leaving Wyatt only two unknown conditions to satisfy to unlock his mutated ego gem's fourth transformation. He thought he was going to be stuck exploring the other two conditions, as he had no idea where to begin except for trying his luck with rules and their meanings, but luckily for him, primordial energy was able to satisfy one of the two conditions, leaving him with one last condition to check off his list to unlock the fourth transformation of his mutated ego gem. Now, he hoped that the blood rule meanings resonating with his mutated ego gem's transformation skill would be able to satisfy the last condition to unlock its fourth transformation. However, he was at a crossroads now that two blood rule meanings resonated with his mutated ego gem's transformation skill. He had a little mixed feelings about this. He was relieved that he only had to choose between two meanings and not more, but considering that there could be a better blood rule meaning fit for the evolution of his transformation skill out there in the blood rule source, Wyatt could not help but look at the card world's blood rule stream spirit with a little blame, thinking, if only sigh. What's with that look? The blood rule stream spirit asked, sensing Wyatt's gaze on it. Nothing. I think it would be easier for me to choose if I had more to go on about these meanings than just their names, Wyatt defended, using the first thing that came to his mind, not wanting to displeasure the spirit with his complaints. That's right. The spirit thought for a second before proposing. How about this? I will give you little details about these meanings in exchange for the remaining chances of yours. How little of details are we talking about here? Don't worry, the details will be enough for you to make a sound decision. So, do we have a deal? Sure. Blood Colossal Blood Rule, meaning allows the card apprentice to transform into a gargantuan blood monster, depending upon the blood rule power they use. The size of the monster, consumption of the blood rule power for transformation, and the durability of the transformation will depend on the card apprentice's understanding and mastery of the blood rule meaning. Blood Plague Blood Rule, meaning allows the card apprentice to create a blood plague using their blood and blood rule power. The consumption of the blood rule power for the creation of the blood plague and the potency of the blood plague will depend on the card apprentice's understanding and mastery of the blood rule meaning. This should be enough for you to make your choice between the two blood rule meanings, the blood rule stream spirit said, giving Wyatt vague insight into the two blood rule meanings that resonated with his transformation skill. That's it. I guessed that from their names, Wyatt complained. Now you know for sure. The blood rule stream spirit replied nonchalantly and prepared to leave, saying, now that you have used up all your chances, my work here is down. Good luck with your comprehension. It showed no interest in learning Wyatt's choice between the two blood rules, meaning instead vanished as fast as it brought him here. Innocent and impartial, my ass. Wyatt cussed in his mind, seeing the blood rule stream spirit vanish and return to its domain without giving him a chance to rebut. Forget it. Shaking his head, Wyatt turned his attention to the blood rule meanings. Right now he was stuck between a conventional and an unconventional choice. If he were to follow the regular route of development for his mutated ego gem's transformation skill, then the blood rule, meaning blood colossal, would be the obvious choice according to its description given by the blood rule stream spirit. However, If he were to pick the blood plague, meaning then considering the fact that Belphegor's plague egg was his transformation skill's evolutionary ingredient, Wyatt felt he would be able to see his transformation skill develop into an uncharted possibility. The only thing stopping Wyatt from making the obvious decision was the question if this uncharted possibility was better than the conventional development of his transformation skill by choosing the blood colossal meaning. This mattered a lot because once he decided on a blood rule, meaning there was no going back, he would be stuck with it forever. Therefore, it was important for him to be wise and level-headed when choosing between the known and the gamble. It would have been an easy decision had he known what kind of changes his transformation skill would undergo if he chose blood plague meaning over blood colossal meaning. However, he didn't. He could guess, but that would be unwise as there was no telling what kind of effect the blood plague meaning would have on his mutated ego gems unless he had all the facts straight. Unfortunately, the blood rule stream spirit's description of the blood plague meaning do brief, it had nothing that Wyatt could use to make his decision. How was his being able to create a blood plague using his blood and blood rule power supposed to help him know how the blood plague meaning would affect his transformation skill? Both meaning and the skill had no relationship except for the plague egg he used as the evolutionary ingredient for the skill. Despite all this uncertainty, Wyatt found himself leaning towards the gamble over the known. He preferred comprehending the blood plague meaning as his third blood rule meaning over the blood colossal meaning. His preference was mostly because he could see the possibilities of using the blood colossal meaning to unlock his fourth transformation, and it was nothing new. Powerful, yes, but not unique or special. However, the unknown possibilities associated with using the blood plague meaning to unlock his fourth transformation became the allure attracting Wyatt toward comprehending the blood plague meaning as his third blood rule meaning. Having seen the extent of the power in the myriad realms, the blood colossal meaning could not give Wyatt what he needed to be in a league of his own. Blood plague meaning, though, was a different story. It wasn't just the unknown that attracted Wyatt to the blood plague meaning. He had this gut feeling yelling at him that it was the key for him to get to the next level, to be in a league of his own in the myriad realms. With him becoming one with the source, evolving his ethereal spirit to primordial spirit, and gaining access to the primordial energy, one would believe Wyatt was already ahead of most in the myriad realms. However, one had to know that Wyatt had no idea how to use the primordial energy except for using it as a stimulant to enhance his physical prowess, soul energy, and rule power. Lastly, in his current realm, gaining access to primordial energy did not make much difference. He still lacked the power to garner any form of authority in the source, where it actually mattered. Therefore, his fourth transformation, being in a league of its own, was paramount for Wyatt. It would become one of his aces, allowing him to fight enemies beyond his realm, enemies too powerful and tricky for his current self. For his fourth transformation to be capable of that, Wyatt knew comprehending the blood colossal meaning would be of no help. With the existence of myriad primordial transformation skills in his arsenal, Wyatt did not have to worry about the size of his enemies anymore, making his possible fourth transformation using blood colossal meaning moot. If he did not want his fourth transformation to be rendered useless by his myriad primordial transformation skill, Wyatt had little choice but to gamble with the unknown by comprehending blood plague meaning as his third blood rule meaning. Having made his decision, Wyatt no longer hesitated. He walked toward the blood plague meaning of the blood rule stream, without hesitation, feeling the blood plague meaning was the one as his priority was to unlock his mutated ego gem's fourth transformation and advance to a higher realm. Stepping into the blood plague meaning stream of the blood rule stream, Wyatt was immediately bombarded with its profound knowledge and understanding. Unlike the previous times where he took the initiative and spent time to learn from the profoundness of the rule meanings, now it was as if its mysteries were all bare naked for him, waiting for him to soak them all in. Just then Wyatt's grimoire rang with various prompts which he ignored, lost in amidst his comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning's profoundness. You chose the blood plague rule meaning in the bifurcation point. Your comprehension of the chosen rule meaning has increased to super rare mastery. Your comprehension of blood rule has advanced from super unique mastery to ultra mastery. To Wyatt's surprise, he had already attained a super rare mastery and understanding of the blood plague meaning of the blood rule without even trying. It was like he had skipped primary school and directly enrolled in middle school in terms of the blood plague rule meaning. It was an accurate analogy as the super rare mastery was one of the intermediary stages of rule meaning mastery. This was a new feeling for him, especially when not using any of his cheat-like abilities, but he quickly got used to it, as he ordered all 64 primordial spirits of his to begin comprehending the blood plague meaning. He could have chosen to leave his extra primordial spirits at the bifurcation point, or at least a few of them to choose different meanings to comprehend, because he could, but he did not, as it wasn't recommended, and also because together they could end the comprehension of this rule meaning faster. Splitting his manpower would do Wyatt no favors. Notice, due to the host's advanced soul, the host can choose different meanings for each of his primordial spirits. Recommended. The host is advised to choose the same meaning for each of his primordial spirits to avoid complications. Under Wyatt's direction, each one of his primordial spirits comprehended the blood plague meaning the same was breathing air. At this rate, he would be able to comprehend the blood plague meaning to ultimate mastery in no time, similar to Bloodette, who could comprehend blood rule meanings within under half an hour or less. However, Wyatt knew that he was no Bloodette, the Blood Supreme. Sooner or later he would get stuck arriving at a bottleneck, but to his surprise, the dread bottleneck never came and his primordial spirit's comprehension into the blood plague rule meaning was smooth sailing. His grimoire kept updating him about his every little milestone into the blood plague rule meaning comprehension. Your comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning has advanced from super rare mastery to unique mastery. Your comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning has advanced from unique mastery to super unique mastery. Your comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning has advanced from super unique mastery to ultra mastery. Your comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning has advanced from ultra mastery to plus ultra mastery. In no time, Wyatt and his army of primordial spirits had already achieved the unimaginable. They had advanced their understanding and mastery of the blood plague rule meaning to plus ultra mastery, which was one step away from the ultimate mastery. The amazing thing about this was Wyatt wasn't assisted by any type of enlightenment during his comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning like he was during the comprehension of his last two blood rule meanings. Wyatt was sure he and his primordial spirits together could proceed to complete his mastery into the blood plague rule meaning, but he was considering pausing to create a rune using his plus ultra mastery in the blood plague rule meaning, but he also could not help but wonder if it would be wiser to create a rune using ultimate mastery in the blood plague rule. The last two times when he created the Fate Plunder and Blood Curse runes, he forged those runes before achieving ultimate mastery in their rule meanings out of necessity. During the creation of the Fate Plunder rune, though Wyatt had a high synchronization rate for a card apprentice, it wasn't at a level where he could achieve ultimate mastery in a rule meaning effortlessly. So, he ended up forging the Fate Plunder rune without achieving complete mastery of his Blood Fate Plunder rule meaning. Though it did not affect him negatively in any way, Wyatt gained enlightenment into the rule meaning, advancing his mastery of it. This was why he repeated the same with the Blood Curse rule meaning. However, he did not gain any form of enlightenment when he forged the Blood Curse rune, giving him the hint that it might have been a coincidence the first time he gained enlightenment for forging a rune, or just his luck. Recalling this, Wyatt no longer considered pausing his comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning to forge a rune. Instead, he planned to forge a rune when he achieved complete mastery of the blood plague rule meaning. This was especially because this time he did not have to roll the dice and try to forge the rune early in hopes of enlightenment into the said rule meaning. So, he and his 64 primordial spirits continued their comprehension into the blood plague rule meaning with one-track mind. Soon they did not have any idea of the time past, as they lost sense of time, immersed comprehending the profoundness of the blood plague rule meaning until they were awakened by the notification sound of his grimoire. Your comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning has advanced from plus ultra mastery to ultimate mastery. Achieving ultimate mastery of the blood plague rule meaning, Wyatt and his primordial spirits awakened from their trance, having comprehended the profound mysteries of the blood plague rule meaning to its zenith. Completing their mission, the primordial spirits were brimming with spirit, and Wyatt too was in a celebratory mood, but soon a frown was visible on his brows. Having comprehended 3 different blood rule meaning to their zenith, he wondered why his mastery of the blood rule had not advanced from ultra to plus ultra, or even ultimate mastery. He waited for the grimoire to give him the notification any moment now, but the advancement notification never appeared. Then he wondered if it had something to do with him forging his 3rd rune, using his 3rd blood rule, meaning blood plague. Wyatt wasn't that sure that forging a rune for his 3rd blood rule meaning was the answer to achieving ultimate mastery in blood rule comprehension. Don't get him wrong. He believed it was a necessary step, but he did not believe it was the end of his journey to achieving the zenith in the blood rule comprehension. Therefore, he did not get his hopes up as he prepared to forge a rune using his ultimate mastery in the blood plague rule meaning. To forge the rune, Wyatt and his 64 primordial spirits began to summon the blood rule power of the blood plague, meaning in his primordial calamity, soul gem directly from the blood source, and refine it. Once he felt that they had gathered enough, he ordered his primordial spirits to gather and concentrate the blood rule power of the blood plague, rule meaning that they had refined so, with his mutated ego gem. Then followed the shaping of the refined rule power into a rune by using the mastery of the blood plague rule meaning. This process was a lot like casting. He had the refined blood rule power of the blood plague rule, meaning now he had to give it a form, and the form the blood rule would take was the image of his mastery of the blood plague rule meaning. This was where his ultimate mastery of the blood plague rule meaning would work its charm. This was the first time Wyatt was forging a rune with an ultimate mastery rule meaning, so he was very much looking forward to the resulting rune. He had high hopes for it, as among the card apprentice community there was a myth that one could forge a powerful rune if they were to forge a rune for a rule meaning with ultimate mastery for the very first time. Wyatt had checked all the boxes of the myth, so he could not help but look forward to it. Soon, using his ultimate mastery of the blood plague rule meaning of the blood rule, he was going to give the refined blood rule power of the blood plague rule meaning a form. This form was the rune he was going to forge. This part was the easiest, as he just had to use his ultimate mastery of the blood plague rule meaning to guide the blood rule power into the shape of the rune he should build for himself. The shaping of the rule power was simple as long as the mastery of the blood plague rule meaning was enough, and Wyatt's mastery of the rule meaning was at its zenith, so he had no problem there. Therefore, he had no trouble letting his ultimate mastery of the blood plague rule meaning of blood rule shape the rune he was about to forge. This step did not take long, and he shaped the refined rule power in the form of a blood rule rune of the blood plague rule meaning fast, but perfectly with no error. With this, the forging of the rune was only half done. The rune he just shaped using refined rule power was just an empty husk or the body of the actual rune. The body was missing a soul. The soul that made the rune complete was missing. The soul of the rune was Wyatt's understanding of the blood rules, blood plague, rule meaning. Wyatt's mastery and understanding of the blood plague rule meaning were 2 different things. Mastery of the meaning was what turned the refined rule power into a vessel for his understanding of the blood plague rule meaning. After all, a card apprentice's mastery and understanding of the meaning of a rule together form the rune they forge. I.e., his mastery of the blood curse, meaning gives the rune a body using refined rule power, and his understanding of the meaning gave the rune sentience. That was to say that the rule power was just pure energy, and under the influence of the meaning, it gained a frame, a physical form. This physique was void of alertness, appreciation, and attention. All in all, it was no different from an inanimate object that lacked a soul. Wyatt's understanding of the blood plague rule meaning was what would give it the sentience, the soul, that it was lacking the most right now. The purpose of the sentience was its ability. The strength of this ability of the rune formed would depend upon his understanding of the blood plague rule meaning. His current understanding of the blood plague rule meaning had reached its zenith. It was more than enough to form a perfect essence for the rune frame he had created using the refined blood rule power of the blood plague rule meaning. Soon he used his understanding of the blood plague rule meaning to give sentience to the rune frame, causing his primordial calamity, soul gem, to light up with a brilliant blood-red light, marking the completion and successful forging of the rune. At that instant, he heard his grimoire sound with a notification prompt. You have successfully forged an ultimate rune. You have successfully forged an ultimate rune, Blood Plague Incarnation. Your mastery of the Blood Rule has advanced from Ultra Mastery to Plus Ultra Mastery. Your ultimate Blood Plague Incarnation rune is compatible with your ultimate Blood Curse rune. Your ultimate Blood Plague Incarnation rune is compatible with your ultimate Fate Plunder rune. Reading the series of notifications from his grimoire, Wyatt learned he was correct about forging the rune in his third Blood Rule, meaning not being the end of his journey in the mastery of the Blood Rule, meaning, as after successfully forging his rune, his mastery of Blood Rule only raised to Plus Ultra Mastery and not Ultimate Mastery, meaning there was still something he was missing in his pursuit of the zenith in the Blood Rule. However, it was worth noting that the new Blood Rule rune was compatible with his other two Blood Rule runes. However, it wasn't that astonishing considering that Wyatt made sure to only comprehend rule meanings that were compatible with his physique, traits, skills, and abilities. So, the Blood Rule runes resulting from these Blood Rule meanings being compatible with each other did not come as much surprise to him. He rather looked forward to numerous possibilities of hybrid runes that he could forge using these three Blood Rule runes. The most exciting was the possibility of being able to forge a hybrid rune using all three Blood Rule runes. Now that would be something after all that the power of a hybrid rune was fabled within the card apprentice community. Not many have had the fortune of forging hybrid runes and wielding the immense strength and power that came with it. Most of all, currently, Wyatt was overwhelmed with what he had achieved here. After all, comprehending three Blood Rule meaning to ultimate mastery and forging three compatible ultimate tier Blood Rule runes wasn't an easy feat. The entire card apprentice community would be envious of what Wyatt had achieved here, as the compatibility of the three comprehended rule meanings was key to achieving the zenith in the said rule comprehension. That was to say, the compatibility of the three Blood Rule meaning was very important to the final step for Wyatt to achieve ultimate mastery in Blood Rule. But before diving head first into his pursuit of the zenith in the Blood Rule, Wyatt wanted to check out his new Blood Rule rune, Blood Plague Incarnation. Rune name, Blood Plague Incarnation. Rune tier, Ultimate. Rune rule, Blood. Rune spirit, Unborn. Rune info, Blood Plague Incarnation is an ultimate tier rune forged using the ultimate mastery of the Blood Plague rule meaning of the Blood Rule. 2. Blood Plague Incarnation allows the user to turn their blood or Blood Rule power into a blood plague, which when infecting other beings will transform them into an incarnation of the user. Additional effect, Plague Hive. All the Blood Plague Incarnations are connected by a hive mind. It allows the user and Blood Plague Incarnations to share all their memories and abilities. Plague Rebirth. In case of the user's death, the user can be reborn in one of their Blood Plague Incarnations. In case of damage, the user can use the Blood Plague to replicate and replace the damaged organs. Note: the effectiveness of the Blood Plague will depend on the realm of the user. If the realm difference between the user and the target is too high, the ability Blood Plague Incarnation will fail. The Plague Rebirth will not work if the said Blood Plague Incarnation is in a different dimension. The user and Blood Plague Incarnation need to be in the same time and space for Plague Rebirth to work. The ultimate rune, Blood Plague Incarnation, is compatible with the skill Calamity Parent and Daughter Gem. The ultimate rune skill, Plague Hive, is compatible with the skill Hive AI. The ultimate rune skill, Plague Rebirth, is compatible with skill Calamity Parent and Daughter Gem and skill Body Reconstruction. Going through the info of the ultimate rune, Blood Plague Incarnation, Wyatt's mood instantly dropped to the negative. The one thing he was trying to avoid ultimately happened. He wanted to avoid gaining abilities that overlapped with his existing abilities because they would become redundant. So to see that the Blood Plague Incarnation rune's ability was similar to that of his mutated Soul Gem's parent and Daughter Gem ability, Wyatt was very disappointed in his third Blood Rule rune so much so that he wanted to destroy it and forge a new rune. However, Wyatt did not give in to his impulse because of the rune's Plague Rebirth skill. He thought of a possibility that the Blood Plague Incarnation rune could help him to modify his Primordial Calamity Soul Gem, giving him the ability to be reborn in one of his Calamity Daughter Gems in case of his death. Now that would serve as an ace up his sleeve in case he was in a pinch, considering that now his list of enemies might involve the likes of the ruler class beings like the Librarian, Librarian Jr., the Deviant Devil, and etc. So, all in all, Though Wyatt was not thrilled by his third Blood Rule rune Blood Plague incarnation, he wasn't totally disappointed by it either. After all, from the notification from the grimoire about the rune's compatibility, it can serve as a good upgrade for Wyatt's Primordial Calamity Soul Gem. Since Wyatt did not have much enthusiasm toward his third Blood Rule rune Blood Plague incarnation, he planned to get back to his pursuit of the Zenith in the Blood Rule, but then he remembered his reason to prioritize the Blood Rule comprehension in the first place was unlocking the final condition to his Primordial Calamity Soul Gem's fourth transformation. Now that he had not only achieved ultimate mastery in the Blood Plague rule meaning, but also forged an ultimate tier rune, it was time he had used his ultimate mastery and understanding of the Blood Plague rule meaning to try and unlock the fourth transformation. Wyatt feed the Blood Rule power refined using his ultimate mastery of Blood Plague rule marrying to his Primordial Calamity Soul Gem's transformation skill. Soon as he expected, his grimoire sounded with a notification alerting him about unlocking the final condition to his Primordial Calamity Soul Gem's fourth transformation. You satisfied all the conditions to unlock the fourth transformation of the Primordial Calamity Soul Gem's transformation skill. 1. 100,000 median tier soul grades satisfied. 2. Plague Egg Evolution Ingredient. 3. SSS rank Dungeon Core satisfied. 4. World Will Fragment satisfied. 5. Primordial Energy satisfied. 6. Blood Plague Rule Ultimate Tier satisfied. The fourth transformation of the Primordial Calamity Soul Gem, Voltronian Calamity Titan, is now available to the card apprentice. 0 transformation, Gem form. First transformation, Voltronian human form. Second transformation, Voltronian Titan form. Third transformation, Elder Voltronian Titan form. Fourth transformation, Voltronian Calamity Titan form. Fifth transformation, locked. Fourth transformation, Voltronian Calamity Titan form. 1. The user can transform into a Voltronian Calamity Titan spanning the size of mountains and rivers capable of descending devastating calamity on the realm they reside in. 2. Every Voltronian Calamity Titan is a living calamity. Hence, each of them is born with the innate calamity. Innate calamity, world-devouring plague. A. When in the fourth form, the user can produce a world-devouring plague calamity that keeps growing by devouring everything in its path. B. The user can command the world-devouring plague calamity to their will and use the energy from the plague to grow their size with the growth of the plague. C. This plague calamity, when unleashed and sustained properly, at its peak, it can devour an entire realm and its will with ease. Note: 1. The user is master of the plague calamity. The extent of their control over it and what they can do with it is unlimited but limited by their realm. 2. If there is big realm difference between the user and the target of the world-devouring plague calamity, the plague might fail to devour it. Learning that his fourth transformation would be larger than mountains and rivers in size, and he could still grow in size if he chooses to, Wyatt was psyched by prospects of becoming a walking calamity. Even without unleashing his Voltronian Calamity Titan form's innate calamity, he could wipe out a city or any settlement with a mere footstep. He wasn't worried about his size making him a bigger target because of the Voltronian invulnerability and his other regeneration, recovery, and rebirth-related skills. If anything, with all his physique, traits, skills, and abilities, he would become an unstoppable force to deal with even in his current realm. He could only imagine the devastation he could cause if he were to use enhancement of primordial energy and his blood curse incarnation form with it, especially with all 64 of his primordial spirits using the blood curse incarnation form. Now this was just crazy overpowered. Wyatt felt if he went all out, he could survive a battle with the field marshal. Not win, but survive. Now that was very promising, as not many on the card world could claim that they could live to tell tale after battling Field Marshal Heatsend, one of the top 10 strongest card apprentices the card world has to offer. Just this fact alone boosted Wyatt's ego to high heavens. One could not blame him for this, as his mind was high on power that came with all these new abilities he gained. It was thanks to Wyatt's strong mental strength and self-control that he did not let all the power he had suddenly gained blind him. If it was someone else in his place, they would be dancing around yelling to conquer the world and kill everyone that came in the way. However, Pretty soon Wyatt gained control over his elements, recalling the behemoths and leviathans that roamed the dark realm and the depths of the myriad realms. Knowing the worst the myriad realms had to offer, Wyatt's enthusiasm curbed down by a lot. The myriad realms had many magical races, such as the Voltronians and the Worldhogs, not to mention the rare but frequent freak mutations like the deviant devil, making Wyatt's fourth transformation not that special in his eyes. Sometimes knowing too much stops one from enjoying what they had. Now that was exactly Wyatt's problem. Because of what he knew, he wasn't able to enjoy the greatness of his abilities, which any card apprentice would kill to have. Level-headed Wyatt then began to think the possibilities of his fourth form, especially the innate calamity, world-devouring plague, he gained with it. He believed that he had Belphegor's plague egg to thank for his overpowered innate calamity, world-devouring plague. Thanks to his nemesis Belphegor's generous gift, he now had the ability to devour the world and its will, turning him into a true world calamity tree. Though he strongly believed that it was the world calamity tree in him that made him capable of gaining ability to devour worlds and their wills. However, because of his realm, his innate calamity, world-devouring plague, was seriously limited in what it can devour. Wyatt would have to enter his blood curse incarnation form to display what his innate calamity was truly capable of. That was to say that Wyatt's ability had a lot of potential and promise. He needed to grow in order to display their true prowess. Thinking the possibilities of his innate calamity, Wyatt came upon an idea that would make his world-devouring plague calamity the answer to the problem he was facing with Dreidra's unborn celestial spirit, which she believed to be a forest spirit. He pondered if he could use the world-devouring plague calamity to devour the unruly unborn celestial, leaving behind a obedient forest spirit. The idea of using the world-devouring plague to deal with Dreidra's unruly unborn celestial was well and good. Still, Wyatt had yet to understand his innate plague enough to know how he could use the world-devouring plague to do so without killing the unborn celestial, because if something were to happen to it, Dreidre would be inconsolable. He feared the grief might just kill her. Losing Dreidre will be devastating for Wyatt and his friends, but the chain of events that would unravel after that would be beyond Wyatt's control, as he could not stand along with the likes of the Librarian Jr. and the rest, let alone fight them when they knock on his door for an explanation. Apart from the fear of accidentally killing Dreidra's unborn celestial, Wyatt was worried that in his realm his innate plague, world-devouring plague, might not be capable of targeting a celestial, even if it was an unborn one. After all, the celestial and mortal were leagues apart. Even a regular ruler class being would be outclassed in the presence of a celestial. Now Wyatt was in a pinch. He had the perfect means to solve his problem, but he wasn't sure if he was strong enough to use it on his intended target or aware how to use the means at his disposal, avoiding accidents. That was to say, Wyatt needed to explore and experience his new abilities, especially his fourth form, more to use it to solve his problem, avoiding unnecessary accidents. Knowing that it would be a while before he could deal with Dreidra's unruly celestial, Wyatt decided to get back to pursuing the zenith of the blood rule. He had achieved plus ultra mastery in the blood rule by comprehending 3 blood rule meanings to the ultimate tier and forging ultimate tier runes for each blood rule meaning. Now there was only one step remaining for him to achieve the ultimate mastery in the blood rule, and it was to form a blood rule stream. Yes, the last and final step for Wyatt to achieve the ultimate mastery in the blood rule was to form a blood rule stream by combining all 3 blood rule meanings he had comprehended to ultimate mastery. If he manages to achieve that, he would be able to begin a new climb in his pursuit of the zenith of the blood rule, giving him advanced comprehension into any blood rule meaning without having to worry about comprehending each one to ultimate mastery before choosing another meaning. Once he was able to form a blood rule stream, Wyatt, or any being like the card world's blood rule stream and Bloodette, could comprehend any blood rule meaning at will without having to comprehend them to the ultimate mastery before choosing a new one to comprehend. Forming a rule stream by combining the 3 rule meanings was the final step of rule comprehension and also the first step into advanced rule comprehension. This was a feat easier said than done. Even the likes of the great Field Marshal Heat Send, the Southern Ruler, the Founders, etc. have been struggling to achieve the same for different rules for centuries. Wyatt had no evidence to say that neither of the world leaders of the card world had created rule streams, as such information was very sensitive information, but he believed that the likes of the top strongest might have created rule streams for one or two rules, setting them above the other card apprentice in the card world. However, the creation of a rule stream was not that rare among the devils, making them stronger than the card demigods or any other natives of the world they were invading. There was a reason why the beings capable of creating rule streams were uncommon even among the devils. It was because combining the three rule meanings of the said rule was not an easy task. It was like solving a puzzle. They had to find common ground among the three rule meanings, as even if they were from the same rule, they would still not come together to form a rule stream, instead hinder each other. It was up to the beings themselves to find a way to bring the three rule meanings they comprehended together. There was no answer with Celestial or at the rule source. This was the ultimate test of rule for the beings and their understanding of the rule meanings. Only by passing it would they be able to move to advanced comprehension of the said rule. Just because one had achieved ultimate mastery in a said rule meaning did not mean that they could achieve anything with the said rule meaning. They could achieve anything within the bounds of the rule meaning, but to combine two or more rule meanings meant one had to move out of the bounds of the rule meanings. Apart from the being's capability, there was also a compatibility factor between the rule meanings. Some rule meanings get along with each other more compared to other rule meanings. Since the beings have to depend on chance to choose the rule meanings at the rule bifurcation point, one can also say that a being's luck was also a huge factor in their ability to create a rule stream. However, this was not a matter for the dark tribes who had invented the sacrifice method to communicate with the realm and its will. Just like how Wyatt bribed the card world's blood rule stream spirit to choose a descent blood rule meaning, they too have similar means at their disposal. Hence, beings with rule streams were not a rare sight in the dark realm compared to the myriad realms. Still, one had to know that due to competition, the sacrifice method to communicate and bargain with the realm did not come cheap in the dark realm. Only the most wealthy and powerful could truly make use of this shortcut in the dark realm. Hence, one gets to see the fierce struggle in the dark realm among the tribes that cannot be seen anywhere else in the myriad realms. Wyatt, along with his 64 primordial spirits and Hive AI, spent countless hours trying to piece the blood fate plunder, blood curse, and blood plague rule meanings of the blood rule together, but they achieved zero progress and were right where they started countless hours ago with no clue whatsoever on how to proceed combining the three rule meanings. If it were two rule meanings Wyatt could manage, but three rule meanings were too overwhelming for him, even with all the assistance he got from his primordial spirits and Hive AI. Many demigods and devils spend ages without any results trying to figure out how to create a rule stream using their rule meanings. Here there were no shortcuts. One had to depend on their understanding and mastery of the three rule meanings to create the rule stream. So, Wyatt spending a few hours over it and having nothing to show for his time was not surprising, but an expected outcome. After all, finding harmony among three rule meanings and joining them was no simple task. It was a natural test set for a being to gain advanced comprehension of a rule. At a certain point, Wyatt stopped trying to create a blood rule stream because he knew that it might take him weeks or even years to be successful. Currently, he cannot spare that amount of time to create a rule stream as he has many pressing matters to attend to in the outside world. His friends and people needed him, and with a second demon invasion on the brink of happening, he really did not have years of time to spare. Though Wyatt had given up on trying to create a blood rule stream, a dozen of his primordial spirits had not. They were handpicked and assigned by Wyatt to come up with innovative ways to combine their three primary blood rule meanings. Actually, all of his primordial spirits would be focused on creating a blood rule stream in their free time, but these dozen primordial spirits would be the ones on it full-time and leading it. Having assigned the primordial spirits the task, Wyatt had a fleeting thought if his creating a blood rule stream would shorten the time taken to do so by 12 or more times compared to others. After all, every being did not have dozens of primordial spirits helping them. It was a logical thought, but unfortunately for Wyatt, things did not work that way. Combining the three primary rule meanings to form a rule stream was not the same for everyone. Not to mention some were more enlightened than others, and some were more lucky than others. There wasn't a way to quantify how long it would take an individual to come up with a way to combine their three primary rule meanings to form a rule stream. Even with Wyatt's excellent talents, such as one with the source and primordial spirits, it was impossible to claim that he would be able to combine his three primary rule meanings to form a rule stream, let alone he would be able to do it faster. This was the beauty of this test. Here, every being was bare naked, stripped of their innate talents and cheats. They could only depend on their understanding and mastery of their three primary rule meanings to form a rule stream. There was no other way around this. This was universal, the same for every being. Even the celestial beings went through this test, granted considering their eternal lifespan. The time they spent on it was just a fleeting moment to them. Now that Wyatt had stopped advancing his blood rule mastery, he began to make preparations to break through from the Card Master realm to the Card Grandmaster realm. After all, now that he had unlocked his primordial calamity, Soul Gem's fourth transformation, and consolidated a solid foundation, there was no longer anything stopping him from advancing to a higher realm. It was about time. However, with his huge growth spurt, Wyatt had his concerns about breaking through to higher. Not that he was worried he would fail, his concerns were entirely different. He was worried about the baptism. Now that his soul had advanced into a primordial soul, and he had become one with the source, he could not help but worry if the card world's baptism would have any effect on the current him, who was bathed and nourished by primordial energy through and through. The one thing to look forward to during a breakthrough other than the new realm and growth in power was the enhancement from the baptism. It was more than just power enhancement, it brought harmony and equilibrium to one's skills and talents, erasing any hidden dangers that the said card apprentice wasn't aware of themselves, and saving them the trouble of taking detours or worse, running into a dead end in the future. In the wake of his recent advancements and gains, he needed the baptism now more than ever. Therefore, just a fleeting thought about it might not work on his advanced soul had him worried more than when he faced the devil as a mere card master. He needed the baptism to bring a miraculous harmony to all his new skills, physiques, traits, talents, traits, runes, etc., or at the very least highlight the hidden dangers within if there were any. With no one to mentor him but the old books from Infinity Library, Wyatt, though confident in his capabilities, cannot help but be cautious. After all, he was traveling a path that wasn't traveled by anyone before him. He had to be very careful as he could not afford a mistake with the responsibilities he was shouldering, especially now more than ever. Wyatt did not let his worries and the weight of responsibilities on him cripple him with fear. Instead, he cleared his mind and level-headedly began to prepare for the breakthrough. As far as the baptism was concerned, he could only bravely open the box to see if the cat was still alive or dead. Having made his preparations, Wyatt and his free primordial spirits began to circulate his newly developed soul cultivation technique to summon the primordial energy from the source and attempt breaking through from the Card Master realm to the Card Grandmaster realm by using the summoned primordial energy to nourish his primordial soul to increase his active soul control percentage. To nourish his primordial soul, Wyatt needed a lot of primordial energy, just the amount he needed to increase his active soul control percentage by 1% was insane and would require him days of cultivation to amass, which would be a lot for one person to produce, i.e., if he was a guy with a regular primordial soul, but he wasn't an average guy with a regular primordial soul. His primordial soul was special. It was modeled after the soul cultivation technique he developed based on soul division and mutation. Hence, his primordial soul had more than one primordial spirit, making it special even among the primordial souls. That was to say that with the help of his multiple primordial spirits and the effect of his soul cultivation technique, Wyatt was able to gather the primordial energy he needed in no time. One has to note he did not even have to use all his 64 primordial spirits. A dozen of them were still working on creating a blood rule stream, meaning Wyatt's 52 of his primordial spirits together gathered enough primordial energy from the source for him to not only rapidly increase his active soul energy and break through to the Card Grandmaster realm, bidding goodbye to the Card Master realm, but also stabilize his realm in Card Grandmaster realm after breaking through. When his primordial spirits gathered enough primordial energy from the source, Wyatt focused on using the gathered primordial energy to nourish his primordial soul with a single-track mind without worrying about anything else, such as the baptism. as he would prefer to be successful in his breakthrough on his first try. Pretty soon, as Wyatt began to use the primordial energy to nourish his primordial soul, his active soul control percentage began to increase gradually. 34%, 34.1%, 34.2%, 34.3%. After his breakthrough to the Card Master realm, and stabilizing his realm by maintaining his active soul control percentage at 34%, Wyatt never again attempted to increase his active soul control percentage. He had been busy with a lot of things after his previous breakthrough, similar to how he was going to be after this one. Not only did he not have the time, but after gaining the soul energy manipulation skill, he was not much worried about gathering enough soul energy to increase his active soul control percentage when he required. Fortunately for him, his luck continued even after he advanced his soul into a primordial soul with multiple primordial spirits. Thanks to the multiple primordial spirits and the soul cultivation technique he had created. Because of this, even now, Wyatt kept the confidence to not only break through to the Card Grandmaster realm despite him having a 34% active soul percentage when he started, but planned to stabilize his soul in the higher realm with a decent active soul percentage. If it were some other card apprentice, they would not dare to hold such confidence. If they knew Wyatt was actually attempting something like this, and the fact that the odds were actually on his side, they would die out of envy, cursing the world for being unfair, without waiting to find out if he would successful in his attempt. 38.9, 39.0, 39.1, 39.2. With the passing of time, Wyatt continued to use the gathered primordial energy to nourish his soul, not stopping, without taking any break, no matter how long it took, as every little increase in his active soul control felt like increasing his character's experience in a game to level. Also, it felt just as easy thanks to his primordial spirit's help, and not to forget it was just as tedious as grinding for the experience for hours, but the growing numbers made it all worth it. 39.8%, 39.9%, 40%, 40.1%. Soon Wyatt achieved 40% active soul control and broke through from the Card Master realm to the Card Grandmaster realm. With that, the 64 primordial spirits in Wyatt's primordial soul came to a sudden halt, pausing everything they were doing, and began to undergo division. All 64 of the primordial spirits began to divide into two replicas of themselves rapidly. They did not show any sign of stopping when their numbers grew by twice or thrice. Only their division continued at the same pace, while their numbers continued to increase. Regardless of how many primordial spirits the previous 64 primordial spirits divided into, there was their Wyatt's primordial soul seemed to have enough space to accommodate them all. When the primordial spirits finally stopped their division, Wyatt giddy to learn that his primordial soul now had 1024 primordial spirits. Apart from the obvious gains and numerous possibilities that opened up because of it, one of the main reasons for Wyatt's happiness was that his assumption about the multiplying factor of his primordial spirit's division with every breakthrough was right. There was nothing more satisfying to him than being proved right. However, Wyatt did not celebrate too quickly, as now that his primordial soul had completed the change that came with the breakthrough, he felt the card world's baptism on its way. This was it, the moment of truth. He had no doubt in mind about receiving the baptism from the card world. What he was worried about was it no longer affecting him, because he was now one with the source, and now using the primordial energy, the origin of all energies. Now he would know for sure if his worries were unwarranted or come true. Wyatt braced himself for the moment of truth, sensing the baptism arriving from within the world will's womb. As he prepared himself, a warm power warped around his body and soon entered his body. He did not put up any form of resistance, knowing that this warm power would not harm him, as it was a gift for him from the card world's will. Usually, at this moment, a card apprentice would start feeling like they were in the presence of something bigger and greater than themselves, and their mundane mortal lives, making them believe a higher power was watching over them and everyone they loved. It was the same for Wyatt the previous times he underwent the baptism. However, this time Wyatt did not feel like that, though he did feel a sense of familiarity and security from the baptism as it washed over his body. This did not mean he immediately jumped to the worst conclusion, instead stayed calm and pondered if this was because he had been in the presence of the source and one with it. Believing that the majesty of the source might have overshadowed the majesty of the card world on his soul, heart, and mind. It sounded reasonable in his head, like something he could get behind. Nonetheless, along with all the higher power crap, the baptism was always accompanied by actual empowerment and improvement in one's talents, abilities, skills, etc., but Wyatt felt no such thing. Seconds passed, and Wyatt could feel the presence of the baptism in him, but it remained dormant and did not give him the sense of empowerment and improvement which it gave him the previous times. This was when Wyatt realized that what he dreaded might have come true. With every passing second, the power of baptism continued to be dormant, the more certain Wyatt grew about it failing to affect his body and soul, which was modified by the primordial energy from the origin source. Also, with every passing second, Wyatt grew desperate for the baptism to work. The longer the energy remained dormant in his body, the more desperate he grew. He even considered praying in this universe where the concept of the Almighty did not fare well for anyone. Not that he was a religious person, he was just too desperate to not lose the miraculous effect of the baptism. For Wyatt, baptism was more than this miraculous power one benefits from during every breakthrough in the realm. It was the one thing that would bring harmony to his chaotic arsenal of abilities, talent, skills, etc., and let him know that he was on the right track, letting him know he was on the correct path with the hidden danger, or at the least point out the dangers to him, making it a very important thing to look forward to for him during a breakthrough in the realm. Wyatt was in possession of so many skills, abilities, physiques, and traits that it was hard for him to keep track of them apart from the ones that he regularly used. Even with the Hive AI helping keep track of things, there was always room for negligent errors. This was just a possibility, but Wyatt being Wyatt, he was too cautious about his progression as a card apprentice. Having seen the world leaders of the card world stuck in a realm that wasn't even worth mentioning in the Dark Realm for centuries, he did not want to make any mistakes in his realm progression early on such that later he would be stuck them. He wanted to achieve the realm that everyone dreamed of, the realm fabled to have never been achieved by any being in the myriad realms. The realm all the dark beings in the Dark Realm wet dreams about achieving. The realm that was considered the zenith of the power level in the myriad realms, the transcendent realm. Wyatt was not some power-hungry maniac to pursue the strongest realm from the myths. It was just that now that his old military buddy once said that peace can only be achieved when we have a sharper sword than our enemies. Back then Wyatt laughed it off, saying, "Who carries a sword in the nuclear age?" But now that he was in a world where the one with a bigger fist was correct, especially where beings with fists stronger than a nuclear warhead existed, he was understood what his army buddy was trying to imply back then. Not that he did not get it the first time, it's just that he did not think one needs to live with such an attitude in the modern age. For Wyatt to achieve the realm of the myths, he would require the baptism of the card world, even if it would only be available to him till he achieves the card demigod realm, as the baptism would allow him to lay a very solid foundation without having to worry about any hidden danger that would force him to take a detour in the future, or worse, get him stuck with no hope of further progress, just like the circumstances of the most of the current world leaders of the card world. Baptism from the card world was an important arsenal in Wyatt's plans for his solid foundation. Its miraculous nature had helped him survive the adverse effect of his ill-informed artificially induced soul mutation by tearing his soul. It was one of the most ignorant actions on Wyatt's part. If not for baptism helping hold the fort, maybe he might have soon or long succumbed because of an incomplete soul mutation. One can even say that it was the card world's baptism that saved Wyatt long enough for him to learn of what he had done and how to rectify it. Therefore, Wyatt's desperation for the baptism to work was not an overreaction on his part, but it was truly that important for him and his plans. However, seconds passed, and the power of the baptism circled inside his body, but it had no effect or change on him whatsoever. Just when Wyatt's desperation was about to turn into hopelessness, the power of the baptism circling inside his body reacted to one of his ability. Finally feeling the dormant power of baptism in him react to an ability of his Wyatt side in relief. Though this time the empowerment wasn't as huge as the last time, he was just happy that baptism still worked on him. However, when he checked which ability of his the baptism reacted to, Wyatt was surprised as it subverted all his assumptions about it, and once again proved its importance to him. The ability that the power of baptism circling in Wyatt's body reacted to was none other than the one with the source. Monitoring the power of baptism, he figured that the baptism of the card world, knowing it wasn't enough to perform miracles on him, was trying to get the source to help it. Wyatt soon learned his speculation was right when the origin source responded back to the power of the baptism circling in his body through his skill, one with the source. Feeling the power of the baptism and the origin source communicating with others through his one with the source skill, Wyatt's desperation that was morphing into hopelessness quickly transformed into overwhelming joy. However, Wyatt quickly controlled his emotions as nothing was set in stone, yet the power of the baptism might have managed to get feedback from the origin source, but it did not mean that the source agreed to help it. The powers were commuting, and Wyatt understood nothing. But he knew if things worked out in his favor, he could feel the empowerment from both the powers. During this period, Wyatt wasn't worried about the card world. Countless people undergo breakthroughs all around the world. It did not have the patience to monitor each one of them. All it did was bless every card apprentice that broke through with the realm-appropriate amount of power of baptism. That was it. The card world did not care how the baptism affected the card apprentices and other drama. Once it blessed the card apprentice with the power of baptism, its job was done. As a celestial being, the card world did not like to bother itself with the mortal affairs. It was already a miracle that it was generous enough to share some of its power with the card apprentices. Most realms only blessed the outstanding one among their tribe with baptism, or whatever they called it in their native language, and did not spare their power for the average, let alone the inadept ones. For example, the Dark Realm. These realms were not heartless or cruel, but practical. There were billions of card apprentices living on the card world, and the number keeps growing each second. The amount of power the card world would have to consume to help all of them undergo baptism every time they break through would add up to an insane number. Now imagine how much power the Dark Realm would need to expend to baptize the trillions of demons living on it. One would say the Dark Realm was a bigger realm compared to the card world, but they were forgetting the demons of the Dark Realm were also more likely to keep breaking through to higher realms in the future more often than the card apprentices of the card world. If the Dark Realm was a big realm, its natives were also a high-achieving civilization. Hence, it made sense they only blessed the outstanding and overachieving ones. That was to say that the celestial beings were not being cruel or heartless. They were just adapting what worked for them and their natives best. Maybe someday, when the card world and the card apprentices were on the same level as the Dark Realm and the demons, population and advancement-wise, the card world too also make the same choice as the Dark Realm. Wyatt did not have to wait too long for him to learn the source's decision. As soon he began to feel a surge of power entering him through his skill, one with the source, then intertwining with the power of the baptism. Together they began to empower Wyatt. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of ease as he once again got a feeling of being safe and in the presence of something greater than him like he did the previous times he underwent baptism. The sense of awe and reverence that he was missing this now, with the source helping the power of baptism, he felt at once. More, this sense of awe and reverence that Wyatt felt truly stemmed from his heart and mind, erasing the arrogance, defiance, rebellion, and mad ambitions that came with his newfound abilities and powers. He was trying to suppress them, lock them up in some dark corner of his heart and mind, then forget about it. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not suppress these thoughts. After all, his body, mind, and soul felt excellent ever since they were advanced by the primordial energy. Every time he tried to deny these thoughts, the power roaring in his body provoked them. But now, feeling the power of the baptism and the origin source empowering, all those thoughts of conquering the world and whatnot were replaced by humbleness and obedience, giving him a sense of peace. It was as if they cleared the dark clouds covering his mind and senses. It was like a huge psychological burden was off him, and he was finally free. With a big and bright smile on his face, Wyatt surrendered himself to the power of the baptism and the power from the origin source. He felt like he was floating inside a warm bath and relaxed as the two powers did their thing in unison. He had no idea what kind of changes the empowerment and the enhancement of the two powers would bring to his abilities, skills, talents, etc., but he felt uplift by just feeling them working their miracle in his body. After having worried into hopelessness about baptism not working on him, Wyatt just wanted to enjoy this moment and feeling. Following the guidance of the power of the baptism, the power from the origin source empowered and enhanced various abilities, skills, and talents of Wyatt. By the time they were done bringing harmony and balance to his chaotic arsenal of abilities and talents, there was no trace of either of the powers left in his body. With the miraculous transformation done, he awakened from his trance to discover anew him. The powers seemed to have been very busy, and Wyatt could not wait to check the transformation brought to him by them. He eagerly summoned his grimoire to catch up with miraculous changes brought to him by the two powers. However, when he opened his grimoire and went through his status page, he shell-shocked to find his traits and physique colors of his stats were missing a few of his prized talents. Then he immediately turned the pages to check on his origin card, only to find it to have undergone a transformation beyond his comprehension, changing its name from Primordial Calamity Soul Gem to Primordial Calamity 0. Knowing that the power of the baptism and the power from the origin source would not harm him, Wyatt calmed down and prepared to explore his traits, physique, and origin card thoroughly to understand the new changes to his abilities. However, just then sensing a dangerous energy outside in the Blood Rock cave, Wyatt had no choice but to push his matters aside and check what was going outside. Coming out of the practice, Wyatt found Field Marshal Iliatsend gathering all her might to attack the dungeon seal from inside the Blood Rock cave. Seeing this, Wyatt was alarmed and rushed to her side yelling, "Field Marshal, stand down." Listening to her young liege's voice, the Field Marshal stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him in apology. "Did I disturb your practice? I don't understand. I made sure to control my energy signature to not disturb you." "That's beside the point, but if you really did not want to disturb my practice, you would not try to destroy the dungeon I am inside. That's basic common sense. Anyway, what's your plan here? Kill us all?" Wyatt thundered at the Field Marshal. She rightfully deserved it for her thoughtless actions, and she would agree with him, but most of his anger stemmed from the missing traits and physique on the status page. Since he can't yell at the power of baptism and the power from the source, he had to vent somehow to stop it from eating on him. Since it was the Field Marshal who stopped him from getting clarity on the changes that came with his baptism, in some way she was the right for him to vent his anger and frustration on. "Sorry, I'm seeing if I can help free the girl." The Field Marshal apologized and explained, pointing to Bloodette. Ceasing Wyatt's rage-filled eyes land on her, Bloodette cutely hid behind Courtney, like a little puppy who was caught being naughty. However, he was in no mood for her cuteness and yelled, "Didn't I tell you too that there is no shortcut for Bloodette to break this dungeon seal? This dungeon seal is connected with Bloodette. If one were to destroy the dungeon seal without Bloodette breaking her connection with the dungeon seal, then she too would die with the destruction of the dungeon seal. Besides, didn't I tell you to come to me or the Blood Rule stream if you have any brilliant ideas like this? By the way, did it even cross your head to ask the Blood Rule stream if it's okay for you to get the Field Marshal to break the dungeon seal, not to mention with all of us inside the dungeon seal?" Wyatt stared at the stupid duo before turning his gaze back to the Field Marshal and repeating himself helplessly. "And you? What were you thinking? I didn't expect this from you of all people. Wyatt, I have destroyed gate dungeons from inside before. It's not a big deal. For your information, I am half a step away from achieving advanced comprehension of space rule. In case I had been successful in destroying the dungeon seal, I could have easily carried you all to safety outside, or better yet moved you all to my mystic dimension. So, relax, take it easy." The Field Marshal explained to Wyatt her reasoning as to why she was so reckless and stressed that he should calm down before asking him. "Now answer me this. How do I break her connection with the dungeon seal?" While Wyatt was in the practice, the Field Marshal, who now knew about the Devil Merchant Code and Demon/Devil Merchants, thought she knew all of Wyatt's secrets and felt like part of Wyatt's group. With that, she had gotten close to everyone in Wyatt's circle of trust, especially Courtney, who could not lie, the ignorant Bloodette, and innocent Draydray, mostly because others were busy with the work Wyatt had assigned them. Anyhow, the Field Marshal had come to care for them. So much so the Southern hero Field Marshal Heatsend was willing to help the Blood Supreme Bloodette free from her prison right next to a city full of innocent citizens in the south of the southern region. If the Southern Royal Palace's Court of Ministers learned of this, they would find it hard to believe it, because the field marshal Heatsin they knew would never do something like that. Instead, try to fortify the dungeon seal to ensure the Blood Serpent was sealed for the rest of the eternity and the southern citizens were safe. Others can't break the connection between Bloodette and the dungeon seal without bringing harm to Bloodette's life. Only she can. Wyatt elaborated to the field marshal on how Bloodette and the dungeon seal were connected, and how only she was capable of breaking the connection between them without harming herself in the process. Then, he looked at Bloodette head down and repeated his words to her once again, but in a soft tone. Bloodette, there is no way around this. Besides, what's the hurry? Haven't you already achieved King Realm? I am sure it won't be long before you become stronger than the dungeon seal and break free from it. Wyatt was surprised to find that by the time he broke through from the Card Master realm to the Card Grandmaster realm, Bloodette had already recovered her realm to the Card King realm, which came as a shock to him, because Bloodette's foundation was as solid as one can be even if she basically speed run from Immortal to the Card King realm in a couple of days. He could not help but envy her, as even with all his cheats and knowledge he could not achieve the same. He found solace in the knowledge that Bloodette was an old immortal who had cultivated to the peak of the card world power level countless times. It was obvious why she did not concern herself with the same worries as Wyatt when it came to increasing one's realm quickly. Getting no reply from Bloodette, Wyatt sighed and faced the field marshal asking, "So, what did you end up deciding?" "No pressure. I will respect whatever your decision is." Before beginning his practice, Wyatt had tried to convince the field marshal not to think of becoming a devil merchant as betraying her ancestors and the card world, but to think of it as her not limiting her idea of the native world to the card world, but entire myriad realm, just like the demons who consider the whole of myriad realms to be theirs. He hoped he was able to get through her, but if not, that's fine too. So, Wyatt wasn't lying when he said he would respect the field marshal's decision. "I am a devil merchant." The field marshal revealed her decision, summoning her diamond grimoire, which was now fused with the Devil Merchant Codex. Then she immediately added, "Whoa, it feels just to say it." "Great." Wyatt beamed, learning the field marshal did not disappoint him. After all, having a devil merchant in his team would save him the trouble of feigning to be backed by a devil merchant. Though a non-native devil merchant was not the same as an elder chaos dwarf devil merchant, Wyatt believed he could sell it. The field marshal silently nodded in response. It seems that even though she was no longer on the fence about becoming a devil merchant, she wasn't confident about her decision to become one. That's understandable. After all, her decision to become a devil merchant went against everything she was taught about pride and honor since she was little. One had to know for honor. The field marshal sat by and watched as her husband was attacked, her granddaughter was kidnapped, and the property of the southern region was stolen. For someone like that to go against everything she was taught since her childhood was not easy. It was already a miracle that she was able to let go of her old values. So it did not come as surprise to Wyatt to see her struggle to live with the decision she had made. He did not dare to judge her and was thoroughly impressed by her. "Don't worry. I promise you, I will help you see that you have made the right choice." Wyatt stared into the field marshal's eyes and promised her. He did this knowing that he was one of the reasons why the field marshal decided to become a devil merchant. "Are you sure about that?" Dre explained the contract terms to me word by word. "I gotta say, you found a way to legally enslave people." The field marshal joked to change the topic, not wanting her young liege to be concerned with such an insignificant matter. Being a soldier living with hard choices was not new to her. "Now that's just slander. I did not force you to sign the slave employment contract. You signed it out of your own free will." Wyatt comically protested, playing along with the field marshal. These days, trying to bring the field marshal to his side, he had come to understand her better and knew exactly what kind of soul she was, which was why he dared to trust her with part of his secret. "You appoint, master, or do you prefer young master?" the field marshal said playfully. Wyatt rolled his eyes at the field marshal and asked, "Since you have become a devil merchant, why aren't you by Dreedra's side borrowing books from the Infinity Library or at our native sector in the Interrealm City to advance your rule comprehension? You do know that it would be very helpful if you achieve advanced comprehension in space rule before the second demon invasion begins. This thing can help me with fusing my 3 primary space rule meanings into a space rule stream." Dre went on hours about its use, but never mentioned anything about rule comprehension, The field marshal asked Wyatt in astonishment as she pointed at her Devil Merchant Codex/Diamond Grimoire. Well, no, that's impossible. Nothing can help you with that. But you said you were half a step away from achieving advanced comprehension of the space rule, so I assume you are halfway through combining your 3 primary space rule meanings into a space rule stream. If so, then our native sector in the Interrealm City would be a more efficient place for you to complete forming your space rule stream. Wyatt explained, having experienced the perks of the rule comprehension in their native sector of the Interrealm City. I see. I will keep that in mind the next time I enter practice. The field marshal replied with a little disappointment that the Devil Merchant Code could not help her with forming a rule stream. My bad. I will be clearer next time, Wyatt said, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Guys, what is a Devil Merchant? By the way, can I and Courtney become one? Bloodette suddenly asked, wanting to be part of this secret group that her other friends were talking about. Courtney too looked at Wyatt in anticipation of his answer. The fear of being rejected by him was painted on both their faces. Yet, Wyatt chose his words poorly. Or in Corey's words, he was brutally honest. I hate to say this, but you two do not have what it takes to be a devil/demon merchant. Listening to Wyatt, the duo started at him devastatedly. Even the field marshal stared at him in shock. She could not believe his reply to the girls would be so blunt and thoughtless. Looking into the eyes of the duo, she could see the shards of their souls that Wyatt's harsh words had shattered. Well, we did not want to be a devil merchant anyway, Bloodette lashed out in defense to cover her hurt emotions while Courtney stared at Wyatt with a betrayed look on her face. It appears she did not expect this from the person she considered her best friend after Bloodette. Courtney had friends of her age group in the orphanage, but none were close to her because of her physique that did not allow her to lie. Also, Courtney preferred to be a lone wolf as she did not want to reveal Bloodette and the dungeon seal to anyone accidentally. That was back when she did not know she had a manic mother and did not have the power to protect herself and the things she cared for. But when she had both, it was too late. Kids her age had already found enough friends and did want new ones. Not to mention, they had formed an ill opinion about Courtney, especially with her free-spirited dressing choice that left very little to one's imagination. So when Courtney found a boy shamelessly riding a golden hoverbike to their high school and could introduce himself to her by looking directly into her eyes and not her ample chest, she felt like she had found her long-lost friend, and the rest was history. That was until his recent betrayal. She still had not been able to recover from it. Courtney, don't worry. Let us form our secret organization and not invite Mr. You-Know-Who, Bloodette said, trying to console her best bud. However, the latter continued to be stumped and stared at Wyatt without blinking or moving any muscle in her body. This scared both Bloodette and the field marshal. Listening to Bloodette lashing out and seeing Courtney's reaction, Wyatt understood he messed up and searched his brain trying to think of a way to salvage the situation, but to his dismay, at that moment nothing came to his mind. He felt as if his brain was grinning at him, snickering. Suffer, motherfucker, suffer. Feeling betrayed by his own brain in his time of need, Wyatt kind of understood the feeling Courtney was undergoing, so he decided to be honest with the duo. Guys, I am sorry. I did not mean to hurt your feelings. If it was some other organization, I would have invited you guys before you asked me to. Please try and understand. This Devil Merchant Code is not the kind of organization that you guys think it is. Yes, the Devil Merchant Code is a secret organization, but it is filled with villains and tricksters. The reason I am not inviting you to become one is because one of you is too good and the other is too stupid to be a devil/demon merchant. Listening to Wyatt's reason, Courtney and Bloodette nodded in understanding. Then they looked at each other, trying to figure out which one of them was the good one and which one of them was the stupid one. Just when their gazes on each other were turning heated, Wyatt stepped in, clarifying. Courtney, being a devil/demon merchant means you have to be deceitful and cunning, which you can't thanks to your physique that doesn't allow you to lie. Bloodette, being a devil/demon merchant needs one to be very sharp and intuitive, such that they can detect any bullshit, traps, or tricks from miles away and avoid them, which you clearly aren't. I say this because I saw a 5-year-old from the orphanage fool you into eating insects when your diet is strictly restricted to blood-related foods. I still don't understand why you ate the insects. She said I can't eat insects. So, I ate them to prove her wrong, Bloodette replied proudly. However, she forgot to mention how she vomited those insects out 10 seconds later, adding to the children's amusement. Listening to Bloodette's answer, Wyatt resisted his urge to slap his forehead in frustration. Meanwhile, Courtney and the field marshal nodded their head, agreeing with Bloodette. So, Wyatt could not help but feel these two might have eaten their share of insects in their childhood. Wyatt, who had always chosen the logical option, did not understand what the insect-eating trio was proud of, but he used it to make his point. See, that right there is why you are out. Fine, whatever. Bloodette tried to act aloof, but her expression gave her away as she cared a lot. Regardless of what Wyatt said now, his blunt rejection earlier had done the damage, and nothing he did could take it back. How about this? Why don't you guys join the Bright Lion gang? I am part of it too. We can be part of the gang together. Wyatt proposed to console Courtney and Bloodette, but they immediately rejected him, saying, "We promised the headmaster that we will not join any gangs." Then what about the circle? Wyatt pointed out to Courtney, forgetting he was trying to console her, not rile her up. She could not believe he brought that up, but swiftly refuted. "I never officially joined the circle. I was just following my mother around." Wyatt wanted to argue. That was not what I heard. But the field marshal came to his rescue by interrupting him, stopping him from making things worse for himself. "Wyatt, are you in love with Susan?" Listening to the field marshal bring up Susan and Wyatt's love life, Courtney and Bloodette forgot their grievances with Wyatt, and their ears perked up waiting for him to answer the field marshal. However, Wyatt was astonished as to why the field marshal would suddenly bring this up. Wondering it had something to with her rooting for Anna and him to get together, he warned her with his intimidating eyes as he sternly replied, "It is not of your concern." Sigh. The field marshal let out a sigh, and then shaking her head she spoke. "Well then, let me put it this way. Do you love Anna?" Wyatt stared at the field marshal hard, not understanding why she was bigging up this matter. Believing there had to be a reason, he decided to ask her. "Why do you ask?" "I need to tell you something. I have been putting off this long enough. Now I don't know how much longer I can hide it, so here goes. You need to prepare yourself to hear what I am going to say next. It is regarding Anna and her isolated training. I need to tell you something. I have been putting off this long enough, and now I don't know how much longer I can hide it, so here goes. You need to prepare yourself to hear what I am going to say next. It is regarding Anna and her isolated training." Before the field marshal could finish, Wyatt interrupted her as he urgently inquired her, "What about Anna? Did something happen to her during the isolated training?" "So, you do care about my grandniece, which makes it more difficult to tell what I am about to say next." "Sigh, Wyatt, I screwed up big time. I will not make excuses, but I hope you will find it in your heart to forgive me." Seeing and hearing the concern for Anna's well-being in Wyatt's eyes and voice, the field marshal sighed, imagining what was to come next. Now, she regretted blindly following her niece's orders. She should not have meddled in her grandniece's love life. "Whatever it is you did, would you please just tell me already?" Wyatt yelled at the field marshal in hysteria. Listening to her words, tone, and expression, he could not help but assume the worst. He knew Anna was next in line for the Southern Throne. His brain was telling him nothing bad could possibly happen to her in the field marshal's care, but his heart could not help but worry, imagining the worst. Unable to handle the chaos in his mind and heart, he yelled at the field marshal to stop beating around the bush and get to the point. "Whoa, you really do care about her, don't you?" Field Marshal Heatsend was taken aback by Wyatt's reaction. She believed that spending his time in the arms of his beautiful manager, Wyatt might have forgotten about Anna, who was in isolated training, but seeing him, who did not lose calm in face of certain death, lose calm after hearing her grandniece was in trouble, she could not help but wonder if one could love two simultaneously. A parent, sure, but a lover, no way. The field marshal shook her head in dismay and thought she was being foolish for a notion such as that to cross her mind. A teenage girl who hasn't seen the world might believe in such romanticism, but she who had walked all walks of life knew better. Annoyed, Wyatt stared at the field marshal, who was lost in her thoughts after ripping only half of the Band-Aid. Waiting for her to rip the other half, he lost his patience and cussed in frustration, "Motherfucker." Seeing him like this, Courtney and Bloodette unconsciously took a step back. The Wyatt they saw right now only looked like a human, but oozed the aura of a beast. Fortunately, Wyatt's tantrum awakened the field marshal from her thoughts in time. "Sorry, I will get to it right away." The field marshal proceeded to clarify under the warmth-filled gaze of Wyatt's. "Before I deliver the bad news, there is a piece of good news. Anna is about to break through to the card demigod realm. That is a great news, Wyatt exclaimed. All his worries vanished knowing Anna was amidst breaking thought to card demigod realm. He was happy to know she was doing well. But soon his brows narrowed thinking of what the field marshal was hesitating to tell him. So, what is the problem? Shouldn't this be a cause of celebration? Yes, it is a cause of celebration for the entire southern region except you, the field marshal replied. Dejectedly, then shortly she continued. You see, Anna was born with an extreme obsession. Since her birth, she had shown signs of that. Her mother made sure to control that dangerous obsession of hers by becoming the target of her obsession. However, my niece had underestimated her daughter's obsession, which had grown stronger when Anna awakened as a card apprentice. Fortunately for her, Anna found her fated ingredient before things got out of control. It helped her morph her obsession for her mother into, and, her origin card. Wyatt, you get the gist of where I am going with this, right? The field marshal was so ashamed of what she had done that she could not bring herself to speak of it. She hoped Wyatt would spare her the pain of narrating it out loud. However, to her shock, Bladette suddenly spoke up. No, we don't get the gist, dash. Tuck. Courtney cussed as she hurriedly closed Bladette's mouth. The field marshal ignored the duo and focused on Wyatt. Looking at his pained expression and his anguish-filled eyes, she figured he had already pieced it all together with what little she had revealed to him. She was grateful to Wyatt for not making her speak the despicable thing she did to her own grandniece. But unfortunately for her, Wyatt was many things, but being generous to those that wronged him wasn't one of them. Soon he suppressed the pain and anguish in his heart enough to mutter, Say it. Tell them what you did. The field marshal dumbfoundedly stared at Wyatt, as just now she was thinking he was a sage for not holding what she had done to him against her, but it appears she was overthinking it. She did not blame him for it, as the crime she had committed was an unforgivable sin. I said, tell them what you did. Wyatt thundered as his bloodshot eyes glared at the field marshal threateningly. But before the field marshal could utter a word, he screamed again. Tell them how the Southern hero destroyed the Southern hope. Wyatt. Courtney and Bladette whispered in concern, feeling Wyatt's pain and anguish from his words and actions. They wanted to listen in on their friend's saucy love life and gossip about it later, but never did they imagine that things would take such a dark turn. Though they had no idea what was going on, they knew their friend was in a lot of pain, and the one who hurt him was none other than their new friend and hero, Field Marshal Heatsend. The field marshal looked at Wyatt and the girls with a complicated expression, struggling to speak of her crime so sinful that she dared not speak of it to others, but her current circumstances demanded her to speak of it. She was already reluctant. Wyatt's screaming and the girls' confused look did not help. Confused Courtney and Bladette's concerned gazes jumped from Wyatt to Field Marshal Heatsend and back. They were not only worried about Wyatt, but the field marshal too, as they could feel the latter felt very guilty about whatever she did to Wyatt. However, having lived in this cruel world for a young age, they understood feeling guilty would not undo the wrong that was done. Nonetheless, they did not judge either of their friends. They were not here to pick sides. They just wanted to be there for their friends who were hurting in their own way. Hopefully, at the end of the day, they all would be together and not let whatever this was become a wedge between them. What are you waiting for? Say it. Enraged Wyatt cried aloud at the field marshal, not letting her hide from the ugly thing she did. Wyatt, calm down. Whatever she did wrong, let us figure out a solution to it together like we always do. Courtney spoke up, trying to console her friend who was in pain. Anger Wyatt swiftly turned and glared at Courtney, but when his eyes met with her warm eyes filled with nothing but concern for him, he calmed down, and instead of lashing out, he accepted his defeat. You don't understand, Courtney, it is over. There is nothing we can do now. Not knowing what had actually forced Wyatt to his current mental state, Courtney was at a loss for words, trying to think of ways to console and encourage him. She turned to look at the field marshal for help, but she found the latter too was not in the right state of mind. Having no idea as to what had transpired, Courtney did not know how and where to start helping her friends with their problems and struggles. As for Bladette, she was confident that whatever the field marshal broke of Wyatt's, Courtney could fix it or replace it. She was waiting for Courtney to work her magic and make her friends get along again. She had no doubt in her best friend's ability. She trusted you with her life. How could you do this to her? Wyatt locked eyes with the field marshal and asked her why she did what she did. The field marshal forced herself to look into Wyatt's bloodshot eyes and mumbled. Back then there were strong reasons that forced my hand to take action. I don't know anymore what's true and what isn't. I did it. I have wronged you and Anna. That is the cold, hard truth. I am ready to face any punishment to make for it. Make up for it. Are you kidding me? What you have done cannot be undone. Similarly, there is no making up for it. Just like me, you will have to live the rest of your life knowing what you've done. Wyatt did not allow the field marshal to ease her guilty conscience. He planned to make sure that even time would not be able to unburden her guilt. But before that, he needed to clarify. Field Marshal, did you betray me? From the little information that the field marshal had revealed, Wyatt pieced together what she had done to Anna behind his back, but he felt the timing did not add up. The last time he saw Anna was 5 days ago in the field marshal's mystic dimension. She used him to motivate her and get her to focus on her isolated training. At least that was what appeared on the surface, when actually the field marshal used him without his knowledge to flame Anna's obsession for him to the extreme. He clearly remembers that morning because that was when she gave him 2 teleportation cards, the Royal Teleportation and Runaway Kid cards. He thought they were getting closer, but she used the cards to get his guard down and use him to push Anna on a path of no return. Be that as it may, Wyatt remembered it clear as day that back then Anna's realm was far from preparing to forge her divinity, let alone breaking through to the card demigod realm. He found it hard to believe that Anna was able to complete forging her divinity and break through to the demigod realm in the last 5 days. Thanks to his soul pupils, Wyatt knew Anna's talent better than anyone. She was good, but not that good. Not to forget, among those 5 days, the field marshal has sworn her loyalty to him on the 3rd day. That was to say, Anna started breaking through to the card demigod realm 3 days ago. This means that the field marshal's plans for Anna should have been completed 3 days ago, or she betrayed Wyatt and continued with her plans for Anna despite pledging her loyalty to him. It was just following orders if the field marshal had done the crime when she was working for Anna's mother, but it was betrayal if she did the same after she had joined Wyatt. Depending upon which one, it was Wyatt planned to decide how to deal with Field Marshal Heatsend. For the sake of his sanity, he really hoped the Field Marshal did not betray him. If she did, she better pray his new abilities that came with his breakthrough to the Card Grandmaster realm did not enable him to overpower her. Otherwise, come next sunrise, the southern region might have to mourn the death of their hero instead of celebrating Anna's breakthrough to the Card Demigod realm. I low dare you ask me that? I would never know. I did not betray you, the field marshal said, hurt that her young liege would doubt her loyalty to him. Yes, she harmed him and her grandniece, but she was only following orders and believed it was for the best of the southern region. Don't you dare lie to me, field marshal. Do you want me to believe Anna was able to forge her divinity and break through to the demigod realm within the 2 days after I last saw her in your mystic dimension? Anna is a talented card apprentice, but not talented enough to pull something like that off. Wyatt, in his anger, did not hesitate to call the field marshal a traitor, but also a liar. Based on the information he had, that was what he could conclude. The field marshal looked at her young liege with a mix of disappointment and guilt before proceeding to defend her loyalty to him. Yes, you are right. Anna is not talented enough to forge her divinity and break through to the card demigod realm in 2 days, but there are other ways that would help her achieve that. Like practicing the extreme path. Anna is a practitioner of the extreme path. It is her life's mantra. You should know what I am talking about. After all, you enjoyed the extreme measures she went for your attention and love. Anyway, I used her obsession with you and my mystic dimensions effects to help her achieve the impossible. You expect me to believe that? Wyatt scoffed, believing the field marshal was spinning a web of lies to save her skin. Then, he went on to untangle her web of lies, explaining, extreme path is for the manics and psychos. If one isn't, choosing that path will turn them into one. Other than that, there is no way for a sane person to achieve success in that path. There is no way that the Southern royal family would be irresponsible enough to choose a practitioner of the extreme path as the next heir to the Southern throne. Genius, aren't you forgetting something important? Anna's origin card. With every baptism, it helps her to rid the side effects of the extreme path. This time it happened to be her love and obsession for you. The field marshal reminded Wyatt of what he had failed to take into consideration. Wyatt's current state of mind could be summed up with one sentence. When it comes to their loved ones, even the steady hands of the surgeon starts to tremble. Then why did you not immediately report to me about what was going on after you swore your loyalty to me? Wyatt asked what took the field marshal so long to inform him what was happening without his knowledge. Because it was already done and there was nothing I or you could have done to fix it. Also, I did not know how to tell you, until I had no choice but to tell you. Soon Anna will stabilize her realm in the card demigod realm, and will be out of the mystic dimension any day now. The field marshal revealed why she chose to tell Wyatt everything now of all times. I see. I owe you an apology. I was mistaken. You are not a traitor or a liar. Your loyalty is golden, but it doesn't change the fact that you hurt me and Anna. Learning the field marshal had not betrayed him or was lying to cover her asked Wyatt apologize to the field marshal, though not in words the feeling was conveyed. Listening to Wyatt's words, the field marshal was taken aback. She did not expect him to react so calmly and even apologize. She did not understand why the hysteric and agitated Wyatt was suddenly calm all of the sudden. In a moment of astonishment and confusion, she was rendered speechless, unable to respond in time. After all, she had witnessed him totally lose it when he learned what she had done to Anna, and that it was irreversible. She could not understand how someone could recover from something like that so quickly. Yet, she swiftly organized her thoughts and replied, I can never forget or forgive myself for what I did to Anna and you. Neither should you. However, if you want me out of your sight and not have to do anything with me, I can understand. No need. You were just following orders. Holding you solely responsible for what happened will be like holding the cards responsible for the crimes and murders around the world. You were just a tool in someone else's plan. The one I am truly angry at is the one who ordered you to do such a thing to her daughter. Focusing his anger on the true culprit behind this incident, Wyatt was able to find a tiny bit of generosity in his heart to forgive the field marshal for the part she played in the incident. Not to mention, she was his tool now. Throwing the strongest tool in his arsenal away in a fit of rage would not be logical. That would be him letting his emotions get the better of him. Besides, it would render all the trouble he went to steal this tool a waste. Wyatt Dash, seeing her young liege arrive at the worst possible conclusion the field marshal was trying to avoid, she began to panic and wanted to persuade him otherwise. She would rather prefer him being mad at her than being mad at her niece, the shadow ruler of the southern region. As being at odds with her niece was the same as being at odds with the southern region. However, realizing that defending her liege's enemy to her liege would go against her sworn oath to him, she decided to stay quiet and follow her young liege's arrangement. Here I'm celebrating that I took her knight, but she had already taken my queen without me realizing. Wyatt muttered to himself under his breath in rage, just imagining how the southern princess managed to take his queen from him without even him realizing or her having to show up. This alone was enough evidence for Wyatt to understand that he had seriously underestimated her. Learning that Anna's mother had managed to steal Anna from his side, Wyatt was no longer proud about stealing the field marshal from Anna's mother's side. The field marshal was a loyal knight for Anna's mother at best, but for Wyatt, Anna was his queen. Wyatt considered Anna his queen not because of the ambiguous relationship between them, but because she had been on his side, shielding him from all harm from the beginning. Without him asking, and without her telling him, Anna has been making sure Wyatt got to live in the southern region as he pleased. She has been protecting him from all directions, just like the queen piece in a chessboard. If not for Anna, the southern royal family and their court of loyal ministers would have enslaved Wyatt, let alone giving him his fair share in their silver milk powder venture. It was because of Anna's selfless care and protection Wyatt was able to grow freely in the southern region without encountering any trouble. There was no denying it. Without his knowledge, Anna had gone to incredible lengths to fight for Wyatt's interest in the southern royal court and ensure he would not be troubled or bothered. Having adjusted to living in the card world, Wyatt, or his I Live AI, had been monitoring the proceedings of the royal court. Ever since the world knew about the silver milk powder, during every court session the royal ministers would collectively write hundreds of letters to the southern ruler impeaching Dalton Wyatt for his share in the silver milk powder, or his connections with demons and devils, or his other inventions and discoveries. However, none of those letters of impeachment were ever entertained in the court. Anna made sure of it. Though Anna was not as smart as her mother, She was unexplainably popular among Southern citizens, bureaucrats, and politicians. Many were willing to go against Anna's mother or even the Southern ruler himself for Anna. These people loved and trusted her like crazy when Anna herself was not aware of what she had done worthy of their affection and admiration. When Colleen broke through to the card demigod realm, many in the South did not even know of it. However, the same would not be the case with Anna. When her breakthrough into the card demigod realm becomes public, it would spread across the 5 regions like wildfire. Each and every Southerner would celebrate her breakthrough with her and try to congratulate her in their own way. Not that the Southerns did not love their beloved Queen Colleen, but Anna was just too popular. Every house in the Southern region considered Anna to be their family's girl, so they would relate to any good news related to Anna. Hence, they cannot help but feel happy for her and celebrate with her. The Morningstar University recorded the highest admissions from the Southern region during the 4 years Anna was studying there. Even the other top 10 universities saw a spike in their admissions from the Southern region. Those who could not enter Morningstar University entered the other top 10 universities to make sure they were in the same academic region as their beloved princess, monitor her well-being, and be of assistance to her with anything. Such popularity made Anna a target of envy and jealousy in the other 4 regions, though it was only limited to the top 1 percentile, whereas the general public had a good opinion of Anna. Still, because of this, Anna's time at the university was challenging. Be that as may, the secret of Anna's unexplainable but insane popularity, especially in the Southern region, was her mother, with the shadow ruler of the Southern region acting as her personal PR agent. Anna's insane popularity was given. Just tracing back Anna's life, it can be seen that her family had long decided Anna's fate for her, to become the next Southern ruler. It was not hard for Wyatt to track Anna's entire life, as every valuable moment in her life was shared and celebrated with the entire Southern region. The Southern citizens have been slowly brainwashed about Anna for almost a century now, so it was not surprising that they would consider her as their child/sibling and relate to her happiness and sorrow. That was why when Anna was confirmed as the next in line for the Southern throne, the general public did not raise any objection and happily accepted it as if it was given. Nobody even thought of questioning Anna's right to the Southern throne when her powerful uncle, the firstborn of the current Southern ruler, was still alive and kicking. However, the royal ministers and other bureaucrats who truly knew Anna and had personally seen her capabilities, but not through the media outlets controlled by her mother, furiously objected to this decision. Nonetheless, thanks to Anna's mother's preparation, none of them could gather enough momentum to back their voice. As such, their echoes of objection were silenced in the walls of the royal palace by the next sunrise. Anna's family has been preparing her for the throne since her birth, especially her mother, who carefully planned every step of her rise to power. She even gave up her right to the throne so she could continue to be the shadow ruler of the Southern region and help her daughter. However, none of them expected to run into an unexpected invincible variable, Dalton Wyatt. They never expected Anna to obsess over an orphan teenager of all her incredible suitors. At first, Anna's mother did not consider him a threat, as she believed soon she would gain control of him like everything else in the Southern region. However, to her surprise, in no time before she realized it, the orphan teenager she looked down on had grown into a power that she could no longer overlook. However, her worries did not end there, because Anna's obsession with the orphan had grown stronger. At this point, Anna's mother could foresee Wyatt eating and enjoying the fruits of the plant she had been watering for a century now if things were to develop as they were. That was when she decided to make Wyatt a stepping stone in her grand plans for Anna. Anna's extreme obsessive tendencies were known to everyone in the main Heatsend family. While the rest of the family was worried for their only heir, the Southern princess, who had just been betrayed by someone she believed to be the love of her life, did not hesitate to use her daughter's extremely obsessive tendencies to control her. In contrast, the rest of the family believed she was controlling Anna's extreme obsession and not Anna. She made sure she was the target of Anna's obsession by using her natural right as Anna's mother and making Anna fight for her affection and appreciation. It was natural for a child to seek the love and approval of their parent. It was the same true for Anna. By making Anna hunger for her love and approval combined with Anna's extremely obsessive tendency, the Southern princess was able to gain control over Anna and her life. However, This caused Anna to hurt herself in the process of winning her tight-ass, controlling mother's love and approval. None in the Southern royal family noticed the strong control the Southern princess had on Anna. They all credited Anna's reckless behavior to her obsessive tendencies and sympathized with the Southern princess for doing her best to deal with Anna's obsessive tendencies. This misunderstanding prevailed among the Southern royal family because the Southern princess, herself, did nothing to harm Anna. Instead, she did her best to mold young Anna into the future Southern ruler. After all, she was Anna's mother. She never meant to harm her, and she could be the only person in the entire myriad realms who would selflessly sacrifice her life for Anna to succeed. However, haunted by her inner demons, the Southern princess failed to see that her controlling ways were messing up young Anna's psyche day by day. So much so that Anna was beginning to show signs of mental disorder, as the inner child of young Anna, who was obsessed with wanting to live and explore her life to the fullest, was beginning to fight with the mama's pet Anna, who was obsessed with trying to please her mother in hopes of winning her love and approval. This struggle between the two obsessive sides of Anna would lead to short mental episodes from time to time. The mental episodes would cause her a lot of pain. Despite the obvious signs displayed by Anna's worsening mental condition, the Southern royal family mistook it as her obsessing tendencies worsening. However, one good thing did come out of this for Anna. During one of these mental struggles, she found her first fated ingredient. Learning of this news, Lorenzo Lorne personally took a few days off his busy schedule to help Anna create her first origin card. He took his time and designed his best card recipe, so far using Anna's fated ingredient for her first origin card. The Southern ruler personally praised the origin card Lorenzo planned for their grandchild. After getting approval and praise from everyone but Anna for the card recipe he designed for Anna's first origin card, Lorenzo called on his trusted junior brother and friends to help him create Anna's first origin card, as the card recipe he designed was too taxing for one or two diamond-grade card creationists to create. The Southern royal family spared no expense to reward and entertain the outside help Lorenzo had called on for Anna's origin card creation. The help Lorenzo had called on were all reputed diamond-grade card creationists from across the 5 regions. This much welfare from the Southern royal family was given. In case these card creationists were successful in their endeavor, then the royal family would pay them each 10 times this. After all, the royal family had their own reputation to uphold. Despite all this preparation from Lorenzo and the royal family's side, an accident happened during Anna's card creation. When the party of card creationists led by Lorenzo transformed all the high-grade ingredients and the fate ingredient into soul pathways inside Anna's grimoire's card creation page, Anna had one of her mental episodes. Fearing it would affect the origin card creation process, Lorenzo paused the card creation until Anna's mental episode passed. However, after Anna recovered from her mental episode, to their bewilderment, her grimoire shone with a bright light filling the card lab, signaling that the origin card creation was successful. Anna, who was at the center of the brilliant light, was unaware of what had transpired. Without waiting for Anna to collect her thoughts and check her grimoire, the group of gray-haired card creationists began to question her what she had done. They would rather believe Anna, a newbie card apprentice, was the one who created the origin card than think that the origin card had miraculously created itself. However, to their surprise, the docile and troubled Anna suddenly lashed out at all of them without any care for the proper royal etiquette. She was no longer polite to them and rudely asked them all to FCK off. Lorenzo, who had seen Anna grow up as a polite and well-mannered princess, was shocked to be called an old pervert by his favorite grandniece in front of all his colleagues. This group of old card creationists being called names and asked to FCK off by a rude-mouthed teenage princess lost their calm and almost attacked Anna in rage. Still, they immediately controlled their emotions, knowing that if they hurt even a single thread of her clothes, they would not be able to leave here without giving a proper explanation to the southern region and compensating her in flesh and bones. Nonetheless, when they prepared to leave, trying to forget what happened in the card lab for the sake of their life, another Anna popped out of her grimoire and began to apologize to them all for her sister's rude behavior. Soon both Anna started to fight among themselves. They did not hesitate to get physical. One was free-spirited with a nasty mouth, while the other was a perfect Girl Scout. Dumbfounded, the card creationists no longer took the nasty Anna's rude remarks personally. Neither did they wait to see the entire drama unfold. Instead, they hurried out of the royal palace at their fastest speed, planning to escape the southern region as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lorenzo and his junior brother Leo were scared for their life. They felt like crying but were unable to produce any tears, causing their expression to look like they were trying too hard to pass a dump that just won't come down. That day, two brothers truly believed their lives had reached their natural expiry date. When Lorenzo and Leo were preparing for their doomed future, the free-spirited Anna finally got the hang of her origin card and withdrew the Girl Scout Anna into it. Then she turned to two brothers and planned to settle her score with Lorenzo. "Hey, old pervert. How dare you decide my origin card for me? Don't get full of yourself because everyone praised the card recipe you designed for my origin card. Since it is my origin card, I get to decide if it's good or not. I was not too fond of it one bit. Even my current origin card is far better than the one you designed. Though its name could have been better, it is still better than the SHD you designed. FCK. I can't believe I was almost stuck with the SHTTY origin card you designed for me, if not for my good fortune. Lucky me. Hey, old pervert. If you don't give me a good explanation, I will tell Grandaunt the reason why I call you old pervert. Don't think I will chicken out. I have been itching to settle scores with you for a while now." Listening to Anna's words, Leo's mind wandered and his curiosity for the truth spiked, causing him to forget all his previous worries and blurted, "Tell me, why do you call him an old pervert?" "Leo, that's not important right now." Lorenzo yelled at his junior brother before Anna even could answer Leo, and continued to try and reason with her. "Anna, I am sorry that I did not take your opinion about your origin card more seriously. But it's good to know that you like your new origin card. Still, are you alright? What was that thing just now? It did not feel like a clone or incarnation. It felt like the original, the real. I could not tell you two apart. Everything about it, from its appearance, clothing, realm, soul, energy signature, and even its attitude, felt like you, except it was a bit feisty compared to the old you." Cough. Cough dash. Lorenzo fake coughed to cover the last few words of his sentence, as he felt those words might trigger the Anna in front of him. Currently, Anna in front of him feels like a total stranger. From her words and actions, he could only assume that talking about the old Anna could be a trigger to an already triggered Anna who seemed to have had it out for him. Even though Lorenzo was walking around Anna on eggshells, he doubted if he was talking to the real Anna. Because of her unusual attitude, he could not help but wonder that his well-mannered grandniece was the one trapped in the grimoire, while the unknown abomination created by the freak accident walked free. Though he tried not to let his imagination run wild, his current situation made it too easy for him not to. "Senior brother, why does the princess call you an old pervert? What did you do? I have to know. This is a matter of the South's pride." Leo did not give two SHDs about the beef between Anna and Lorenzo. He just wanted to know his stuck-up but lucky senior brother's dirty secret. He and his senior brother started off the same as orphans, but in their life, his senior brother enjoyed more success and luck than him. His senior brother was the right hand of the Southern ruler, married the Southern hero, and had a beautiful family. Meanwhile, he was his senior brother's assistant and still single. So, Leo developed a harmless jealousy toward his senior brother, which surfaced after learning that his senior brother had skeletons in his closet. "How is the princess calling me an old pervert a matter of South's pride?" Lorenzo asked his useless junior brother, but then seeing the twinkle in his eyes, he said in shock, "You are enjoying this. You do realize that they will have our heads if we don't fix whatever is wrong with her." "There is nothing wrong with me. If anybody needs fixing, then it's you. You are the one going around the city sniffing other women's dirty laundry," Anna revealed in a fit of rage. Then, realizing what she did, she stuck out her tongue and apologized to Lorenzo. "Oops, my bad." Learning the truth, Leo froze up out of shock. However, his expression morphed into disgust as he muttered, "Why? That's not what transpired. I happened to smell the scent of a scarce mythical-grade ingredient from a heap of dirty laundry while surveying the slums on the city outskirts. I had to smell them all to pinpoint the clothing that the smell was attached to and track that clothes owner to get information from them. That is all. I swear on my unknown parent's soul." Lornos explained himself, but from the looks he got from his junior brother and grandniece, he could tell that neither believed him. "Well, that is what he keeps saying, but based on the excitement he had on his face as he went through the heap of women's laundry, I find it had to believe him," Anna pointed out. I was excited because I found a clue about a scarce mythical grade ingredient and nothing else. Please trust me. Lorenzo begged his junior brother to believe him, knowing Anna wouldn't. However, he could not help but feel that though his junior brother's face had a disgusted expression, his eyes seemed to be snickering at him. So, where is this scarce mythical grade ingredient? Did you find it? Leo asked his senior brother emotionlessly. The clue was a dead end, Lorenzo uttered. His voice had no force in it, knowing his life was doomed. Sooner or later his wife would find out the truth now that his junior brother knew it. If his brother-in-law didn't kill him for the accident with Anna's origin card, his wife will. I see, Leo replied while his expression yelled, "You dog." Getting their things in order, the brothers calmed Anna down and checked her origin card. To their relief, she wasn't lying. She was the real deal, though her personality had changed for good, and there was nothing they could do to revert it. She was also right about her origin card. Its abilities and name were kind of wacky, but it was indeed strong with powerful effects. However, the brothers do not understand why the good daughter was the one trapped as the origin card while the bad daughter was considered the original. It was a mystery, but the brothers did not have the time to explore it as the group of card creationists who ran for their lives suddenly returned together. These old geniuses weren't even able to make it past the palace doors. Soldier Queen Colleen, who happened to return from her post to check on the progress of her only grandchild's origin card creation, grew wary when she saw the card creationist her brother-in-law called for help with the origin card creation were making excuses to leave the southern royal place in a hurry. The actions of these gray-headed card creationists could not be more suspicious. She had the demigods on duty capture these old geniuses and force the truth out of them. Learning there was an accident in her granddaughter's origin card creation and her granddaughter was acting oddly, she immediately hurried to the card lab with the captured culprits. Seeing Colleen enter the card lab right behind their pensive-faced friends, Lorenzo and Leo's hearts jumped from their chests into their mouths. They felt as if they saw death. However, they simultaneously fell to their knees when they heard Anna impolitely address the queen without following the proper royal etiquette. "Hey, Grandma. Why did you bring these stuck-up fools back? I completed my origin card creation without their help. Their services are no longer needed." The group of card creationists wanted to remind Anna that they were the ones who transformed the legendary and mythical grade ingredients into soul pathways needed to create her origin card. But they stayed quiet and cussed Anna and her overbearing family in their minds, not wanting to make things worse for themselves. Hearing Anna address Colleen as Grandma and speak to her without seeking permission first, the demigods guarding her frowned, as the proper royal etiquette demanded that of everyone, even if it was a blood relative who was addressing the queen. "What did you just call me?" Colleen asked her granddaughter in shock, causing Lorenzo, Leo, and the demigods to hold their breaths. They did not want young Anna to get in trouble. After all, she was the jewel of the southern region. "Grandma, why do you ask? Do you not like it? I can call you Granny or Grammy if you want. Anything is fine as long as you don't demand me to call you elder sister like my mother. Because, come on, with those strands of gray hair in your head, we would be fooling no one." Anna babbled on, not caring for the dark expressions of the southerners in the room. In the presence of her grandma, she had no fear in the world, knowing her grandma would shelter her from all the trouble that came her way. Preposterous. Why would I not like it if my granddaughter endearingly called me Grandma? It's just I have been asking you to call me Grandma like you used to when you were little, but you refused to do so, bringing up proper royal etiquette and whatnot. "What changed?" Colleen asked, acting ignorant to Anna's "you old" comment. Colleen had repeatedly tried and failed to get Anna to address her as Grandma and not as Your Majesty or Your Highness. She felt that because of her daughter's strict upbringing, her granddaughter might miss out on her childhood. Even though Colleen was the Southern Queen, she was still a commoner in heart. The only reason she accepted the royal treatment was for the sake of her subjects. After all, as their queen, she represented the entire South. However, she did not want her status as queen to become the hurdle between her connecting with her children and grandchild. Therefore, seeing Anna address her as Grandma after a long time, she was visibly shocked and moved. The current Anna felt more close to her than the previous one. Unlike Lorenzo, who preferred the old Anna, she liked the new Anna. She even welcomed Anna's comment on her age. After becoming the queen, she missed such casual banters with her friends and colleagues. While Anna was happy that her grandma accepted the new her, and Colleen was happy that her grandchild was acting her age and being true to herself, the Southerners and the card creationists watching them were taken aback. They found the granddaughter and grandmother pair odd. However, neither dared to make a sound or show any sign of disrespect. My origin card finally opened my eyes and freed me from my mental prison. Grandma, I never felt so free before, Anna replied with bright eyes that revealed the emotions she was feeling right now to Colleen. I see. Colleen nodded and then congratulated Anna. Congratulations on your origin card. Honey, Colleen was happy to see Anna was able to speak her mind freely and not hesitate trying to pick her words carefully. Now she felt more like a regular child than a child trying too hard to pretend like an adult. Unlike Anna's mother, Colleen had no expectations of Anna but one, to live her life to the fullest. However, nobody in the card lab understood what the grandmother and granddaughter duo discussed. Later, Colleen turned to face the group of card creationists and sternly warned, "You said she had lost her mind. She looks fine to me. How dare you slander the Southern royalty? We were mistaken, Your Majesty. Please forgive us." The group of card creationists begged for Colleen's forgiveness in unison. However, in their mind, they could help but wonder if the Southern Queen had a few screws loose. Fine, don't repeat it, but if I hear anyone gossiping about my granddaughter, I will find you guys. Then, heads will roll. Having warned the outside help not to gossip about Anna and her origin card, the Soldier Queen and the Southern Jewel jointly head out to spend quality granddaughter and grandmother time, ignoring Lorenzo and Leo's pleas to look further into Anna's origin card. The brothers did not dare to press too hard as they were very aware of the Soldier Queen's quick temper. Left with no choice, Lorenzo contacted the Southern ruler to update him on Anna's origin card and seek his wise advice. Learning that there was an accident during his only grandchild's first origin card creation, the Southern ruler left his post at the way beyond to his still single son and hurried to the palace. Though Soldier Queen repeatedly assured her husband and daughter that there was nothing wrong with Anna. However, seeing the 180-degree shift in Anna's personality, they insisted on studying her origin card to make sure Anna was truly all right. The Southern ruler, himself, took on the task of uncovering the mystery of Anna's origin card despite the repeated pleas of his family, entourage, and royal court ministers to reconsider his decision. After all, many people were capable enough to try and uncover Anna's origin card's mystery, like Lorenzo, Leo, Anna's mother, etc., but there was only one person capable of watching over the South, the Southern ruler. The royal family, His Highness's entourage, and the royal court ministers' worries were warranted, but what they did not understand was that the Southern ruler was trying to safeguard the future of the Southern region while trusting the present day of the Southern region to them. However, one could not blame them for being short-sighted as they had no idea that the Southern ruler had long decided his granddaughter would be inheriting his throne after him. Not to mention, using the excuse of inspecting Anna's origin card, the Southern ruler planned to spend some alone time with his future heir and teach her a thing or two. He trusted his wife. When she said nothing was wrong with Anna, he believed her. Yet, he insisted on inspecting their granddaughter's origin card because this way he could solve its mystery, get some quality time with his heir, and confirm his choice wasn't wrong. Even though he had a very capable son whom many world leaders and masters envied him for, he still chose his granddaughter over his son as his heir because his son traveled the enlightened path. A path where one would shed one's mortal attachments and pursue a higher power and understanding of it. This path was fit for a hermit, not a ruler. This also meant his son had no plans to start a family. Therefore, he could not entrust the Southern region to his son. As for his daughter, after the incident with her husband, she had changed. Instead of trying to deal with her inner demons, she was letting them control her actions. He tried to talk to her about it, but how could he successfully reason with someone who was just as stubborn as him and smarter than him? Having failed repeatedly, he could only hope that his daughter could find a way to rid the darkness in her heart before she ended up with the regret of a lifetime. Until she had dealt with her issues, he did not plan to trust the Southern region to her, but he monitored her from the shadows to help her if she ever needed him. With his 2 children out of the running, Anna was his only choice. Since she was still young, he believed he could help her gain the qualities he was looking for in the next Southern ruler. With that, leaving his dominion in the hands of his trusted people, he began to administer the future of the Southern region. However, he had no idea that his risky bet would yield unexpected but amazing results that would make him stand alongside the strongest Southern rulers of all time. Inspecting the mysteries surrounding Anna's origin card, the Southern ruler made many discoveries. The first discovery was the answer to the question of why Anna's origin card miraculously got created without any human involvement. After intensive research, he figured out that Anna's obsessive tendencies made her the perfect candidate for the extreme path. She unknowingly tapped into the extreme path's power during her origin card creation, which resulted in her origin card miraculously getting created without any human assistance. Learning this, the Southern ruler's feet went cold, realizing his choice was wrong and understood he was once again without an heir. However, he did not give up there. He tried to understand Anna's obsessive tendencies so he could uproot them with their roots. For that, he began to understand the origin card that was created with extreme path power by her obsessive tendencies. It was here that he uncovered why it was the good daughter who got banned in the origin card while the bad daughter was deemed as the original Anna. Because the bad daughter was the true Anna while the good daughter was the Anna that she changed into to please her mother. In simpler terms, the obsessions of the good daughter had lost to the obsessions of the bad daughter. That was to say, in Anna's heart, the obsessions of the bad daughter were her primary obsession, while the obsessions of the good daughter were her secondary obsessions. The only reason the bad daughter was able to overpower the good daughter was that the obsessions of the bad daughter Anna were Anna's true obsessions from her heart. It was her true self. They were the things Anna wanted to do, but suppressed in order to please her mother. For most of Anna's childhood, her obsession to please her mother won over her inner obsessions to live her life freely, mostly because her mother was manipulating her at every chance she got. It would not be false to say that living her life freely unconsciously became one of Anna's obsessions, mostly because of her mother's manipulation. If not for her mother, Anna would never suppressed her true self to the point where it turned into an obsession. Young Anna was too young and naive to figure out her mother's manipulation and ended up suppressing her true self to please her mother. However, her origin card had changed all that. This was why Anna told her grandmother that her origin card had opened her eyes, and she felt more free than ever. Figuring out the obsessions of the bad daughter and good daughter sides of Anna, it did not take long for the Southern ruler to piece 1 and 2 together to conclude that most of Anna's current condition was his brilliant daughter's doing. Learning this, he was heartbroken. He knew that his daughter's inner demons would someday harm those she loved. He warned her and tried to stop her, but ultimately gave up. Now seeing his granddaughter had paid for his inability and failure, he was devastated. What he had feared had become their reality. It was too late. However, he did not give up. He continued to further investigate Anna's origin card. He had failed his granddaughter once and did not want to fail her gang. It was no longer about finding a suitable heir for himself, but right by his granddaughter. With a one-track mind, using all the information his ancestors had gathered on the extreme path, he began to unravel the mystery of his granddaughter's origin card one by one, until he figured out that Anna's origin card was not the problem, but the solution. Realizing he was wrong since the beginning, he started to look at Anna's origin card with a new perspective, no longer seeing Anna's origin card as a problem, but as the solution to her obsessive tendencies. It did not take long for the Southern ruler to figure out that his granddaughter might be a one-of-a-kind prodigy that Extreme Path had never seen before. Her origin card managed to suppress the side effects of the extreme paths, which made it unpopular among the card apprentices. Coming to this realization, he beamed with joy knowing that his bet was right. He had chosen a capable heir to replace him if a need arose. However, he was also intrigued by how Anna's origin card managed to suppress the side effects of the extreme path. Under the influence of his curiosity, he forgot about developing a ruler's qualities in Anna and buried his head in learning from her origin card. His hard work paid off, and he developed an incarnation card recipe based on the extreme path. However, this card recipe was not without risks. After all, it was based on the dreaded extreme path. But as its creator, he was capable of avoiding those pitfalls. Years later, he perfected it and used it to give birth to his own perfect incarnation card similar to Anna's origin card. Though it was not as good as Anna's origin card born from her innate obsessive tendencies. Not to mention, it would be baptized by the world's will with every breakthrough. Still, it was one of strongest cards ever created in the history of the card world, putting the current Southern ruler alongside the greatest Southern rulers of all times. There was no denying it. After all, this incarnation card of the Southern ruler could not only create a perfect incarnation that could not be distinguished from the original unless they opened their mouth revealing their varying personality, but it displayed 100% of his power. That was like the Southern region had two rulers watching over as opposed to one ruler watching over other regions. Not to mention it could fuse with the Southern ruler, increasing his strength drastically by several folds depending on how complete the fusion was. One had to know that this was the same incarnation that the Southern ruler used to warn Arnaz's master in the central capital for blatantly summoning demons to attack the Southern capital to use it as distraction while his people kidnapped Dalton Wyatt. The power of his incarnation was such that the master did not dare to fight it, fearing that a fight might end up on a draw, and he would become a stepping stone for the Southern ruler's fame. Even though he was confident he would not lose, he would lose his reputation among other masters and other world leaders for his incapability to defeat the Southern ruler's incarnation. Not wanting to become a stepping stone for the Southern ruler, the master had to lower his head and propose a wager to the Southern ruler's incarnation. Still, many world leaders interpreted this as Southern ruler's incarnation was equal to a master, causing them to envy Southern ruler's strength while his allies began to admire him more. This was mostly because an incarnation strong enough to fight toe-to-toe with one of the masters was just a testament to absolute power by the standards of the card world. After that incident, many have approached the Southern ruler for his secret to creating such a capable incarnation card. Without any surprise, he rejected them all at the risk of creating many capable enemies. Be that as may, having understood Anna's origin card to develop one of the strongest card recipes the card world had seen, the Southern ruler was more confident about choosing Anna as his heir. He further developed a cultivation method loosely based on the extreme path for Anna. The extreme path was a power beyond his meager understanding. He did not dare to have his granddaughter walk this path. Hence, the new cultivation method he developed for Anna was vaguely and not entirely based on the extreme path. Enough for Anna to gain immense strength and break through to higher realms with ease, while making sure her origin card would not have any trouble erasing the side effects of the extreme path. Done with their retreat, the grandpa and his granddaughters returned to their dominion. On their way back, he could not help but recall one of his conversations with his granddaughter during their closed training retreat. "Anna, do you hate your mother?" the Southern ruler asked, having just figured out how closely her origin card related to her mother. "No," Anna replied without thinking. He did not feel any hesitation or falsehood in her words. So, he asked, "Do you love your mother, after knowing what she did to you?" He said the last sentence in his mind. "I don't know, but currently she is not one of my favorites," Anna replied after thinking a little. "Illo, can you say that, Anna, when you know everything our mother did was for our good? You know how much mother worries for us." Seeing his second granddaughter come to their mother's rescue since she wasn't here to defend her actions, the Southern ruler wasn't surprised. Having spent enough time trying to figure out Anna's origin card, he had come to be fond of the good daughter side of Anna's origin card. So much so that he began to treat and address her as his second grandchild. Many would call him crazy for considering an origin card as his grandchild, but that little one had come to win a place in his heart. It was impossible for anyone who got to know the little one to hate it. Not to mention, he believed it would be a big help to Anna when she took over the throne. "Shut up, nobody asked you." Anna rebuked her origin card, which kept forgetting its place and acted like her little twin sister. Also, it kept calling her mother its mother. How crazy was that? An origin card did not have parents or family, let alone a mother. It only had a master whom it should worship, but this one kept fighting with her on every little thing. She considered herself unlucky to get such a rebellious origin card. To make matters worse, her grandpa seems to have taken a shine to her and keeps laughing, claiming he has two granddaughters now. "Anna, don't be rude to your sister. You two need to get along nicely," the Southern corrected Anna, and then turning to the little one he said, "Little one, don't take her words to heart. I am sure under her harsh words she still loves you. As her twin, you should know her heart better than me." "Yes, Grandpa, I do. I know she always wanted a sibling to play and accompany her." The little one did not think twice about revealing one of Anna's hidden desires to their grandpa without even considering if Anna wanted to share it. It was just happy to use Anna to get close to their grandpa. "Shut up, otherwise I will lock you in the card." Enraged Anna warned the little one from revealing her secret desires to her family. "Anna, don't make me repeat myself." After sternly warning his eldest granddaughter, he turned to his youngest granddaughter and asked, "I can't keep calling you little one. We need to give you a name. What would you like to be called, little one?" "That is if you want it. I want a name too. I would like it if mother gave me a name," the little one replied, causing Anna to roll her eyes and mockingly remark, "You sure you don't want to be called Mama's pet? It is a fitting name for you. It highlights your personality perfectly. If you can wait that long, it's fine by me. Once we complete our retreat, let us directly head to your mother. I have been meaning to meet up with her anyway. Until then, I will call you youngest." Ignoring his eldest granddaughter's comment, he informed them, having decided to confront his daughter for her actions. "Thank you, Grandpa. I will wait." The little one cheered in high spirits, ignoring her twin sister's harsh comments, knowing that she was only teasing her and did not really mean it. Recalling how happy the youngest was, the southern ruler nodded in satisfaction. Even if he was the monarch of the southern region, he was just like any other grandpa. His training retreat with his granddaughter was twice as fun and fulfilling thanks to her unexpected twin. Being around his lovely and lively granddaughters, he felt like the happiest man in the world. Seeing her grandpa had brought them to the southern royal palace when he said he would take them to meet their mother, the youngest reminded him, "Grandpa, this is the palace. Did you forget? You said we will meet mother after finishing our retreat to get her to give me a name?" "No, I did not. I informed your mother to meet up with us at the palace. Now follow me. Your mother should be waiting for us." Assuring his youngest granddaughter, he led the two of them to his daughter's personal garden. "Do I have to come too? Can't just the two of you go? It's not like you guys need me or my consent to name my origin card," Anna complained. Not only did she not want to meet her mother, she also thought that the whole idea of giving an origin card a human name would make the top of the dumb things her family had done, and her family has done more than their share of dumb things. "Yes, you have to come. If possible, I would prefer it if you did not bring your snarky mouth with you. It's a big day for your sister. You should be happy for her." No matter what he tried, he could not get Anna to accept the youngest as her twin and treat her with the deserved respect. It seemed the more he pushed her, the stronger she pushed back. He tried to figure out why Anna acted as such toward the youngest, but he could not. He soon gave up, knowing women were complex creatures. "Yes, Anna. I would like it if you were there. Without you, it will not feel complete." The youngest pleaded to her eldest twin, who reluctantly followed them to do the dumbest thing they had done so far, naming her origin card. Yet, she could not help but comment under her breath, "You already have a name that came with my origin card, the good daughter." Hearing the whisper loud and clear, the youngest's footsteps paused as she glared at Anna in disappointment and anger. Soon, recalling all of Anna's comments and insults to her since her birth, she lost control of her emotions and thundered, "I know we are twins, and we should be inseparable, but I hate you." Even if the youngest could read Anna's memories and knew Anna didn't really mean those words, there was a limit to one's patience. Anna had managed to find the youngest and lit up her fuse. Being yelled at, Anna was not to be outdone. She screamed right back, "We are not twins. You were an accident." The youngest wanted to pounce on Anna and rip her nasty mouth off for calling her an accident and all other bad things, while Anna was ready to sucker punch her rage-blind rebellious origin card, which did not know that its place was under its master's feet. However, they both suddenly froze in their tracks, noticing a familiar figure appear in their field of vision. "Anna, that is not how you treat your sister. I believe I raised you better than that. What are you doing here? Are all the preparations complete?" the southern ruler asked his daughter, seeing that she did not follow his instructions to wait in her personal garden. "Your Majesty, the preparations have been made as per your wish. I was personally overseeing them as you wanted me to, but with my daughters causing a ruckus loud enough to awaken the entire palace, I had to come to check on them," the southern princess said, eyeing her daughters with a mixture of disappointment and scrutiny before quickly masking it with indifference. However, her mother's words and gaze served as a trigger to an already pissed Anna. They resurfaced the most painful memories in Anna's mind that she thought she had forgotten after creating her origin card and becoming the bad daughter. Memories such as how her mother manipulated her since her birth to get her way, how she went above and beyond to please her mother without any regard for health, only to receive a "you could have done better" look from her in return, and so on. All those painful memories hit like a wave to Anna's psyche, transforming all the pain she felt into wrath toward the person that caused her pain. Her rage intensified, knowing that the person was none other than the one she trusted the most in the world, her mother. With her judgment clouded by anger, Anna rushed toward her mother screaming, "I will kill you, you manipulative itch." However, before Anna could even launch toward her mother, she was tackled to the floor by her origin card. It instantly immobilized her and yelled, "How dare you swear at our mother? Apologize. Let go of me. I will kill that manipulated shrew today." Anna shouted as all her struggles to free herself from her origin card's grasp proved useless, as everything she could do the youngest could do better and much more. "Not until you calm down and apologize to our mother," the youngest demanded, tightening her grip on Anna. "You dumb baby. How can you keep defending her after knowing everything she has put us through? We have the same memories. Do you remember, when we were 10 years old, we burned our right wrist trying to cook a special birthday breakfast for her? In the end, she did not even cat it nor care for our burn injury. If not for the royal chef reacting quickly, we would have a burn mark the size of a spoon on our right wrist, reminding us of that day and our naivety till the second we die." When we asked why she did not eat the breakfast we prepared, what did say? "You remember it, right? Doesn't it boil your blood? Yet, how can you still side with her?" Anna asked her twin sister with wild, bloodshot eyes. They looked like they were starving for vengeance for decades. I remember what she said. It doesn't enrage me, as she was right. Princesses should not be cooking, but doing their best to become capable and outstanding in making their ancestors and subjects proud, showing them a promising future lay ahead. Besides, we have royal chefs and cooking cards for that. The youngest once again sided with their mother, agreeing and defending her words. Seeing both his granddaughters rolling on the floor, the southern ruler did not stop them as he finally understood why Anna hated the youngest. It was youngest's blind love for their mother that caused Anna to repel the youngest. The answer was that simple, but for reasons unknown his male brain could not see it during his retreat. Then, he glared at his daughter as he mentally communicated with her. "You did this on purpose, didn't you? Aren't you taking it too far just to understand her heart and learn her thoughts? Thanks to your mind games, she has already been through enough. I am warning you. Change your ways, or else I will be forced to send you to way beyond and have your brother fill your shoes in the southern capital." Father, don't threaten your enemies with something you can't do. It only showcases your desperation and weaknesses to them. Sometimes, I wonder how you managed the southern region before me. And also, you need to work more on your poker face. Right now your eyes are like an open book to me. The southern princess's indifferent face made a subtle smile, being warned by her father. The reason she was so confident that her father would not make her switch places with her brother was because if her brother were to become in charge of domestic and foreign affairs, the southern economy would collapse in the next 12 hours of him taking charge. Maybe even faster, as in his unilateral pursuit of a higher power, he would not have time to manage the affairs of an entire region, and also because the southern economy was that volatile and weak. She has spent several decades trying to figure out a solution to stabilize and strengthen their economy, but she hasn't succeeded yet. So, it was obvious that someone uninterested in worldly affairs like her brother would fail horribly where she saw defeat for several decades. Enough, the southern ruler thundered, trying to prove to his daughter that he was being serious. Seeing her calculative father care so much for Anna and her origin card, the southern princess's eyes shone brightly as she mentally exclaimed, "I see you have finally confirmed her as your heir. I was worried that the stupid daughter of mine would find a way to screw my efforts up. But it seems you and mother like the new Anna over the one I raised. I don't understand why, but I am happy for my daughter. So when are you going to announce it?" Though the main branch knew the southern ruler had set his sight on Anna as his heir, nothing was set in stone yet. After all, Anna was still a child. By the time she came to age, many things could happen. However, now it was different. The southern ruler had set his heart on Anna as his next heir. That was to say, once he announced his decision, it would be hard for one to change it, especially with the presence of the southern princess. No rush. At least not until I think Anna is strong enough to shoulder the burden of being my heir. I don't want her to die young because of your lack of patience. Now that you know, lay off her. I am warning you, Don't force me to take drastic steps against my daughter to safeguard the future of the South. You know better than anyone. If have to, I will not hesitate. The Southern ruler warned his daughter to no longer mess with his granddaughter while assuring her that the throne belonged to her daughter after him. Sure, I will even reward her for achieving the goal I set for her faster than I thought. Besides, I have a new interest now, the Southern princess said as her eyes lingered on the youngest. The Southern ruler noticed his daughter's thoughts, but did not say anything to stop her, knowing that the youngest would happily be her mother's guinea pig. Not to mention, he believed that the youngest ought to be trained to support her twin sufficiently when Anna sits on the Southern throne. Despite knowing her origin card's nature, Anna was still surprised to see the youngest agree with their mother's approach. It only further enraged her, causing her to struggle with all her might. Damn you, mama's pet. Let go of me. Today, I will settle this once and for all. No, I won't let go. Unless you properly apologize to our mother. The youngest, who had Anna pinned down, continued to insist that Anna apologize to their mother if she wanted her to release her from her hold. No matter how hard Anna struggled, all of it proved useless against the youngest's perfect grappling techniques. Failing to break free from her origin card's grasp repeatedly, Anna began to talk smack to get under the youngest's skin. Why do you keep calling her mother? You are my origin card. Origin cards don't have a mother. You are nothing but a freak accident. Shut up, the youngest shouted in a burst of rage. Her grip around Anna's neck unconsciously tightened, almost causing the latter to choke. However, recalling she was in their mother's presence, she immediately controlled her emotions as their mother taught them and cheekily responded to her twin's enraging comment. Anna, our memories are connected. Therefore, no matter what you say, I know you love me. So, I forgive you. Now, apologize to our mother so we all can put this behind us. Come on, His Majesty is waiting. Stay out of my head, you accident. Anna growled. She hated it most when the youngest used her deepest secrets against her. Feeling if this standoff continued, the youngest might reveal more of her hidden feelings to her mother and grandfather, she decided to use her last resort against the youngest. Don't blame me for this. You forced my hand. Good daughter, return. Anna, no. The youngest's scream was cut off in the middle as Anna's grimoire closed after dragging the youngest into Anna's origin card. Finally free, Anna got back on her feet, and glaring at her mother, she exclaimed in rage, You ruined my childhood. Who are you again? The Southern princess asked her daughter with a stern expression that one would give to a rude stranger. After receiving an answer she hadn't expected from her mother, Anna was taken aback and tongue-tied for a while. Not wanting to lose the momentum, she responded with the first thing that came to her mind. What do you mean? I am your daughter, Anna. No daughter of mine would swear and scream like a roadside hooligan. Especially, not at her mother. Also, how dare you threaten me? Guards, drag her to the palace's prison. Lock her in the isolated cell and don't let her out or feed her until she is willing to apologize for her crimes. Though the Southern princess's eyes were locked with Anna's glare, her intense sense was stealthy, monitoring her father's facial reaction and intense sense. She wanted to check his limit, trying to figure out how much messing with Anna was okay before he would choose to step in. Meanwhile, Anna's whole world had turned upside down. Not only did her mother not acknowledge her as her daughter, but she also planned to imprison and starve her indefinitely for threatening her. She knew her mother was strict, difficult to please, unreasonable, and indifferent, but never did she think that she would be crazy enough to disown and imprison her only blood. The guards hiding in the shadows were sweating through their armor. Having served the royal family for centuries, they knew that the royal family wasn't just like any other family, they were crazier than them all. They had been watching over them at their best moments and at their silliest moments. Therefore, there was an unwritten rule in the Southern Royal Palace Watch Brigade that, never to intervene in a feud between the members of the royal family regardless of their status in the royal family. Because no matter how nasty things got between them, at the end of the day, they would eat together. After all, blood's thicker than water. Therefore, despite the Southern princess calling on them to arrest her daughter, they did not show up. More like they did not dare to show up. You are right, you are not my mother. Guards, arrest that hideous hag for manipulating a royal descendant. Lock her in the torture chamber and prepare all the tools. I want her to suffer tenfold the pain I suffered. Anna followed her mother's example and went off script. She did not hesitate to take it a step further. How dare a gutter-mouth brat like you claim to be a royal descendant? Guards arrest this insolent brat for impersonating a royal. The southern princess's eyes twinkled seeing her daughter adapt quickly. Old Anna would have lost her will to live if she were to be disowned by her, but this new one did not care and also dared to disown her own mother. However, this also meant that now her father did not have to step in to fight Anna's battle for her, which was a bummer, as now she would have to think of something else to figure out how far her father would let her play with his heir. Just as Anna prepared to give a fitting response to her mother, her grandpa stepped in saying, "Are you two done fooling around?" If so, Anna let the youngest out. Anna's attitude and impolite speech were not news to him. Seeing her use them in the royal palace and in the presence of company, he did not mind. The only person who seemed to care about them in the entire royal family was the southern princess. After all, she had to deal with foreign dignitaries every day because of her job description. She wanted her daughter to get used to it sooner than later, but none in her family appreciated it. There was a reason why the southern and northern regions gained the reputation of being barbaric. That was because of their respective royal families. Unlike the royals from the other two regions and nobles from the central capital, they gave little mind to royal etiquette, regardless of where they were and who they were talking to. As a result, the other two royal families and the nobles labeled them as barbaric, which soon stuck to the subjects they represented too. The best example of this was the soldier Queen Colin. All the common folk think she was called by this title because of her achievements on the battlefield. However, the truth was far from that. The path for Colleen to become the Southern Queen was filled with thorns and stones. It wasn't like in the fairy tales where the beautiful common girl gets married to the prince and they live happily ever after. However, the common folks, especially the citizens of the southern region, believed her life to be a real-life fairy tale. Though the southern ruler's family might have accepted Colleen for the sake of the southern ruler, the rest of the royal society and high society did not. They did not let go of any opportunity to mock and ridicule Colleen. They took every chance they got to remind Colleen that she did not belong among them. With Colleen being an ignorant commoner and straightforward soldier, they never lacked the opportunity they sought. However, Colleen did not get scared or give up. She devoted herself to learning the ways of the royal and high society. She was like a soldier on a mission. She did not do this to be accepted by them. She did this because she did not want to embarrass what she represented, the entire southern region, especially the commoners. She took her role as the Southern Queen very seriously, one of the many qualities that her royal in-laws had come to appreciate in her. It did not take Colleen long to learn the ways of the royal and high society. She had conquered royal etiquette and whatnot, just like conquering her enemy on the battlegrounds, no longer giving the snobs the opportunity to comment or mock her commoner background. She became a living example that it was not hard for a commoner to learn the royal ways, but the other way around might be. As Colleen adapted to her role as the Southern Queen, many in royal and noble society began to accept her, but some could not stomach that fact. These people were mostly the pursers of the Southern ruler whose hearts and dreams were shattered when Colleen married the man of their dreams. Back in his youth, the Southern ruler was quite popular for being a heartbreaker. Many stuck-up dames who looked down on the southern region were willing to lower their standards if it meant they could spend the rest of their lives with him. Even after they knew he had chosen Colleen, some still did not give up on him and waited for him. These were the people mostly why the royal and noble society were very unwelcoming to Colleen. Now that Colleen was changing their prescription of her in the royal and noble society with her ability, they could not sit by and watch. However, there was not much they could do except gossip and badmouth Colleen behind her back. After all, Colleen was the Southern Queen, and they were a bunch of nobodies in the royal and high society. Now that Colleen had conquered all her flaws, there was next to nothing these jealous and lovelorn dames could do. However, they did not let it stop them and came up with the derogatory title Soldier Queen for Colleen, highlighting the army grunt history of the Southern Queen. Usually, the title given to the new queens would be tailored to praise their beauty, compassion, or authority. For example, Gorgeous Queen, Generous Queen, or just Queen, but the one given to Colleen was tailored to mock her commoner background. It was as if they were denying all her praiseworthy qualities and achievements. Even those who had come to accept Colleen had a big laugh about it. As such, the title stuck. When the southern ruler learned of the humiliation his dear wife had suffered, he was so enraged that he prepared to declare war on all the other regions. The entire southern royal palace supported his decision, as they too could not stand by as their beloved queen was being subjected to such humiliation. However, Colleen stopped her husband and their loyal subjects from doing so. When asked why and if was she not angry, Colleen revealed that she liked her title. She did not think of it as an insult, as she wasn't embarrassed by her commoner and soldier background. It was the royal and high society who had a problem with it. They should be the ones to learn to deal with it, not her. Also, she believed it was a fitting title for her, as it represented her perfectly. She wasn't the only one who felt this way. The southern citizens and the citizens of the other regions too felt the same. However, it was worth mentioning that the southern citizens and common people around the other regions did not know that this title was given to the southern queen to mock her commoner and soldier background, and not to honor her achievements on the battlefield and the way beyond. This was for the best, because if they knew, then an unofficial war would have broken out in the streets of the southern region, targeting the people from the other regions for their leaders had disrespected their beloved queen. This would soon spread to other regions where the immigrated southern citizens would be targeted and forced to move back to the southern region. This could further snowball into a full-out war between the 5 regions, as the southern royal palace too was itching for war to redeem their queen's honor. Not to mention the other regions too had scores to settle amongst themselves. Fortunately, because of Colleen's enlightened approach, the 5 regions were able to avoid all of this unwanted bloodshed, especially since they could not afford a war amongst themselves. After all, they were all united by their common enemies invading them at their borders from way beyond and inside their regions from dungeons. Right now, they could not afford to be divided over something sparked by silly female envy. This was the day Colleen's royal in-laws began to believe that the southern ruler's choice was correct and much better than theirs. They had come to fully accept Colleen. She had overcome all the difficulties in her way with devotion and hard work, proving herself on every step. Most importantly, she knew when and where to press on and when and where to retreat. Her sense of judgment had come to surprise and impress them. Gaining their full trust, she convinced them that she, Colleen, was worthy to sit beside the southern ruler and represent them in the southern region. If so, Anna let the youngest out. Listening to her grandpa's request, Anna pouted but released the youngest out of her origin card, only to hear aloud and complain. "Anna, you promised you would not do that ever again. Did I? I don't remember." Anna answered with a grin on her face, causing the youngest's face to turn red out of her sheer rage toward her nasty twin. But soon she swallowed her anger and eloquently replied, "That's all right. Please don't forget in the future." Then, dipping into a curtsy toward her mother, she greeted her. "Mother, please forgive me for the delayed greeting. I could not properly greet you earlier as I was occupied dealing with a nuisance." "That's okay. Let us head inside." The southern princess led the trio to her personal garden. On their way, she looked at Anna and said, "You could learn a thing or two from the youngest." "Sure, and you too could learn to shut the FCK up from those plants," Anna retorted, pointing at the plants in the garden. "Language, honey," a familiar voice sharply corrected Anna. When the latter turned to find the source of the voice, finding the source and noticing the familiar figures next to her, Anna exclaimed, "Grandma, what are you guys doing here?" Arriving in the garden, Anna found that all members of the main Heatsend family and important figures from their trusted allies, such as the Lorne family, Art family, etc., were present in the garden, along with a luxurious buffet spread arranged on the other side of the garden. Seeing this, she was puzzled, not understanding of what was going on. "Surprise, it is a small banquet to welcome the youngest member of our family," a blurry middle-aged demigod cried in joy. Seeing him, Anna's mood instantly improved. She rushed into his embrace and hugging his wrist she asked, "Uncle, you are here too? When did you come back?" "Just now. I heard my youngest niece is about to be named, so I had to come. I wouldn't miss it for anything in the world." Though the southern prince traveled the path of an enlightened, detached from mortal attachments, he still made time for his family. Even though he had cut all his mortal attachments to travel the enlightened path, he was unable to cut his attachment to his family. That was because he pursued the higher power to gain the strength to protect his loved ones. Cutting his attachment to his loved ones would mean he would lose his reason to pursue the higher power and would be lost on the path of the enlightened. Therefore, he was unable to cut his attachment to his family. Listening to her uncle's reply, Anna's mood once again soured. She did not hesitate to make her feelings known. Letting go of her uncle's arm, she loudly complained to him. "You did not have the time to attend my last birthday, but you showed up for this. I hate you." The southern prince, who did not panic when facing multiple supreme beings trying to invade the 5 regions with their armies, was now sweating profusely, trying to think of ways to please his niece who was mad at him. He was not surprised by Anna's new personality, as she has always been this comfortable around him. However, this was the first time he had seen her be so outspoken when in company. Be that as it may, just when he was running out of time, his father came to his rescue. "Anna, don't make everything about you. Today is about the youngest. As her older twin, you should be happy for her." Anna felt like screaming at the top of her lungs that the thing they kept calling the youngest wasn't her twin, but her origin card. However, noticing the happiness and joy of the youngest through their shared memories, she reluctantly agreed. "Fine. Uncle, you are off the hook for tonight." "Oh, I knew my favorite niece could not be mad at me for long." The southern prince rubbed his niece's head as he searched for the girl of the hour, his second niece. Finding her standing next to his sister with a controlled smile on her face, he walked toward her, dragging Anna along with him. Before he could speak, the youngest dipped into a curtsy and greeted him. "Hello, sir. Thank you for coming to my naming ceremony." The southern prince was surprised. His niece's politeness toward him felt new to him. After all, the youngest looked just like Anna. Shaking his head, he embraced the youngest in a bear hug, saying, "Little lady, let me show you the true southern greeting." Letting go of her, he grasped her shoulder and locked eyes with her. Then, with a strong tone, he warned, "No need to be polite with me. Address me casually as Anna does. Otherwise, I will think you don't like me." "Got it." The youngest panicked, as her uncle was the first one in the family to accept her without any reservations, unlike others in the family. Though she was obsessed with her mother and her teachings, she liked her uncle very much. After all, most of Anna's fond memories were associated with him. Therefore, she did not want him to misunderstand her. Not knowing what to do, she turned to look at her mother for an answer. Seeing her give her a nod, she excitedly exclaimed with a high-pitched voice, "Okay, uncle. Now, that's more like a proper southerner." The southern prince laughed heartily as he rubbed his second niece's hair. Then, eyeing his sister, he said, "It's about time you introduced the youngest to the family and friends with her birth name," only to receive a glare in return. Being glared by his sister, the southern prince could not help but complain, "What wrong did I do now?" "Nothing. She wanted the youngest to be a secret, but I insisted otherwise." The southern ruler revealed his daughter's intentions in a fit of anger, seeing that his daughter still hadn't changed her mind about grooming the youngest in secret, hidden from the rest of the world, when he had repeatedly made it clear that he did not want such a life for the youngest. Many would praise and agree with the southern princess's plans for the youngest. Even the southern ruler would have, if he hadn't spent quality time with her and come to love her as his second granddaughter. Though he doesn't seem to mind the youngest working twice as hard to pull both her and Anna's weight when it comes to politics and such. "Youngest, did you like the surprise I planned for you?" Forgetting about being humble, the southern ruler sought credit for the surprise naming ceremony banquet from his second granddaughter. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I like it very much." The youngest politely answered her grandfather, only to hear him ask, "Then, why are you still addressing me so politely? Call me Grandpa, like you did during our retreat and on our way over here." "That won't be appropriate for the occasion, Your Majesty." The youngest politely declined her grandfather's request. Being rejected by his granddaughter, the southern ruler glared at his daughter, who appeared indifferent to her father's glare, and agreed with her second daughter's stance. "She is right, Your Majesty. Please don't forget, you are the southern ruler first, and then her grandfather. I see you are back to your old ways." The southern ruler muttered under his breath, trying hard to suppress his bubbling anger, seeing their heated argument had become the center of the banquet. Even though the guests were mostly his most trusted subjects, he did not want to make his family's business everyone's tea-time gossip. Seeing her mother being scolded by her grandpa, Anna snickered candidly, taking pleasure in her misfortune. Meanwhile, the youngest was overwhelmed with happiness because her mother not only supported her, but was willing to go against her father for her. However, she also did not want her mother to be punished by her grandfather because of her. Soon, the youngest grew troubled, not knowing what to do. Should she follow her mother's teaching with her mother paying the price for it, or just cave into her grandpa's pressure and go against her mother's teaching, disappointing her? It was a difficult choice to make. So, she turned to her twin for help, but seeing the latter taking pleasure in their mother's misfortune, the anger toward her twin that she had suppressed early resurfaced with twice the intensity. Fortunately for the youngest, before she could do something she would regret later, her grandma stepped in to mediate between her mother and grandpa by announcing, "Everybody, back up. Make room. We are finally going to see how strong our southern princess is. Whoever draws their opponent's blood first wins. Now fight." Colleen believed that if something wasn't worth fighting over, then it was not worth arguing. That was to say, the father and daughter pair either fight each other such that the winner of the two gets their way, or give up and never bring it up ever again. That was how she handled her troops and now her family. Since most of them were demigods while she was still a card emperor, it was not easy surviving and governing a family full of members with exceptional bloodline. Listening to Colleen's announcement, everyone present was stumped, especially the youngest. She completely lost her rationality when she heard Uncle cheer, "Yeah, father, come on. Don't show mercy on her just because she is your favorite. Go, sis. Remember to protect your face. Especially your nose." He likes to see his opponents cry. The Southern Prince was used to getting beaten to the brink of death by his father over every little argument ever since he chose to travel the enlightened path. Now that his sister was on the receiving end this time, he could not help but feel an unknown pleasure in seeing his younger sibling suffer the same fate he did. "Go, Grandpa. Spank that witch daughter of yours," Anna cried in sheer joy. She did not expect a small argument to develop this far, but she liked the development so far. She would love it if her grandpa helped her mother learn the taste of dirt. "Anna, language." Colleen warned her granddaughter sternly while her eyes conveyed to the latter that next time she would not be done just with a verbal warning. Sticking her tongue out at her grandma, Anna continued to cheer her grandpa, asking him to teach her mother an unforgettable and painful lesson. It did not take long for the crowd to get along with Colleen's unconventional approach. After all, this was the southern region. Midst the cheer of the enthusiastic crowd who wanted to see the strength of the southern princess for the very first time, the father and daughter pair, who were at the center of this hubbub, stared into each other's eyes. Neither side showed any weakness or signs of backing down. They slowly circled the makeshift ring without breaking eye contact, ready to respond at any sign of aggression. Seeing them like this, the crowd got heated with anticipation of watching the southern princess in action. How could they not be? After all, the rumors surrounding her strength were exaggerated and intriguing. The most important point was she had never fought publicly, and those who had the chance to fight her had died of unknown causes, giving birth to multiple theories and rumors. Some say her strength was on par with the top 10 strongest, while some say she was weaker than average card demigod. The Grimoire network was filled with theories and rumors supporting both, creating an intriguing enigma surrounding her strength, making people curious about both Southern Princess and her strength. Meanwhile, many wondered if there was a reason why there were no records of the Southern Princess fighting ever since she awakened as a card apprentice. Many argued it was because she was weak. She never participated in any card fight. However, knowing she had the unparalleled bloodline, nobody believed that she was weak, let alone weaker than the average demigod. All these speculations and assumptions kept everyone guessing and added to the mystery surrounding the Southern Princess's strength. "Come at me whenever you're ready," the Southern ruler informed his daughter telepathically. "Father, I thought we had a deal. I leave Anna alone, and you leave the youngest to me." The Southern Princess tried to reason with her father with no intention to fight him, knowing that it was a losing battle. "Enough. Let your cards do the talking." The Southern ruler wasn't having it. Recalling what he learned while investigating Anna's origin card, he wanted to spank his daughter's inner demons out of her. "I surrender." The Southern Princess waved the white flag without any hesitation. She knew better than to clash horns with a stubborn old bull still in its prime. Seeing the Southern Princess surrender just when they thought things were getting heated, the crowd sighed in unison. However, they weren't disappointed, as many had already guessed this ending. All the people attending the surprise banquet knew the Southern Princess and ruler very closely. So, in a way, they foresaw such an ending coming from miles away. It wasn't news that Southern Princess was someone who would not personally get her hands dirty. Even if she were forced to do so, she would prefer not to leave a trace of her taking action. Though the crowd seemed to have accepted such a disappointing ending to one of the most anticipated card fights in the card world, the Southern ruler wasn't willing. Now that he was all fired up, a win without a fight would not satisfy his fighting spirit. Besides, this fight had a greater purpose, to beat his daughter's inner demons right out of her. Seeing her father wasn't prepared to accept her surrender, the Southern princess telepathically reminded him, "Father, I get that you care about the youngest, but right now you are the one hurting her by putting her in a tough spot regarding your unreasonable problem with her following proper royal etiquettes. Look at her. She doesn't look like someone enjoying the surprise banquet her loving grandpa threw for her. Don't forget why we are here. She wasn't enjoying it before either. My intense sense can feel she is holding her feelings back, being mindful of her surroundings and actions. Learning we held a surprise banquet in honor of her naming ceremony, she felt like jumping out of sheer joy. However, instead of doing just that, she suppressed her teenage girl instincts. All because you would be disappointed if she were to act like a regular teenager. I don't want her to restrain herself in the presence of her family and friends. I don't want my granddaughters to grow up so quickly. With fun and capable grandparents like us, they should grow up experiencing a happy childhood like you and your brother did. But they can't do so because of you. It is mostly my fault because I let you be. I will no longer plan to allow you to continue. Henceforth, you do it the Southern way, or your mother and I will raise your daughters for you." The Southern ruler threatened to take away the Southern princess's daughters from her if she were to continue on the same path. I agree that we did have a memorable childhood, but I would not go as far as to call it a fun one. However, because of our sheltered childhood, I and brother had to struggle when we made our debut in the Southern region because of your so-called fun parenting. You guys did not prepare us for anything. It was hard for us to see the disappointed look on the faces of people who loved and expected so much from us. The Southern princess finally lost her calm, hearing her father bring up her childhood. She might be the invisible Southern princess to the world, but right now she was just a daughter venting to her father. "What are you talking about? You guys were great when you made your debut. The generals and the ministers were all full of praises about you too." The Southern ruler did not understand what his daughter talking about. As far as he knew, his kids did far better than him when they officially made their debut in the Southern region. That was what they reported to you and the rest of the world, but the reality was totally different. We boomed everything we tried. It was hard for us to see the look of anticipation on their faces change into a look of disappointment, especially for my brother. It is one of the main reasons why he chose to take the enlightened path. Then there is me. I married the worst mistake of my life and turned my family into a joke in all 5 regions. In a moment of weakness, the Southern princess finally opened her heart to her father, letting him see the darkness haunting her. "You guys think you boomed your debut? You should ask the royal instructor about my debut. He will have a ton of embarrassing stories of my childhood. Yet, the entire world thinks I was born a ruler. It is how it is. It isn't just us, but everyone before us also went through that exact thing. What's important is that you guys did not give up. You two did not let your failures stop you in your tracks. You kept trying and giving your best every single day. Look at you two now. You guys are the Southern region's 2 most capable and reliable pillars. Especially you. Without you, the Southern region will stop functioning by dawn. As far as your ex-husband is concerned, I don't think he was your worst mistake. I believe he was the price our Heatsend family had to pay to gain 2 cutest granddaughters ever. Trust me, if I could turn back time, I would not change a single thing. So, don't you dare think you have brought shame to our family ever again. Got it?" The Southern ruler spoke from his heart without any calculations or lies. Because of that, his words were able to get past the darkness in his daughter's heart and reach her. It wasn't enough to erase the darkness, but it was a good start. Today is about the youngest member of our family. Let us not steal the spotlight from her with our petty difference. Listening to her father, the Southern princess's face had a subtle smile as she announced to everyone. Then, turning to her second daughter, she gently pinched the cheeks of her cute daughter, who looked like her entire world had come crashing down on her, and cheered her, saying, "Honey, today is your day. So, for today, let us not stand on ceremony and drop all the honorifics and formalities. After all, we are in the presence of family and friends. Let us enjoy the banquet and have a blast." Seeing his words had managed to get his daughter to back down for now, the Southern ruler was overwhelmed by joy and sense of achievement. After all, Winning an argument against the Southern Princess wasn't easy even if she was his daughter. Everyone, thank you for attending my second daughter's naming ceremony at such short notice. Now, let me introduce the girl of the hour, and Heat Send. The Southern Princess introduced the teenage girl standing beside her dressed in a luxuriously designed dress as her second daughter, and Heat Send. Then, turning to the youngest with a gentle smile, she asked, "Do you like the name I chose for you?" "Yes, I love it," and replied jubilantly, nodding her head vigorously like a bobblehead doll. Having gotten permission from her mother to be herself, not minding the royal etiquettes, she no longer suppressed her teenage girl. Sighed. "I don't like it," Anna protested aloud, not caring for her twins' feelings, and interrupted her from introducing herself to the guests, greeting them, saying a few words, and thanking them for coming. Earlier, Anna had decided to behave for the sake of her twins' happiness, but seeing her mother give the Heatsend family's priced heirloom ball gown dress card, Royal Moon Swan, to, and instead of her, when she promised to give it to her during her debut banquet, she had a sudden change of heart. Not to mention, the name and seemed to have been derived from her name, Anna. She did not like that one bit. After a long struggle, she had made peace with the youngest borrowing her appearance and family. However, her borrowing her name too had turned her struggles naughty. She was no longer fine with having to share everything with and. "Nobody asked you, honey. Now shut up while you are ahead or Grandma will get angry," Colleen whispered to Anna, who was standing beside her. The latter shivered, hearing the eerie whisper, because she knew as easygoing as her grandparents were, they were equally scary when angry. The teenage Anna, who was still a low-level card apprentice, did not dare to get on her card emperor grandma's bad side. So, she stiffly nodded her head, responding to her grandma's warning. Ignoring Anna's protest, and addressed the crowd and followed her mother around the banquet to personally greet all the guests. Even though the mother and daughter pair had decided to forget the etiquettes and formalities, they still had to show their guest basic respect. After all, everyone present was on very close terms with the royal Heatsend family, as all of them were either from branch Heatsend family or related to them by marriage. Not to mention, the people attending this banquet were powerful leaders who decided the fate of the southern region. If and were to deal with the politics in Anna's stead when they take the throne, then she had to get to know each one of them and leave a very good impression. This was the main reason why the Southern Princess went as far as to fight her father about and following the proper royal etiquettes today, even if they were among family and friends. Even though this wasn't Anne's official debut, it had a similar effect. She wanted Anne to do better in her mock debut than she did in her official debut. However, having talked to her father, she realized that maybe she was being too hard on her daughters in her pursuit of excellence. Maybe one cannot plan every moment and success of their life, as nothing is certain. Yet, a part of her could not help but think that it would not hurt one to be prepared for every possibility that this uncertain life could throw at them, regardless of how tiresome it was, as she preferred living a tiring life over living a life of regret. "I don't like this one bit," Anna said to her grandma, as and went around introducing herself as her twin to their family and friends. "Why? Didn't you always ask for a sibling?" Colleen said as she enjoyed the piece of the naming ceremony cake. "When did I ever ask for a sibling?" Anna exclaimed, unable to recall such a memory. "It wasn't you. It must have been your uncle. Anyways, now that you have a younger sibling, you have to learn to share everything with her along with your mother and family's love. Also, you have to take good care of her, because that is what a good older sister does." Colleen explained to Anna what it meant to have a sibling and to be a good older sibling. "Grandma, you know I don't like to share my stuff with others," Anna complained while her eyes continued to follow and in her mother. "Besides, you have no say in this. You better start learning to share your things, because that's just how things are when you have younger siblings." Colleen made it clear to Anna that she did not have a choice in his matter. "Hey, Grandma, how do you know so much about how siblings should behave? Weren't you an orphan?" Anna's words were borderline rude, but the new Anna did not give a SHD, as she knew her grandma would forgive her for everything she said or did unless she killed her mother, aka her daughter. "That's not true. I had siblings. Not related by a similar blood, but related by a similar fate. Though we did not share the same parents, we shared the same hunger, sadness, and helplessness. If I am alive today, it is because of them. Back then, all able adults were on way beyond, on the battlefield, or in a dungeon. So nobody had time to care for a bunch of orphans. Many believed we would die by dawn, but we did not. We stuck together. So what if there was no one left for us? We were there for each other. Yes, many of us bullied and stole from each other out of our helplessness, but when things got really desperate for one of us, all of us would come together and come through for that one. I don't know why and how, but I guess it is true light is born in darkness. I don't know about others, but it is true in my case. I guess I was lucky. However, it is sad that only a few of us got to make it to adulthood, as most of us were swallowed by hunger, monsters, or human greed. You guess you were lucky? Anna exclaimed, staring at her grandmother with her eyes wide. Soon, she proceeded to argue. You were an unknown orphan, now you are the Southern Queen. I still do not get how great-grandpa and the rest of the family agreed to grandpa and your marriage back in those days. Yet, you guess you were lucky. You are the prime example of luck. It would not be an exaggeration to say you are the daughter of luck. That is just what they told the rest of the world. The truth is your great-grand-aunt was against me marrying you, your grandpa. She wanted to rejuvenate the Heatsend family and the southern region to their former glory by marrying your grandpa and grandaunt to sire a descendant with the purest, unparalleled bloodline so far. You. Why would she even think of something like that? Anna cried in disgust upon hearing the shocking revelation her grandma made about her marriage, interrupting the latter from finishing her story. Back in those days, it was common practice for one to marry within the family to keep their descendants' bloodline pure and their bloodline within the family. The truth is, your great-grandaunt wanted to marry your great-grandpa to keep the unparalleled bloodline within the royal family and give birth to a descendant with the purest, unparalleled bloodline. However, during one of his trips to the central capital, your great-grandpa took a fancy to a noble's daughter, your great-grandma. When the noble rejected his brazen marriage proposal, he kidnapped her, married her, and brought her home. Your ancestors were proud of his actions, but your great-grandaunt was heartbroken and helpless. Your great-grandpa and ancestors brought many capable marriage proposals for your great-grandaunt, but she did not agree to any of them, as she did not like the thought of her unparalleled bloodline spreading out of the family. So, she chose to stay single till today. It is said that your great-grandaunt one night forced herself on your great-grandpa to sire a descendant with the purest, unparalleled bloodline, but failed. Then she planned to marry her brother's first son, your grandpa, to sire a descendant with purest, unparalleled bloodline. However, over the years she had come to love your grandpa as her own son. So, she could not go through with it. Hence, she planned to let your grandpa and grandaunt fulfill her goal to sire a descendant with the purest, unparalleled bloodline. Therefore, she became the biggest obstacle in your grandpa and my marriage. What do you mean, biggest obstacle? What could she have possibly done when the southern ruler, himself, had agreed to grandpa marrying you? Caught in her grandma's story, Anna forgot all about her dissatisfaction with and her mother, and instead was riled up hearing the struggles her grandparents faced during their marriage. So much so that she suddenly cried out in anger, interrupting her grandma once again. Not many know this, but back then she was the strongest card apprentice in the southern region. So, your great-grandpa was the southern ruler only in name, whereas your great-grandaunt held all the power and authority. Therefore, it was impossible for your grandpa to marry me without her consent. Then what happened? How did you marry grandpa? Did she have a sudden change of heart? Your grandaunt happened. She had huge ambitions and visions for the southern region than to be someone's wife and become a baby-making machine. Learning the news, in a fit of rage, she left her isolated retreat to reason with her aunt. Since talking did not work, she decided to let her cards do the talking. After one of the longest and most brutal fights I have seen in my life, she defeated and chased your great-grandaunt out of the southern region, instantly becoming famous in all 5 regions. Many champions from the other 4 regions came to challenge her to a card fight, and she defeated them all, becoming the top 10 strongest in the card world. With his big sister on the run, your great-grandpa decided to step down as the southern ruler, feeling unworthy of the throne and a cheat. However, he did not want to repeat the same mistake his father made by making him the southern ruler instead of his elder sister, just because he was a man. So, he held a card fight between your grandaunt and grandpa. The winner would become the next southern ruler dash. Then grandpa defeated grandaunt to become the southern ruler and married you. Am I right? Anna predicted. Nope. Your grandaunt conceded the fight to your grandpa and left for the way beyond. She did not return until her marriage was arranged to your granduncle Lorenzo. Colleen revealed short-circuiting Anna's little brain from the shock of a lifetime. Still in a daze, Anna uttered, "Grandpa isn't the strongest in the southern region?" "Honey, come on, your grandpa is the strongest in the southern region. There is a reason why your grandaunt conceded the throne along with her ambitions and vision to her brother. It was because a few days before the card fight between your grandpa and grandaunt, your great-grandaunt returned to take what rightfully belonged to her, the southern throne, now that it was empty. This time she had come prepared with a peculiar power. Her first target was obviously your grandaunt. Surprisingly, your grandaunt lost to her and her peculiar power. However, the fight did not end there. Your great-grandaunt wanted to kill your grandaunt for the humiliation she suffered, but your grandpa came to his sister's rescue. He soon defeated and scaled your great-grandaunt. Having witnessed her brother's true power and her being still in recovery from her fight with her aunt, your grandaunt could only surrender the throne to your grandpa. Though your grandpa did give her another shot at the throne, saying that if someday she felt he unfit to sit on the southern throne, she could always challenge him for it. Since your grandaunt never challenged your grandpa's authority till today, I guess she believes he is doing a fine job as the southern ruler. Colleen revealed the unadulterated story of how the current southern ruler came to power and got married to a commoner to her granddaughter. Grandma, why did Grandpa not kill his aunt instead of imprisoning her? Anna wondered aloud. Simple, she's family. Not to mention, it wasn't just her who saw your grandpa as her son, but he too saw her as equal to his mother. He could not go through with it, and chose to seal her for the sake of stability in the southern region. Also, your great-grandpa spent his final moments guarding his sister's seal. I guess he felt guilty for her situation, knowing he was the villain in her life. Colleen said, reminiscing about the last moments of her father-in-law. I remember you saying she is still single. Does that mean she is still alive in her seal? Does Grandpa ever plan on letting his aunt out? Now that her wish to sire a descendant with the purest, unparalleled bloodline is fulfilled with my birth, Anna felt sorry for her great-grandaunt, who was sealed away for centuries. Your grandpa tried a few years after your birth, but failed as it turns out. In his final moments, your great-grandpa had moved the seal containing his elder sister to our heritage land so that she can rest with her ancestors. Even if your grandpa is strongest in the southern region, his power is nothing in there. After all, the unparalleled heritage land used to be an unranked dungeon that your ancestors repurposed using their unparalleled bloodline. However, you can give it a try when you become a card lord. The heritage land happens to be trial grounds for young and promising card apprentices. Though nobody has passed the trial for many generations, you have the purest, unparalleled bloodline among all those generations, so the odds are with you. Don't worry, Grandma. I will pass the trial and enter our heritage land to unseal my great-grandaunt. Then, show her that she was wrong. Your marriage with Grandpa was the best thing that could ever happen to our family in the southern region. Anna promised without taking her family's heritage land trials seriously despite her grandma, informing her that none in the last few generations have managed to pass it. I know you can do it. Honey, Colleen did not doubt her granddaughter's ability. Nobody dared to say the grandina and granddaughter pair were being overconfident, as only time would tell them that. Grandma, come to think of it, though you lived a hard life, it was a rewarding one. Anna summed up what she thought about her grandma's life. She now believed more than ever that her grandma was luck incarnate, as many do not get to see the fruits of their hard work their entire life. It sounds to me that you are jealous of your grandma, Colleen concluded from Anna's words. She wasn't surprised, as her life, despite its ups and downs, was indeed a rewarding one. Yes, I am. My entire life, so far, I spent suppressing my true desires and doing what I was told and taught to please my mother at the risk of me going insane. Now look where it got me. I got a weirdo calling herself my twin sister for an origin card, and my mother cares about that weirdo more than her flesh and blood. This pisses me off, and said as she emptied her virgin cocktail and slammed the glass on the table. Colleen looked at her granddaughter in surprise and asked, I thought you did not care about what your mother thought of you. I don't. I am angry that my life so far amounted to nothing, Anna said as her eyes tried to find her rebellious origin card and mother in the crowd. What gave you that idea? And your twin sister is the result of your life so far. Colleen enlightened her lost granddaughter, pointing at her second granddaughter, and continued to add, You guys might be polar opposite, but she is the accumulation of your experience so far. It is just that you both have different takes on your life so far. The important thing to remember here is that both of those takes originated from you. Who is right or wrong is secondary. It is as simple as that. Listening to her grandma, Anna stared hard at, and who was busy attending and pleasing the guests to please their mother. Just then feeling an intense gaze on her, and turned to find it. As a result, their gazes met. A second later and genuinely smiled at her twin and returned to what she was doing while the latter grumbled to their grandma. Fine, I accept her as my twin and give sharing a try, but if she doesn't behave and things don't work out, I am locking her in my origin card forever. When that happens, do not tell me I did not warn guys beforehand. I don't believe you. Colleen provoked Anna to make sure her granddaughter would not go back on her word over every little thing about, and that ticked her off. If I said I am going to do it, then I am going to do it. I am a heat send. We never go back on our words, Anna declared, falling for her grandma's trap. No, I still don't trust you. What about Chum Chum? Colleen brought up Anna's beloved pet, the pixie dragon, to test her resolve. Yes, what about Chum Chum? Anna stared at her grandma, not liking where the conversation was headed. You know you have to share Chum Chum too, right? Colleen found the spooked Anna cute, like a little spooked rabbit. No way. Chum Chum is my friend. Where is it written that I have to share my friends with my siblings? Anna hurriedly defended, not liking the thought of Chum Chum and in playing together. You don't have to share your friends, but what if Chum Chum wants to be friends with Anne? Then you will have to share Chum Chum with your younger twin, Colleen patiently pointed out to her granddaughter, who was just learning what it meant to have a sibling. Chum Chum only likes me and will only be friends with me, Anna said, but then thinking of a possibility she added. If Chum Chum doesn't want to be friends with, and then I don't have to share Chum Chum with her, right? Sure, Colleen nodded seriously but snickered in her heart thinking. It is hard for me to tell you two apart, let alone that little pixie dragon. I hope it doesn't get scared or lose its mind seeing there are two of you. Then great. Chum Chum will not be friends with anyone but me. Sharing is going to be easier than I thought, Anna exclaimed confidently, while Colleen verbally pushed her to put her words into action, demanding. Now, go support your mother and sister in entertaining the guests. Why would I do that? You do it. They are your daughter and granddaughter too, Anna wittily retorted. Palace staff cleaning the cluttered table nearby shivered in terror, hearing Anna's reply to their queen. No one in the South dared to tell the queen what to do, maybe not even the Southern ruler, but Anna did. Not to mention, since when was it the turn of the Southern queen to entertain the guests? The guest would not dare to accept such hospitality. Feeling he heard something he should not have, the staff hurriedly masked his terror and minded his business, while blocking his ears with his soul energy, as he did not want to be mistakenly charged with the crime of eavesdropping on the royals. As for Colleen, she did not care about Anna's rudeness, as she preferred it. However, she sternly repeated to Anna, I said go help your mother and sister. This is not fair. I don't force you to do things that you don't want to. Anna quibbled as she reluctantly got up from her seat and headed toward her mother and sister. Wyatt Dash, the field marshal muttered, looking at her young liege who forgave her for her crimes against him under her former superior's command. However, she wasn't relieved knowing that he no longer considered her a traitor. Though her young liege had concluded she bore no sin for her actions before she swore her loyalty to him, his heart now burned with hatred for her niece, the true culprit, for what she had stolen from him. This wasn't something the field marshal wanted. Enough. Noticing that field marshal still had a mind to speak on behalf of her niece, Wyatt thundered, even though the former ultimately chose not to do so. He knew what the Southern princess did was what she believed to be the best for the Southern region, to stop a third party from having a huge influence on the future Southern ruler, but he did not care as she stole someone precious to him. Regardless of her reasons, he could never forgive her for what she did. Did you guys forget Anna is one of the anchors keeping me ported in the Southern region? Without her on my side and with this treachery, I have two more reasons to leave the Southern region. Wyatt reminded the field marshal that not many things were tying him to the Southern region. If they recklessly cut the reasons tying him to the Southern region one after other, then they might have to bid him goodbye. Listening to Wyatt's words, Field Marshal wasn't surprised, as she too had asked the same thing to her niece when she was ordered to become the spark that ignited Anna's obsession, which in turn burned her relationship with Wyatt. Now, she was going to repeat the same thing her niece told her to her young liege. Wyatt, ever since you waged your life to save Anna, Everyone learned about your love for Anna, though you did not show it. So, my niece concluded that if we were to erase Anna's feelings for you using her origin card, she would stop pestering you to love her, and for a change, you would be the one following Anna around trying to rekindle her feelings for you. This way, not only will your influence over Anna decrease to nil, but we might be able to influence you through her. Brilliant move. Even I, the victim, can't help but be amazed. But aren't you guys forgetting someone? Wyatt's praise was genuine. Had he not won Field Marshal's absolute loyalty, and had she not leaked the news to him, things might have really gone as the Southern Princess planned. He might indeed have become a lovelorn idiot being manipulated by her through Anna. But things could have taken a different turn too. Who? The Field Marshal asked Wyatt curiously. Her loyalties aside, having gotten the front row seat to Wyatt and her niece's fight, she was enjoying the battle of wits between them. Sometimes, she even found it more exciting and intriguing than an actual battle. Susan Tucci, my good friend and capable manager, Wyatt uttered. With Anna out of the picture, Wyatt might not chase after her as Southern Princess assumed. Instead, he could more aggressively act on his feelings towards Susan. After all, as a soul from Earth, Wyatt still preferred monogamy. Hence, it was likely that instead of becoming a lovelorn idiot for Anna and being manipulated by the Southern Princess, he might start a family with Susan in the southern region or somewhere else. Mostly like somewhere else. Things could have gone either way. Well, she did not forget Susan. She did consider that possibility and had long started her countermeasures to stop such a possibility from happening. Don't tell me your niece is the reason why Susan rejected to go out on an official date with me? Tell me, what did she do or say to Susan? Halfway through the Field Marshal's words, Wyatt guessed what she was trying to say and interrupted her in a fit of rage, recalling the incident in the Seed World where Susan rejected his idea to officially date each other. Wyatt, calm down, the Field Marshal said, looking at the bloodshot-eyed Wyatt, who looked like he was about to kill someone. Then, immediately proceeded to clarify. She did not do or say anything to Susan, at least not directly. What is that supposed to mean? Wyatt questioned, controlling his volcanic rage, which was about to burst any moment now and incinerate everything in its path, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Learning that without him knowing, the Southern Princess had not only managed to steal his queen, but was also aiming for his bishop, the amount of rage and guilt he felt was unexplainable. His rage obviously was directed toward the Southern Princess, while he felt guilty toward Anna and Susan because he could not protect them from his enemy's schemes. It might be too late for Anna, but in Susan's case there still might be time for him to salvage things. With that hope, he sternly repeated himself to the Field Marshal. Tell me, what did she do? She used the media to make Susan doubt herself. She made her fear that she might not be worthy of you. She skillfully bruised an inner demon in Susan's heart using the daily news on the Grimoire Network, making her think that you in the southern region would be better off if you were to marry someone of higher status or Anna. I did not think something like this would work, but seeing how Susan rejected to go out on an official date with you, it seems her efforts have bore amazing results. Well, I don't blame Susan for letting something like this shake her will. I am sure she held on for as long as she could, but my niece has always had a knack to read a person's weakness and get them to willingly do her bidding. Field Marshal Heatsend explained to Wyatt how the Southern Princess had managed to drive a wedge between him and Susan too. Listening to the Field Marshal, Wyatt understood that the Southern Princess had targeted Susan since the time he started to show feelings for Susan. Hence, the results of her schemes were slowly surfacing now. After all, things like this don't happen in a span of a day. They need a lot of planning and time, which is very similar to marinating a brisket. Wyatt believed that the Southern Princess mostly did this to make sure even if Anna were unable to win his heart, no one else would, leaving him with one less reason to reject the royal family's proposal for an arranged marriage between him and Anna. However, when it became clear Wyatt had feelings for both Anna and Susan, she continued her plan with twice the effort, but with a different goal in mind: to trap Wyatt using Anna. Knowing Anna's love for Wyatt and hatred for her, Southern Princess knew her daughter would never help her manipulate Wyatt. Therefore, she had Field Marshal use Anna's origin card to erase Anna's feelings for Wyatt. Seeing Wyatt was contemplating based on the information she gave, the Field Marshal continued. Based on my experiences, my niece will continue to use the media to attack Susan's will until one fine day when Susan is at her weakest. She will offer Susan a career opportunity that she cannot reject. However, this career-making opportunity will be somewhere far from you. Considering Susan's love for you and her mental state, at that moment, she will most likely accept my niece's life-changing offer, wanting to remove herself from your life so that she would no longer be a burden to you. With Anna's feelings for you erased and Susan walking out of your life, you will be at your lowest. Then she will appear in front of you proposing an arranged marriage between you and her daughter, throwing her bait into the water. Considering that your situation then would be like a man drowning in his tears, you will mistake her bait for a lifebuoy and willingly swim into her trap, blinded by your sorrow, thinking even though you could reignite Anna's feeling for you through the arranged marriage. Till the end, without even showing her shadow or getting her hands dirty, my niece would have gotten exactly what she wanted. Revealing what she thought her niece might be planning to Wyatt, the field marshal felt a huge weight was lifted off her chest. However, when her intense sense sensed the space inside the dungeon seal starting to connect to the space inside the seed world, she immediately mobilized her space rule to stop Wyatt from entering the seed world. Field Marshal, what is the meaning of this? Being obstructed from entering the seed world by the Field Marshal, Wyatt questioned her aloud with a gaze that conveyed that he would kill her if she did not give him a proper explanation. Understanding why Susan rejected his request to date him officially, Wyatt wanted to return to the seed world and assure her that she was more than worthy of him and never a burden to him, but an inspiration and hope. He wanted to solve all her doubts about their relationship and future together and get her to date him officially. However, the field marshal stopped him from doing so. Hence, his rage almost exploded at her. I am doing this to stop you from making the situation worse than it already is. If my guess is right, you plan to tell her that you don't think she is unworthy of you. She is not a burden to you, and that you do not care what the rest of the world thinks? Don't you think she already knows this? This is a matter of heart and will. You cannot fix it for Susan. She has to do it herself. Girls like Susan are special. They do not know how to be selfish. They find joy in others' happiness. Someone like that will never build their future at the expense of others' future. The more you try to console her by saying things like, you don't care about what the world thinks, or you will face the world for her, or you will face the world together, the more Susan will blame herself and walk toward my niece's trap. Just like how you want to protect and give all the happiness in the world to your beloved, Susan too wants to protect and give all the happiness in the world to her beloved. She would not like to see you make enemies with the world for her. She would rather sacrifice her love for you so that you live a long, happy, and peaceful life. Don't underestimate a woman's love. The field marshal got emotional as she spoke these words, surprising Wyatt. He did not think the field marshal had such a good impression of Susan, especially when Susan was her grandniece's love rival. Now, Wyatt was confused. He could not figure out who the field marshal was rooting for, Anna or Susan. Soon, it hit him. She wasn't rooting for Anna or Susan but for him. Understanding where the field marshal was coming from, Wyatt calmed down and decided not to act hastily in matters of heart. Yet, he could not help but ask her, don't you think me telling her what I think would be better than me assuming she knows what I think and doing nothing? Usually, your approach would be correct. But not this time, as the problem this time around is not you or your relationship with Susan, but Susan's personal insecurities that have been magnified by my niece's schemes. Susan has a lot of things that she avoided by hiding them at the bottom of her heart until my niece's schemes resurfaced them back to the top. She needs to deal with her doubts and insecurities thoroughly if she wants a future with you, because if she becomes your partner, she will be the target of such mind games frequently on a regular basis. People will target her for every little thing. She can't just pause her life over very such incidents. Even you cannot stop people from speaking their minds and attacking her verbally. She needs to be strong enough to brush them off, and the only way that would be possible is for her to deal with her insecurities. You have to remember, this is her journey. Neither you nor I can help her on this one, because this is not a physical injury, but a mental and emotional one. When it comes to the matter of hearts, one can only wait patiently and hope for the best. The field marshal, a battle nut, knew so much about what Susan was going through because she had seen an important person in her life go through the same thing. That person was none other than her sister-in-law, Colleen, the Southern Queen. As one of the highly reputed and respected ladies in the royal and high society, and as the Southern Queen's close confidant. Nobody except the field marshal truly knew what Colleen went through after marrying the former's brother. Not even the Southern ruler had a complete grasp of the constant criticism and struggles Colleen had to face as the Southern Queen. If he knew, then not even Colleen's persuasion could have stopped him from waging war against the other regions. It was not news that the rich and powerful were snobbish, judgmental, and exclusionists. In Colleen's case, with a group of Southern rulers' female admirers flaming the fire with their untrue but saucy gossip about her, it had reached a whole new level. It wouldn't be wrong to call it extreme. Despite such extreme hate directed toward her, Colleen continued to bear it all and persist. In the end, she not only proved herself to them but earned their acceptance for sake of her husband, her in-laws, and the citizens she represented, which in turn helped her solidify the trust and respect that every Southerner had shown her. Colleen was a fighter, but it was not easy for her either. Being her sister-in-law's close confidant, the field marshal understood the toll all this took on Colleen. Therefore, the field marshal knew that what hurt Colleen most wasn't the taunts and criticism of the strangers who overestimated their significance in her life, but the pain of her loved ones whose hearts ached every time they saw her being treated as such. Colleen did not let it stop her from attending social gatherings and public events. Rather, she used it as a motivator to achieve the goal she set out to attain. The field marshal wanted Susan to do the same because she knew only by overcoming her demons would Susan be truly worthy to stand beside Wyatt with her head held up high, without any hesitation or fear. Listening to the field marshal's explanation, Wyatt fell in a deep thought, feeling she was right. Considering Susan's personality, she would rather sacrifice herself than see any harm befall him. The more Wyatt thought, the more he realized that even if he succeeded in assuring and persuading Susan with his glib tongue today, he wasn't sure he could do the same in the future. To make sure he would not be in this situation again, Wyatt understood that there was nothing he could do. The only person who could do anything here was Susan herself. If she were to deal with her demons once and for all, like the field marshal said, then he would never be in this situation ever again. However, Field Marshal, you are right. But I am afraid. I am afraid that Susan might fall prey to the Southern Princess's scheme, or worse, she would willingly distance herself from me, overwhelmed by the pressure of a relationship with me, the Southern Hope. Field Marshal, I don't want to lose her too. I want her in my life. After all, it was when she appeared in my life that I learned to trust again. I don't think I can continue without her by my side. I really do not think I can survive losing her. Fearing he might lose Susan too, feeling vulnerable, Wyatt expressed his genuine thoughts to the field marshal. He hasn't shown his vulnerable side to anyone. However, today he showed it to the field marshal, Courtney, and Bladette, showing that he trusts them enough to be vulnerable in their presence. Wyatt recalled the very first day he met Susan in Guild Association Mall, and how she trusted someone she just met, her fate ingredient and all her life savings. This act might not have been a big deal for others, even Susan herself, but for Wyatt, it meant the world. I felt like there weren't words to explain how much it meant for her to trust him. That day when Susan took a chance on him, Wyatt decided to give trust a second chance. This was difficult for him, especially considering the people he sacrificed his life to protect labeled him as a vigilant and a mass murderer before stabbing him in the back. The field marshal was taken aback seeing Wyatt willing to show his weak side to her. At that moment, a motherly love overcame her heart, wanting to pull her liege into a bear hug and assure him that everything was going to be okay. She would not let anyone harm him, and she would protect him with her life. However, she could not think of words to assure him in the present situation, as this was a matter of love. No one had command over how Susan felt and what she chose except Susan. Just when the field marshal was feeling helpless, Courtney, who had been silent so far, hearing her friend's fears, spoke up. Wyatt, I have no idea what it means to love or lose in love, but I am willing to go to any lengths to help my friend win in his love. If nothing works, I will kidnap Susan and force her to love you using my origin card. Right? I know a few blood rules that can help too. Bladette followed suit despite having no clue what love was. Humans were already too complicated for her, let alone their emotions. Thank you, guys. But that won't be necessary, as I haven't lost until I give up on my love. Wyatt looked at Courtney and Bladette gratefully. Seeing Courtney willing to go to any lengths for her friend helped him realize he too should not be afraid, and do everything in his power to win his love, as everything was fair in love and war. What mattered was how far he was willing to go for love. After a while, seeing Wyatt was lost in his thoughts for long, the field marshal reminded him, "Now that you know everything my niece had planned, what do we do next?" "Thank you. You have done enough. Now it is my turn. I prefer to do my dirty laundry myself," Wyatt replied, without blaming the field marshal for not telling about Anna's mother targeting Susan sooner. After all, she wasn't sure that Anna's mother would be successfully able to sow doubt in Susan's mind indirectly through the media. Now that she saw Susan rejecting an official date with Wyatt, she knew her niece had succeeded. So, slowly she came clean with Wyatt by revealing everything she had done for her niece since the beginning and what she thought would be her niece's next move. Wyatt appreciated that the field marshal was willing to rat on her niece for him, as it was not required of her. Just because a knight's master had changed, it did not mean the knight had to reveal their old master's secret to their new master. It would be against their code. However, the field marshal, knowing the gravity of this situation, out of concern for Wyatt, broke the code and snitched on her niece. Not to mention she felt guilty for her part in all of this, especially for the part she played in using Anna's origin card to erase her obsession with Wyatt. Still, it would not have been easy for the field marshal to break her principles for her young liege. "I understand." Field marshal nodded, knowing that Wyatt's style of doing things and her niece's style of doing things, though somewhat similar, were totally different. Wyatt did all the work, shouldering all the responsibility and risk, even if he had so many people willing to do it for him. Meanwhile, her niece made use of her people and any means at her disposal to do all her work for her, so that she would not have to shoulder any responsibility and risk. Soon, thinking of something, Wyatt ordered her, "Let Hernix out of your mystic dimension. I have some work with him. N/O/vel/B// and C///om. Right away," the field marshal replied, but as she was about to will Henrix out of her mystic dimension, Wyatt hurriedly reminded her, "Not inside the dungeon seal." Wyatt had no idea how Henrix's origin card worked, but he had a vague idea of its ability in interrealm teleportation. So he did not dare to reveal the dungeon seal, which was basically the holy place of blood rule, to Henrix, the leader of thieves and beggars. Considering the current financial situation of the freedom fighters, if Henrix learned that there was a blood rule stone mine inside the dungeon seal, he would not hesitate to use his origin card, if possible, to teleport his band of thieves into the mine and empty the entire mine within a few minutes. Wyatt had no idea if Henrix's origin card would allow him to teleport in and out of the dungeon scow, but he could not take the risk of revealing the wealth hidden in the dungeon seal to him. "Sorry, I will be more careful next time." The field marshal apologized to Wyatt for her oversight as they walked out of the dungeon seal, and Courtney and Bloodette followed suit. Walking out of the dungeon seal and feeling the field marshal's pseudo-celestial rule domain still covering the city thanks to her incarnation maintaining it, Wyatt decided to tell her the truth about it, that he did not reveal in the presence of the royal instructor. However, before he could speak, the field marshal willed Henrix out of her mystic dimension. See, his window to come clean was closed. Wyatt could only postpone it to some other time. Coming out of the mystic dimension, the first thing Henrix did was take in a deep breath and enjoy the fresh air while complaining aloud. "Thank God, I am finally out. I thought I was going to die, unable to withstand your son's awful body stench. It felt like it grew stronger the longer I stayed closer to him. Did you not teach to take a proper bath twice a day?" The field marshal frowned, hearing Henrix question her parenting. If not for her being considerate of them serving it way beyond together, she would have given him a first-hand experience of her parenting. Prioritizing her liege's work with Henrix, she controlled her rage toward him and explained, "The stench you smelled from him is a curse his wife cast on him. Because of the curse, whenever he is alone with someone in close proximity, he starts to smell. The stench on him grows stronger the longer he is alone with someone. If they are too close for a long period, the curse will spread to the other person. You sure it is a curse because I did not sense any negative soul energy from him?" Hernix responded suspiciously because, in his efforts to double-cross the masters, he had trained his knowledge and sensitivity to curses to avoid being monitored or controlled by them. Though he did not dare to claim he knew everything about curses and could detect any curse, he was skilled enough to save his skin. Henrix wasn't alone. Wyatt too looked at the field marshal in doubt, because his old version of soul pupils did not sense any curse on Ransom. So, he pondered if the field marshal was lying or Ransom's wife was too skilled in curse arts. Knowing that field marshal wasn't a liar, Wyatt wondered if it was the latter. It is a curse cast with the target's consent. Such curses are near impossible to detect, which is why they are called untraceable curses. The field marshal resolved Henrix's suspicion. Listening to her explanation, Wyatt nodded in understanding. However, it gave birth to new doubts in Henrix, who could not help but ask, why would Ransom agree to such a curse? And why did his wife cast such a curse on him? My son's marital problems are not your business. If you are done with your questions, we have so business with you. Unable to tell her ex-colleague that Ransom's wife suspected him of cheating on her, so she cast the curse on him, and he accepted it to prove his innocence. The field marshal thundered at Henrix, asking him to keep his nose out of her son's marriage, and quickly changed the topic. As long as the payment is good, I am in. Henrix excitedly answered, but then feeling that his words implied more than what he intended to imply, he was embarrassed. Payment? Did you forget you are still my hostage? Do you want me to remind you? The field marshal sternly reminded Henrix his current identity was that of a prisoner. He did not have the right to demand any form of compensation for any work he did for them, let alone seek a handsome compensation. No need to refresh my memories. My mother, I remember it clearly. Tell me, how can I be of service to you? Henrix hurriedly adjusted to his prisoner identity with the field marshal's warning. However, his rebellious side was still there, making it clear that he would not hesitate to escape the first chance he got to do so. Henrix was not one to give up easily. He would bow his head if the situation called for it, patiently biding his time to make his move. When he finally made his move, his enemies would not even realize what had transpired. His identity as the Central Region's ex-field marshal was a prime example of this. The field marshal was fully aware of Henrix's nature, so she and her incarnation together increased the power of the pseudo-celestial space rule domain covering the city, making sure Henrix could escape using his origin card. However, she feared her preparations were far from enough to stop Henrix. After all, except for him, none knew the extent of his origin card's prowess. She had a feeling that maybe Henrix was her prisoner because he led her to believe that. Maybe he had his own plans. If not for her young liege's plan to use him, she would felt more assured leaving him in her mystic dimension. Before we begin, have you given a thought to my proposal? Give me an answer. Wyatt stepped forward and asked Henrix if the latter had given any consideration to the freedom fighters working for him. Wyatt's blunt question caused the expression on Henrix's face to freeze in fear. He did not want the freedom fighters to join Wyatt. He strongly believed the freedom fighters were reduced to mere criminals, as the Central Region had labeled them, if they followed Wyatt's proposal, making the sacrifice of the countless freedom fighters so far meaningless. Hence, he planned to reject Wyatt regardless of the various promises made when proposing to recruit his organization. However, he did not dare to speak his mind and refuse Wyatt outright, having seen Wyatt's prowess up close in the field marshal's mystic dimension when burned more than 24 demigod undead golems to ash. Knowing Wyatt had coordinates of their main headquarters in Yellow Plains, was capable of inter-realm transportation, and had a powerful card demigod like Field Marshal Heatsend following him, he did not dare to get on Wyatt's bad side. This also did not mean he would just dance to Wyatt's tune. He tried to think of words to politely decline Wyatt without triggering his wrath or hurting his ego, but he found that he was without words. This led to a long, awkward silence, adding to Henrix's distress and panic. Learning that Southern Princess has been targeting him since the beginning, and he failed to see it coming, Wyatt felt a strong sense of urgency to build his own force as soon as possible, as he had no idea of what all she had in store for him. As a result, the Southern Region, which he deemed as the safest place in the card world for his loved ones a few minutes ago, no longer felt safe right now. It felt more like a trap meticulously designed by the Southern princes to distance those close to him and make him all alone in the world without him realizing it. This way, the Southern royal family could become his emotional support stick when he needed one. Hence, he demanded Henrix to give him an answer right away. However, reading Henrix's face, his answer to his proposal and fear toward him were clear to Wyatt. It did not take him long to realize that he was being led by his fear of losing his loved ones instead of being rational. As a result, seeing his hasty and brazen demand, Henrix, who previously planned to give his proposal a fair consideration by proposing it to his colleagues and seeking their opinion on it, now had unilaterally decided to reject the proposal outright, closing all doors on Freedom Fighter on ever joining him. Learning that being led by his fears would only prove disastrous for him, he forced himself to calm down and think logically rather than play right into the Southern Princess's hand. Therefore, he thought of a way to salvage the situation. He carefully crafted his words to let Henrix out of the spot and not close his mind to the idea of working for him. It seems you haven't made up your mind yet. No worries, take your time. I am sure you will soon realize it would help the freedom fighters' cause and interest to side with me. I don't know how me being your prisoner would help the freedom fighters' cause and interest. Seeing Wyatt take a step back, Henrix, who feared to speak earlier, now took 2 steps forward, causing the field marshal to raise her brow, warning her old colleague to behave in front of her young liege. Don't worry, after you do one small thing for me, you are free to go. But remember, the next time you try to steal what's mine, it will not end with a warning, it will end with your life. I dare you to try me again. Wyatt warned, staring directly into Henrix's eyes, as if he could see right through him. The sheer intensity of Wyatt's words sent a shiver down Henrix's spine, recalling he wasn't innocent in all this. He was imprisoned because he dared to kidnap Clown Mask right in front of Wyatt and Field Marshal without caring to check if it was a trap or not. What bothered him most was he would have gotten away with it if not for the Field Marshal's pseudo-celestial space rule domain. Yet, he shamelessly pasted a flattering smile on his face as he spoke. There is no point in digging up the past. Let us move on. Please, tell me, what can I do for you? The more shameless and spineless Henrix acted, the more cautious the field marshal grew. Knowing her brain could not keep up with the deep calculations of the likes of her niece and Henrix, she limited her priority to what she knew best, protecting her young liege. She trusted the rest to her young liege, believing in his array of capabilities. Wyatt and Henrix both felt the tension in Field Marshal's stance. Sensing her caution toward him, Henrix was rather amused, feeling Field Marshal was overestimating him. Trapped in her pseudo-celestial space rule domain, he was rendered helpless. Seeing her underestimate his strength, Wyatt felt he was wrong to have hidden his true strength from her. After all, the more informed the Field Marshal was, the more meticulously she would perform her duties. Instead of wasting her effort on doing something as senseless as acting as his bodyguard. That too. Fearing someone like Henrix, who was more of an assassin than a fighter, i.e., he was no threat to the current Wyatt. I am guessing with the help of your origin card's abilities, you have already explored many realms nearby or connected to ours through the gate dungeons. I want you to take us to a small, desolate realm without any form of living beings occupying it. One that no one would miss if it were destroyed. Wyatt put forward his demand to Henrix, surprising both the latter and Field Marshal. They were unable to understand why Wyatt would make such a request. Wyatt's plan was simple. He wanted to explore and gauge his new strength and prowess. Having become one with the source and broken through to the card grandmaster realm, he, himself, wasn't fully aware of what he and his skills were capable of. In war, it was just as crucial to understand one's own strengths as it was to know those of the enemy. Hence, after learning Southern Princess had made her move against him long ago, the first thing Wyatt planned to do was know the full extent of his strength and skills after his baptism. Knowing Seed World was not fit for him to test his powers, and fearing he would attract the attention of the card worlds, well, if he were to explore his power on the card world, he decided to test his power where he would not have to worry about such things. Hence, he asked Henrix to take him to a realm devoid of any living being, as he was free and the Devil Merchant Code was expensive. Originally, he was planning to go alone, but feeling that the Field Marshal should know his prowess so that she could be at case about his safety and perform the other task assigned to her without any distraction, he decided to take her along. Not to mention, she was a Devil Merchant too, so they would not need Henrix to return to the card world. Yes, the Devil Merchant Code's interrealm transportation rights to card world belong to the 7 Princes of Hell. No Devil/Demon Merchant can travel to or from the card world using the Devil Merchant Code's interrealm transportation without their permission. However, it did not apply to Devil/Demon merchants native to the card world. However, it did limit them from using it to transport their forces who weren't devil/demon merchants regardless of the price they were willing to offer. For that, they would need the 7 princes of Hell's permission. Be that as may, listening to Wyatt's demand, Henrix saw his opportunity to reclaim his freedom. Yes, Wyatt did say he was free to go after taking them to a small desolate realm, but Henrix wasn't one to trust his life to the assassin trying to claim the bounty on his head, let alone trust his freedom to someone who imprisoned him. Within seconds, he had already thought of a plan to escape while helping Wyatt reach his destination. Though he dared to escape, he did not dare to trick Wyatt after he had seen what Wyatt was fully capable of in Mystic Dimension. Having noticed the subtle glimmer in his eyes, the field marshal sternly warned Henrix, "No, funny business. You don't have to remind me," Henrix retorted and cautioned. "Are sure you want to go to such a realm? As there is only one reason for a realm to be devoid of living beings, i.e., its environment is too harsh and still not capable of nurturing life. Meaning, it will not be fit for us either, especially you. Don't worry about me. My physique is special. I can survive anywhere, let alone a little harsh environment. You just worry about finding me the realm meeting my requirements." Wyatt assured Henrix that he did not have to worry about adapting to the atmosphere of an unknown realm. He was so confident that he could adapt to any atmosphere mostly because of his array of abilities such as his primordial energy enhanced skills, Voltronian and World Calamity, Tree Hybrid Physique, Myriad Devil Transformation Skill, Pseudo-Calamity Soul Gems, etc. Though he could not claim he was among the strongest in the Myriad Realms, he could claim that he could survive anywhere in the Myriad Realms. Feeling Wyatt's confidence in his words, the field marshal decided to trust her young liege. However, what worried her was Henrix using this opportunity to transport them to a dangerous place and escape, leaving them stranded. The only thing stopping him from doing so now was her pseudo-celestial space rule domain covering the city. However, if they wanted Henrix to use his origin card to take them to a small, desolate realm devoid of living beings, she would have to withdraw her pseudo-celestial space rule domain. Without it, she did not know what was keeping Henrix from pulling a fast one on them instead of following her young liege's instructions. "Field Marshal, please relax. Your tense posture is making me uneasy," Wyatt said, urging the field marshal to calm down. Henrix posed no threat to them, so there was no need to be so on edge. Seeing her hesitation, Wyatt glanced at Henrix with disdain and assured her, "I dared him to test me because I knew he wouldn't dare make an enemy of me." In the current state of the freedom fighters, they couldn't afford to antagonize Wyatt. Hence, Wyatt was so confident that Henrix would remain obedient to him, even after the field marshal released him from her pseudo-celestial space rule domain. Being openly challenged and taunted by Wyatt, the corner of Henrix's eye twitched as he suppressed his rising emotions and continued to force a smile on his face. He had no choice. Had Henrix known that Wyatt was a catastrophe disguised as a mere low-level card apprentice, he would have been more cautious about his attempt to kidnap Clown Mask or simply abandoned the idea altogether, not wanting to make an enemy of Wyatt. The freedom fighters were not only bankrupt but also trapped in an alien realm. The world leaders, greedy for the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon, and the Central Military, eager to crush their revolution, had cornered them, making them prisoners in their main headquarters, a place where they thought they were safest. In their perilous situation, aside from their secret deal with the Southern Princess, the VR universe was their last hope for survival. Given that Wyatt was the creator of the VR universe, they dared not provoke him unless it was absolutely necessary, such as acquiring the future vision that Clown Mask had seen before her Tau eyes were stolen. Wyatt, he's like an old coyote. He tricks you by feigning weakness, and once you start trusting your back to him, he won't hesitate to backstab you. We can't trust him. The field marshal couldn't help but interject, warning her young liege not to underestimate Henrix just because he was currently appearing weak. Someone like Henrix could not be trusted. The masters were a perfect example of what the field marshal was trying to warn Wyatt about. Her words were not just aimed at their current situation, but also at Wyatt's plan to incorporate the freedom fighters into his forces. Not that she doubted the freedom fighters' strength or undermined them for their identity, but she believed that as long as they were under Henrix's leadership, they were not worth recruiting for Wyatt. She hoped that her young liege would heed her warning and abandon the idea of recruiting the freedom fighters, led by Henrix, as part of his forces. Her words clearly conveyed her intentions to both the young liege and Henrix, causing Henrix to frown. While he was still on the fence about the freedom fighters joining Wyatt, seeing the field marshal actively trying to prevent this possibility, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. After all, joining Wyatt, coupled with his promises, was too tempting to ignore. Hence, he couldn't help but passively aggressively comment, "Princess, it pains me to know that you have such a low opinion of me after we watched each other's backs at the way beyond for years." The field marshal instantly appeared before Henrix, grabbed him by the throat, and stared straight into his eyes with her rage-filled eyes as she threatened, "That is the only reason you are still alive after you dared to steal from the southern royal family, hurt my family, and corrupted my grandniece. Count your lucky that my liege needs you, otherwise." Almost choked to death by the field marshal, Wyatt, for the first time, read Henrix's true emotions through his eyes. They were filled with rage yet tranquil, like a volcano filled to the brim with bubbling lava, but appearing harmless like a mountain from the outside. This was what the field marshal was warning him about Henrix. Just as Henrix wouldn't mind groveling for his goals, he wouldn't forget the humiliation and shame he had suffered. He would bide his time to get even. However, Wyatt was not afraid. He had the freedom fighters heading from the palm of his hand. Apart from the southern royal family's forces, the freedom fighters were the only organization in the card world to possess the most VR slime cards. Since Wyatt was distributing millions of these cards for free to students, the poor, and those in remote corners of the world, most of the VR slime ended up in the possession of freedom fighters members or those related to them. These cards ultimately accumulated at their main headquarters in the hands of the most capable and promising members of the freedom fighters. These were the individuals who held a certain authority within the freedom fighters. In other words, if the freedom fighters were up to something, these guys would learn about it first. As a matter of fact, Henrix himself had a VR slime card equipped in his grimoire at present. How did Wyatt know Henrix's card arrangement in his diamond grimoire's card slots? Although Wyatt still didn't dare to hack into a diamond grimoire, it wasn't difficult for him to track if someone was equipping a VR slime card in their grimoire using the backdoor he had purposely added to each VR slime card he had ever created. This backdoor was what gave Wyatt the confidence that he would be able to control the infamous Henrix, who had managed to trick the masters, who ruled the card world for millennia, by living among them and being one of their subordinates. The masters never saw Henrix coming, but that would not be a problem for Wyatt. Although the information network Wyatt had created in the card world using the VR universe and VR slime cards was still a work in progress, it was more than capable of handling the likes of Henrix and the freedom fighters, who relied on the VR universe and VR slime cards as their last lifeline. Not to mention, Wyatt planned to provide all members of the freedom fighters with a VR slime if they were to join him, increasing his odds. Let go of him, Wyatt ordered the field marshal, releasing Henrix from her grasp and the pseudo-celestial space rule domain. Her grip around his neck was so strong that Henrix looked like his head was about to pop out if she were to apply a little more force. Fortunately for Henrix, Wyatt stepped in to stop the field marshal in time. However, he deliberately waited until the last minute to intervene. After all, he would never be generous to some who dare to steal from him not one but twice. "Don't mistake my patience for helplessness," the field marshal sternly reminded Henrix as she released her grip on his neck. With that, the latter's red and swollen face instantly returned to normal. Rubbing his neck, Henrix shot a subtle look at the field marshal before reminding her, "Now, you're celestial rule domain too. So, we can be done with this, and I can be on my way." The field marshal ignored Henrix and looked at her young liege, attempting to persuade him one last time. She truly disliked the idea of trusting an old coyote like Henrix. He was someone who had used her gratitude to backstab her. She, who valued her honor more than her life, was ashamed to have known and served with someone like him. If not for the sake of her young liege, she would not be part of this conversation. "Trust me," Wyatt uttered, locking eyes with her. Looking into her young liege's deep eyes, the field marshal realized, right, though she could not trust Henrix, she had full faith in her young liege and his judgment. With that, she released Henrix from her pseudo-celestial space rule domain. Coming out of the celestial rule domain's influence, Henrix felt like a fish in the ocean as his origin card was finally able to connect with the surrounding space. Feeling this unique connection between his origin card and the space, he felt like he had recovered a lost limb. In his relief of being back in his element and at his peak, he began to appreciate his origin card more and promised to never be reckless with its abilities again. "Henrix, have you thought of a realm fitting my requirements?" Wyatt asked, waking Henrix from his reunion with space and bringing him back to the cruel reality. Even though the shackles on him were removed, he couldn't help but feel like a prisoner. Therefore, with the plan to complete his end of the bargain soon and leave before Wyatt changed his mind, Henrix replied, "Yes, though it doesn't have a name of its own. I called it the Lil Red Storm Realm. Since the small realm is covered in red soil and catastrophic storms along with huge meteor strikes are common occurrence in it." "Great, let's get going," Wyatt nodded. "I'll look forward to visiting the Lil Red Storm Realm that Henrix recommended to him." He felt that this planet might be more than just a field for him to gauge his strength, and he made the right choice, choosing Henrix over Devil Merchant Code. Had he gone the other way, he would have had to pay a hefty offering to the Devil Merchant Code to recommend and transport him to such a realm. Not to mention, the realm recommended by the Devil Merchant Code would not hold any surprises for him to explore, as the demon/devil merchant who found it would have already mined the entire planet, harvesting all of its resources before selling its coordinates to the Devil Merchant Code. Fortunately for him, an interrealm taxi had found him out of its own violation. Additionally, his taxi seemed to have no idea of the wealth he could amass utilizing his origin card. Well, more for him. "Okay, please, don't resist my intense sense. If I don't cover you guys properly with it, you might get lost mid-teleportation," Henrix cautioned as he prepared to use his origin card to take his imprisoners to the Lil Red Storm realm in exchange for his freedom. However, just then, he felt an intimidating aura envelop him and pressure him to kneel in submission, sending a chill down his spine. Soon, he heard the field marshal shout, "How dare you lie? I know for a fact that you are capable of creating space tunnels to teleport multiple people." Then, turning to face the young man next to her, she informed her young liege, "See, Wyatt, I told you we cannot trust him." Wyatt frowned as he stared hard at Henrix, giving him one last chance to come clean. "Explain yourself," he demanded. "As I warned you before, the Lil Red Storm realm's atmosphere is harsh. Because of that, its space is always turbulent. It is impossible for me to create a space tunnel connecting our realm's space to its space. So, I have no choice but to lead you there, holding your hands." Henrix defended himself, citing the harsh atmosphere and turbulent space of the Lil Red Storm realm. However, the field marshal wasn't buying it. She cross-examined him. "Then, explain to me how you were able to teleport in and out of a realm with turbulent space. In such conditions, teleportation, if not impossible, is very risky. Let us assume your origin card is special. Unless you plan to leave us stranded in a realm with turbulent space, what other reason could you possibly have to suggest such a dangerous realm to us?" "I suggested that realm because that's the only realm I know of that fits Wyatt's requirements. There is no other meaning to this. Besides, so what if the space is turbulent? Wyatt is well versed in array formation. He would casually be able to think of a formation to stabilize the surrounding space long enough for him to leave that realm. So, I really did not have any other intention when recommending that realm to Wyatt. Trust me, my intentions are pure." Henrix hurriedly explained himself to Wyatt, hearing the field marshal blame him of planning crimes he did not even think of. Wyatt being well-versed in array formation doesn't mean he carries ingredients for every possible array formation with him. If we are stranded in a barren realm with turbulent space, where are we supposed to find the ingredients to set up an array formation to stabilize the space around us? The field marshal pointed out, highlighting the flaw in the logic Henrix used to defend himself. Regardless of how Henrix tried to justify his actions, the field marshal wasn't buying it. She had long harbored doubts about him, and now, watching him make one excuse after another, she was convinced her suspicions were well-founded. What puzzled her most was why her young liege insisted on trusting him, despite witnessing Henrix betray every person who had ever put their faith in him for his own gain. Listening to the field marshal's argument, Henrix was speechless, unable to formulate a counter-argument to defend his proposal. He had no choice but to accept that he had no defense. Now he understood the danger of a woman's grudge. If you earn their trust, they will give their lives for you. But if you abuse that trust, they will be willing to die to get even. He truly had no plans of abandoning Wyatt and the field marshal on the Lil Red Storm realm. Such a thought had never crossed his mind. Even if it had, he would have immediately dismissed it, as he couldn't afford to make an enemy of Wyatt. However, thanks to the field marshal's arguments, he now appeared guilty of that crime. The irony was that he had nothing but his word to prove his innocence. Given his history with Wyatt and the field marshal, his words held no weight here. It seemed his past mistakes were catching up with him. Please believe me. I had no such thoughts. I swear. I truly hope to drop you off on the Lil Red Storm, reel in and regain my freedom without leaving any hard feelings behind. Besides, now that we know, if it makes you feel more secure, you can purchase the necessary ingredients for the space stabilization array and then follow me to the new realm. There's no need for us to fall out over this minor detail. Henrix carefully chose his words to make his intentions clear to Wyatt. As for the field marshal, he had realized that nothing he said would change her opinion of him. A part of Henrix felt he didn't need to justify himself to the likes of Wyatt and the field marshal, considering he was doing them a huge favor by taking them to a new realm that met their requirements. Given the current development of the card world, only he could fulfill their demands, yet they treated him with such disrespect. If he wanted to leave, he could do so immediately, as neither the field marshal nor Wyatt could stop him. However, he urged himself not to be hasty, as he didn't want to burn bridges with Wyatt completely, especially now. Yes, he was involved in a deal with the Southern Princess that would not only solve their current financial dilemma but, if executed properly, would set the entire freedom fighter organization up for life. However, the Southern Princess's reputation preceded her. Trusting her would be akin to willingly taking poison to alleviate a temporary headache. Henrix knew a partnership with the Southern Princess wouldn't be easy. Hence, he was willing to bend over to please Wyatt and maintain a healthy relation with him. With the rest of the world planning to feast on the corpse of his organization, only Wyatt remained as a countermeasure against the Southern Princess. He only believed so after seeing Wyatt manage to steal Field Marshal Heatsen from the Southern Princess's side and witnessing the strength he displayed against the small army of undead golems. Henrix was confident that Wyatt would be able to face the Southern Princess. Having realized this, Henrix regretted recklessly attempting to kidnap Clown Mask from Wyatt and the Field Marshal. But it was too late. What was done was done. Nonetheless, believing that if he had succeeded in kidnapping Clown Mask, he wouldn't have had to depend on the Southern Princess or Wyatt for the survival of his organization, he consoled himself. Seeing Henrix ignore her, the Field Marshal fumed with anger but remained silent, as it wasn't her turn to speak. Now it was up to her liege to decide whether he would continue to trust Henrix, ignoring all these obvious signs not to trust him. She gazed at her young liege, hoping he would make the right decision, the one she had been urging him to make since the beginning. Now both Henrix and Field Marshal Heatsen's gazes rested on Wyatt. They both patiently waited, hoping he would side with them. Meanwhile, Wyatt's brows had narrowed into a frown. All had problem of his own. He was regretting sharing his fears and appear weak in front of the Field Marshal. Previously, with a single command from him, the Field Marshal would have followed him to death without any questions. But now she was questioning his every decision and even trying to impose her ideas on his. It wasn't that Field Marshal Heatsen was undermining his authority. It was simply that, after Wyatt opened up about his fears and showed his vulnerable side to the Field Marshal, she no longer saw him solely as her liege, but also as one of her grandchildren. This sentiment made her unconsciously forget her previous military discipline and question her superior, undermining the hierarchy. In layman's terms, Field Marshal Heatsen's maternal love for Wyatt was overpowering her loyalty to him. Wyatt would have preferred the Field Marshal Heatsen undermining his authority over this cringy situation, as he knew how to deal with those who challenged his authority but had no idea how to deal with people who were smothering him with their love. This was why Wyatt never revealed much about himself to people close to him, not wanting their admiration for him to develop into a selfless emotion like love. This situation reminded Wyatt the words of his old friend. Love makes things complicated, but also fun and warm. The Field Marshal loving Wyatt as her grandchild whom she would protect at the cost of life, rather than respecting him as her commander whom she should follow without question, was giving Wyatt a huge headache. He didn't have the heart to tell the field marshal to stop what she was doing, especially not in front of Henrix. But he also wanted the old obedient and disciplined field marshal he'd send back. Unable to think of a proper solution, his brows grew narrower. Seeing his frown intensify, Henrix and Field Marshal Heatsend grew tense. They had no idea why it was taking so long for him to make up his mind. They had seen him make more dire decisions than this in an instant. He gave them the impression of a person who made a decision, then made sure it was the right one, instead of wasting time worrying about making the right decision. But the Wyatt in front of them now appeared contrary to their previous impression of him. "FCK it. I'll deal with you later," Wyatt said, glaring at the field marshal. Then, turning to Henrix, he ordered, "Stop watching my face. Wipe that stupid expression off your face and commence the inter-realm teleportation. Why are you guys having this silly discussion? Didn't I already dare you to test me? Do your worst." Listening to Wyatt, both the field marshal and Henrix thought in unison that this was the Wyatt they knew. However, both were depressed, one more than the other. After all, his words did imply that he was dissatisfied with both of them. The field marshal was depressed that her young liege had ultimately decided to trust Henrix. Adding to her depression were his words, "I'll deal with you later." She had no idea what mistake she had committed to garner such dissatisfaction from her young liege. As for Henrix, he didn't like the fact that Wyatt kept openly challenging and disrespecting him on every turn he got. If not for his circumstances tying his hands, he would have truly shown Wyatt the worst he could do, proving to him once and for all that he was not one to be underestimated by the likes of a mere card grandmaster. After all, those that believe themselves to be the gods of this world have died at his hands. "All right, huddle up. Remember not to resist my intense sense," Henrix reminded them before enveloping Wyatt and Field Marshal Heatsend in his intense sense in preparation to teleport to the Lil Red Storm realm. Before Henrix's intense sense could cover them, the Field Marshal grabbed Wyatt in her embrace and covered both of them within a thin filament of her intense sense, preventing Henrix from using his intense sense to intrude on their privacy and ensuring it wouldn't affect his inter-realm teleportation skill. Meanwhile, Wyatt, who had accidentally felled up the field marshal's bosom while she thrust him into her embrace, froze. He kept reminding himself that she thought of him as her grandson, and he should not have impure thoughts that would tarnish her maternal love for him. However, the field marshal's sweet body scent was making it hard for Wyatt to keep his thoughts from wandering to the impure corners of his mind. "Brace yourselves. Ready or not. Here we go," Henrix announced as he activated his origin card's inter-realm teleportation skill. Soon, their figures instantly vanished from the card world as if they were never there. In the time it took for Wyatt to blink, he saw the scenery before him morph from a silent forest under the tranquil early morning sky to a barren red land under too harsh sun riddled with strong wind currents that threatened to rip the sensitive space of the young realm. Wyatt was mesmerized soaking in the unique sight of the planet lit Redstrom, but he was awakened from his thoughts by Henrix's abrupt loud yell. "Princess, I held up my end of the bargain. Wyatt, this is not what you promised. Ask her to let me go." It turns out that while Wyatt was busy analyzing his new surroundings, the field marshal had immediately deployed her pseudo-celestial space rule domain to imprison Henrix, preventing him from leaving without any warning. It seems this was her plan ever since Wyatt decided against her reasons and stuck with his decision to use Henrix's help, ignoring all the obvious warning signs. It wasn't that Wyatt was slipping. The reason he ignored Henrix was because he didn't see him as a threat for now. It's not that he trusted Henrix, but he trusted his helpless circumstances. Therefore, he didn't feel the need to be on guard against Henrix. Instead, it was Henrix who had to do everything in his power to please Wyatt to ensure his organization's survival if the Southern Princess were to turn on them. "Shut up!" The field marshal suddenly thundered, causing the surrounding space to rip, showing just how sensitive and fragile the space of this young realm was. Seeing Henrix finally calm down and go silent, she used the opportunity to explain her actions to him. "Our deal is that you will take us to a realm that fits Wyatt's requirements. Once he agrees that this realm is satisfactory to him, I will let you go. Now, not if you understand." Henrix nodded like a little boy who had made a mistake. Then, He waited for Wyatt to give him his nod. Though he hated his current situation, Henrix knew the field marshal was right. However, he added, as I said before, this is the only realm I know that satisfies all of Wyatt's requirements. Though the other realms I know of don't have sentient life forms, they are still inhabited by other lower life forms. So this is it. Take it or leave it. Henrix was speaking the truth. He only knew of one barren realm with no life forms because he didn't dare to use his origin card to explore the realms surrounding the card world, but only used it to explore the realms connected to it by dungeon gates, which were always infested by monsters and other lower life forms. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.